Was Gucci.
What's up, man? You hear me?
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Okay, cool. Well, what's up, man? First and foremost, I just want to say thank you. You are a shiny star. What you're doing is brilliant, and you have helped me so much, and probably so many other people as well too. Keep on fasting, keep on shining your light like the star that you are, and it's not going unacknowledged. I just want to say that first and foremost. Second of all, I have my hands in a lot of stuff. I've been on a spiritual path since I was 7. I was raised a vegetarian. I was homeschooled. I never had a religion in my life. My parents delivered me at home. Never been in the hospital. So I'm just completely different, right? And I lived all around America, but I
Mhm.
found out that I was a life path number when I was about 28. Right now I'm about to be 40, and
Okay.
I went deep down the hole of numerology, and I'm still completely fascinated with it. I have my hands in
Yeah.
so many divinations, but I'm so fascinated with it, and I can tell a lot of people based on the numbers who they are based on the energy that they project. Master numbers have an extreme amount of energy. And another thing about a master number, especially the 11, they're going to go through a lot of hardship at the earliest stages in their life, and they
Yeah.
won't really start they really won't start to realize and really reap the benefits like totally until they're in their I want to say late 30s, mid 40s. That's when you will really start to everything will really start to come together, and you would be like, oh my fucking god, now I realize why I had to have all of these 100 different experiences, because
Mhm.
your life is so dynamic that it's probably like a movie. I mean, your experiences on what you have experienced has been so freaking dynamic, and most people aren't going to understand you. They aren't, because they don't have the they don't have the how would I say it, they don't have the wiring to understand it. It's like if you want to put 100 volts through a small wire, you're going to burn that wire out. And so
Right.
most people can't hold that much energy, but because of you who you are, you can hold a shit load of energy, and this is why you can fast and do the things that you can do. Like, I don't know if you see my channel, but I interviewed a breatharian. He
Hmm.
hasn't eaten for over 2 years, no water. I fasted, right? I fasted the longest was 15 days, but I also lived in the woods off of the land for 2 months. I mean, this is just my life. I've done crazy things, right? So it's not about me. What I want to say about master numbers, because this is your show, and I'm really enjoying it because I didn't know about
But
the
it's
elements,
also
and that
about
makes
you. It is also about you, Seven Circles. You're only able to say this shit because of your experiences.
true, 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 true. But one thing that I want to point out about master numbers, the
Yeah.
11s, because
No,
master
what you
numbers
said
are.
so far, too on
Mm,
point, bro. Like specifically, like what you just said about like life seeming like a movie, where like it's so dynamic that
yeah,
it doesn't seem like people will believe me once I tell other people in different atmospheres what happened to
yeah,
me here.
hmm,
Too real. And like the way you just explained how it's basically because of currency and chi and like people's bodies only being able to take so much
so
and
much,
like
yes.
having to realize who can like receive certain messages or not. You hit that right
the
on
the
it.
the universe is using us, because in order for, so it's like this: if we notice that there's an imbalance in the universe and more females are needed, the big mother earth, she's going to anchor in more people to be females, or if there needs to be more males, she's going to put in more males. But there's also people that are needed, such as like ones and twos and things of that nature. Like right now in society, the least amount of numbers as far as light paths that exist are the number 2. And I'll tell you this: as far as the presidents, Joe Biden is the number 2. But Barack Obama and also Michelle Obama were number 11s. So when I say that 11s, when I say that 11s have the energy of ones and twos, what Light Path has is that they have the energies of a one. So a one, like you said, is a leader. A one is somebody who's a pioneer. A one is somebody who is going to pretty much walk to the beat of their own drum, right? And that's what they're gonna do. But people who were ones, think about Henry Ford. People who were ones, think about Isaac Newton. People who were ones, think about what's the guy's name? Hitler, right? They all have that energy where they're pioneers and they're leaders in their own right, whether if they're negative or positive. They're all leaders. But the light path number 11 has the power to be a leader times one. So it's one, but it's an extreme one. So I'm gonna give you a couple of examples of who were number 11s as light paths. Michael Jordan.
Bro, you go deep with this science. Like this
Yeah,
is your shit.
this is
How
my.
long you been doing this?
I told you I'm a different breed, man. I'm an anomaly because of the way that I was brought up. So
Right,
I've been on this path since I was 7. I'm about to be 40. I'm into
bro.
everything. I'm into
Yeah,
everything.
damn. Respect.
So but numerology and sacred geometry is like my shit. Like I really love it. But so okay, so Michael Jordan, light path number 11. Kobe Bryant, light path number 11. Barack Obama, light path number 11. Kanye West, light path number 11. Tesla, light path number 11. Um
No, this is weird.
Bill Clinton, light path number 11. Anthony Robbins, light path number 11. Les Brown, light path number 11. Gary V, light path number 11. What's the other guy's name? Eric Thomas, I think I said him, light path number 11. All of these guys who are motivational speakers, have great energy, great leaders. They have the energy of one, but it's times double. Now, this is the thing about a light path. Because everybody has negative and positive qualities, if you're a light path and you are not living up to your potential, you are going to default and be in the realm of a 2. So when I say you're in the
Mm,
realm of a 2, think about Barack Obama being an 11, and think about Joe Biden being a number 2. Twos are weak. I'm not saying weak, but they need a partner. They don't have the leadership qualities that a 1 has. So that's why I say that 11s are dynamic, that they have the attributes of both, of the masculine and the feminine, because the masculine will be 1 and the feminine will be 2. They are considered the master healers. The master healers. Whereas if you look at the light path number 22, they're considered the master builders. If you look at the light path 33, they are considered the master teachers. People who are
right.
light path number 33s are like Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. People who are considered master 33s are like what's the guy's name? Albert Einstein. Uh, light path number 33. So I can go on and on with this, but I knew when I looked at you that you were 29 because I'm a 29, and energy understands energy. And there's no way that you would be able to do everything that you're doing if you were just the number 2. You're not a Joe Biden. You're a Barack Obama.
Right. Yeah, that makes a
Yeah,
lot of sense.
yeah.
Wait, did you
Because
just say, wait, what about 29?
so there are different types of light path numbers 11. You could be a 38 light path number 11, which is Kanye West, and those tend to attract a little bit more wealth. Okay, which isn't surprising why they say he's the richest black man. Okay, but whatever that means. But then you have your what do you have you have your 2, your 2, what is it? You have a 2 light path, and then you also have your 29 life paths. 29s, in my experience, are the most common ones that have incarnated on this earth.
Mm,
But out of all of the life path numbers, 22s are, in my opinion, are some of the most strongest. But 11s are extremely dynamic and extremely powerful as well too. And 11s and 22s typically seem to come across a lot of money, whereas 33s not so much. Even though Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, he's worth about, I don't know, 100 million or something. But yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, snap. So like how do you know? Like when
So
you're yeah, what's up? Like how do you, I'm
yeah,
just like wondering like how do you like gauge the energy of someone's life path number like that?
the way that you can do it is because if you know yourself and then you know everybody else. It's just like if you're a liar and you come around somebody who's a liar, you be like, that nigga's lying. I know he's lying. If you are somebody that is how would I say it? If you're somebody that how what would I say? If you're somebody that plays basketball and you have a certain walk about you because you play basketball, and you see somebody else walking, or if you're a yogi, like I'm a yogi. If you're a yogi and you know your body and you know the way they walk and their posture after they got done with doing a session, a physical session, you're gonna say that's a yogi. You know it right off the back. So it's like, because I'm a light path number 11 and I'm so engrossed in the language of this universe, which has to do with sacred geometry, I can see it in you. And it's obvious. You cannot fast that long. You cannot do what you're doing. And the way that you're talking and the way that you charge with the amount of energy that you have, there's no way that the wiring, which is your nervous system, that's the wiring, there's no way that the wiring in your body would be able to conduct and hold that much energy. You would burn yourself out. You were burned out. You were burned out. You have melanin in your body, which is awesome because now you can even increase it. Awesome because now you can even increase it, the voltage, and you have an extreme amount of horizontal knowledge. But now I see you are working on your vertical knowledge. And really, that's where it's at when people come into this path of vertical. Because the horizontal knowledge, that can go on forever and ever and ever. But the vertical is what's actually going to transform you and actually take you to these levels that people are looking to ascend. You think about it, like when you ascend, like you have to go higher, right? So vertical is going to go higher. Horizontal is just going to make you go, go, go like a 180 degree. It's going to be a straight line going forever. So,
What's
but
the difference between horizontal and vertical knowledge?
so horizontal knowledge is the knowledge that they teach you in the Western Hemisphere. They just say, learn a doctor degree, learn an associate degree, learn this degree, learn that degree. And you can attain so much knowledge. But what does it mean if you have as much knowledge as YouTube? It doesn't mean much of anything, right? But
That's right.
or as much as Google. But if you have the vertical knowledge, then that means that's what the East teaches. Then that means that you would be a Buddha. Then that means you'd be a Christ. That means that you would activate your powers and you'd be able to turn your body into light and you can teleport out of this dimension. You can go to different realms at will.
Mm-hmm.
That's the power of vertical knowledge. Horizontal
Got
knowledge is the Western knowledge.
got it.
But you
Okay.
can use that as a tool to further your vertical knowledge.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So when you've learned all this numerology stuff, you exploring Eastern vertical knowledge?
When I learned all of this numerology stuff, I just started to notice a pattern. I started to really notice a pattern. Like the people, like I'm not reading off of anything right now. I'm just speaking freely because
Hmm.
integrated inside of me. But I noticed like Hitler, right? Hitler was born on April 4th, and I said, wow. I'm an Aries, and I used to have a bad temper when I was younger, right? My birthday is the 14th of April, and so I understand that energy, and then I understand he wanted to control, he wanted to be the hero because Aries wants to be the hero. They're the first ones on the astrology sign. They want to spring into action. That's why they're born into spring. They want to march forward. That's why they're born into March. Every season starts in March. Today's Aries season, the second day, right, or the first day. I forget.
Yeah,
It's the 20th or 21st. But
that's
that was
common.
but that was Hitler. So then I said, wow, I wonder what his life path number is. And then I looked it up. I mean, I looked up his birthday. I did the calculations. And then I said, oh, wow, he's a one. Then I said, that makes perfect sense. Then I started to notice the pattern in every single person. So I used to be a chef. I'm an entrepreneur now, but I was a chef for almost 3 decades. I went to 3 culinary schools. When I will hire people based on their numbers and based on their birthdays. That's how I will make my teams. And I got nominated as the best hiring manager and having the strongest teams. And people didn't know how I did it, but I did it because of the science of numbers. I say that people lie, but numbers don't lie. That's what we say. That's what they say in corporate America. People lie, but
Right,
numbers don't lie.
right.
Yeah,
So, because that's what we're talking about here. So, like, this is perfect that you're up here right now, Seven Circles. We're like, I was about to
yeah.
hop off. We're just getting into the energy of numbers. So,
I try to tell you, let's do a podcast for a while. As I was saying on the last time I talked to you. Yeah.
bro, we can do a podcast.
I would
What?
love to do a pod. I do a lot of podcasts. I have a podcast coming up with the lady who wrote The Matrix, Sophia Stewart. I just emailed her yesterday. She emailed me back. So I have a lot of people on there, but I would love to talk to you on my podcast. It would be great.
Bro, we gotta like cut up all this spirituality shit. Cause I'm about to
That's what
get
I'm
into like
saying.
the energy of the numbers, and it's just like you're about to like you're already confirming for me what I'm talking about alone. But it's like you with your individual perspective, everything
Yes.
that you share gets to just completely like correlate with mine. So now we can both stand on something together.
Exactly, man. That's why I love TikTok, man. That's why I watch your videos. You have really good stuff, and you're down the right path. I understand it, all of it, and you're on it, man. You're on it, and fasting is key. If you look at the common thread in so many religions and so many spiritual philosophies or whatever, you're always going to see a thread of fasting. It's always going to be
Mhm.
in there. and
Oh,
and once you get rid of all of that stuff, right? The only problem, like Saguru, he says, if you don't eat, the only problem that you have is no food. But if you do eat, and then you have 100 problems. Like that's the only thing like you don't have, and your energy
completely correct.
frequency will rises dramatically,
Yeah,
dramatically.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's amazing.
yeah. you're able to like tap in.
Literally,
Yeah,
literally. Yeah, it's
yeah,
completely facts. It's all just basic universal science of when you know that the spirit is nothing, the more you feel like you're something, the more lost you are in whatever world you made that something in. So it's like really
mm,
easy to get super lost in this world and like all the stuff that we're restricted to talking about when we're eating things from this world. But that's where like so like all this like everything I'm on and everything like it's literally my spirit translating through me to me where I'm coming from inside of
yes,
the world that I can understand. But I have to go to the active process of choosing to detach from the world so I can get closer to being a spirit than a body. And now, the
yes,
closer I am to being a spirit than a body, I'm closer to my soul. And then that's where all my past life memories are, right? And now I can
mm,
reflect on my past lives and be more in my vibration. And then if I choose to connect with others, let me eat something and come back down to earth, right?
yes, yes. Yes, and this is the interesting part that people don't understand. Like I said, I was a chef, right? But I also lived in the woods for 2 months strictly off of the land. And when I came back into society, a couple things that happened. I'll sum it up really, really quickly. One thing is that I noticed all of the pollution from the cars, the way that people were talking to each other. Another thing that I noticed is that the birds that lived in the city acted and behaved completely different than the birds that lived in the wilderness. Another thing, what's up, goddess Kenya? She's awesome. Are you following me here? Did you? Another thing that I noticed about living in the woods is when I came out, right? My mom,
Mm-hmm.
she cooked one of my favorite dishes, and all my brothers and sisters. I have 7 brothers and sisters. I'm
Mm-hmm.
obsessed with the number 7. There's a history behind that. But
Okay.
I'm the middle, right? And she made my favorite food. Whatever. I couldn't take a hot bath. I couldn't walk barefoot on the carpet. It felt funny. I couldn't sleep on the bed. It felt funny. I will always meditate. They thought that I went crazy, right? I was so tapped in. But when I ate one bite of the food that she made me, I felt it go in my body and spring out like through every vein in my body, and it almost tasted like poison. And I said, I don't. And she was like, "What happened? You don't like my food? You know, parents get hurt." And what I'm saying is that your body is completely sensitive, and food is really a drug, right? Food is that's why they say you get dopamine. But look at the word dope. It's dope. What is dope? It's a drug. So that's why Tom Elamine, the guy that I interviewed, who's a breatharian, he said that all food corrupts the body, not just meat, not just vegetables,
Mm-hmm.
not just this. That all food corrupts the body, and I have so much evidence on my channel, not even from him, but even from other people, people from Asia and other places who practice, if you want to call it, breatharianism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we're meant to get our energy like the Silver Surfer, right, from Marvel, directly from aqueous substance. But
Right.
man had a big fall. It happened somewhere. I think it happened like 13 years, 1,000 years ago. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
think. But it's a different story behind that. But man had a big fall, and then all of a sudden he had to work for his food. I mean, most of the time that we're working just to put food in our bodies, and then we're defecating it out. Like, what are we doing?
Right. Right. Into water, no less. Water that we're trusting to get filtered so we can drink
Yep,
it again. It's so
yep.
backwards.
It is backwards. It's extremely backwards, man.
Man.
Extremely backwards.
Okay. So podcast happening.
My man,
That's
my
for
man.
sure.
You
Yeah, for sure.
are you my friend? Make sure you're my friend. That way we can talk through the message.
Okay, bet. I'm gonna follow you on my other account. It's gonna be
Okay.
I gotta get this psychedelic CymaTree account up. That's about to be like my artist account where I'm following people and shit. On this
Got you.
account, since this is my Always Ascending Academy account, I'm more in like teacher mode. But obviously I'm
Under-
still me, whatever. So
Understandable.
yeah, we're gonna do that for sure. And then we'll message. But also, I mean, just link in my bio, like email me or like hit me up on like Instagram. I reply like on Instagram really
Uh,
well. We should probably
uh,
connect on Instagram at this point.
Instagram.
Um,
Okay. I followed you on your YouTube channel last week. So yeah, I'll follow you on Instagram
gang, yeah, Instagram. Send me a message,
last week. So yeah, I'll follow you on Instagram.
gang, yeah, Instagram. Send me a message
Yeah.
there. I reply real fast, and it's easier because yeah, TikTok is taking my accounts and shit. At least Instagram hasn't done that, so I'm not as invested in TikTok. I'm literally just up here more so doing the live thing. So now we can talk like this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
every one of these platforms have good things and bad things about them.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that's what I'm learning being down here for sure. Having this phone
yeah.
now, I have like all these different apps that are like all for different parts of myself or some shit. It's hilarious. So you like just peeped out a lot in me. Like that's where like I'm just amazed by your eye and like you're like the way that the universe just brought you into my life when I've been thinking that I'm a life path too. But you just clarified that I've got to be an 11, not even based on logic, but your emotion, like your vibe, which was your own logic. And then your own emotion is stronger logic than the logic of the internet still trying to tell me I'm a two. I did eventually
Yeah,
find something that told me, yeah, simplified method of calculation. It says 11. I don't need to show you. I don't feel like that, but
yeah,
it says
yeah. I
11.
know, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And then the 3 cycle method, it says 2. So you literally just, yeah, opened up my mind. Now I can learn more why I definitely don't feel like a 2. I don't feel like water. I clearly don't feel submissive because that's what you're talking about. Like a 2 life path wouldn't be able to even be doing what I'm doing. Like I would have to be an
Right.
11, is what you're saying.
You would have to be a Barack Obama, not a Joe Biden. And I'm not even into politics. I'm just saying, like, think about the two different energies, and think about when Barack Obama was the vice president. He was an okay vice president because he was a two. He had that partner. Nobody made fun of him like that. Well, now that he's by himself and he has to play the position of a one, he's lost.
Yeah.
Lost. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I see that. So you're saying that basically people with a life path of 11 is the point that, like, if they have this master number, they're basically able to take the energy of one and correlate it into two. Like, what's so, like, how do you even gauge life path numbers? You're saying that as a chef, you were so deep in your mathematical science that you arrange your teams based on this.
Yeah.
So it's like, how
I
do you see the energies playing out that you like are confident enough to do that?
I am a anomaly. So I can say that I'm
Hmm.
about 70% confident, right? 70%. And a lot of this has come from experience because experience gives you the test first and then it gives you the lesson later. Whereas in school, they give you the lesson first and then the test later. So the fact that I was homeschooled, plus I went to public school, then I dropped out of public school, then I went to college, then I dropped out of college, then I graduated college. I moved from New York to Atlanta to Pennsylvania to California. So, and to carry this knowledge with me, not to be programmed with the matrix. I have an acronym about that, but I'll get into that later. So it becomes
Hmm.
obvious, like what I was saying about Hitler. One is going to be a masculine number. What do people say about one? I am the one, right? Neo. I am the one. One is I am the man. I am number one, right? Everybody wants to be number one. So that's a masculine energy. That's I'm coming first. Like again, it's Aries. Aries is in March season. They want to march forward. Even if you look at March, when you take off the CH, it spells Mar, which is for Mars. And if you spell the Mars backwards, it spells Ram, which is the animal for Aries, and
You're
ram
deep.
forward. So so this is a masculine energy. Then the two energy is going to be something that supports that. Look what they say in the Bible. Even though I'm not religious, they say, "Oh, Eve," right? They say Eve came out of Adam. They say the woman came second. I don't believe that. I think the woman actually came first. If that would be the case, but anyway,
Mm,
the feminine energy complements the masculine energy perfectly. So two would be next. Two would be
hmm.
next, and two would be more of a feminine energy, more of a partnership. So even if you were to look at atom as far as ATOM, like an atom, and then you would have instead of Eve, you have an electron. That would be the electron going around it. So like if you look at the atoms in your body, you have a atom, which is the nucleus, and electrons that go around it like the planet. That's the same with the sun, and then the planets going around the sun, as above, so below, as within, so without. So
Right.
it's all connected. I don't know if you are following me. I might be going too fast, but
Oh, I mean,
um,
I comprehend these concepts
you get me?
100%.
All right, cool.
I'm actually about to ask you, how could the woman come first if the first number is masculine and the second number is feminine?
So okay, so this is where it gets really really deep, and this is where I lose a lot of people, because I found
Hmm.
out that I was too deep for a lot of people yesterday. I talked to one of my friends, and she said you're deep, and I said it's better than being shallow. And then I was talking to my partner, and I'm like, am I too deep? And she's like, but this is who you are, Jonathan. She's like, I couldn't never find anybody like this. So I'm like, oh, my bad. But this is where it gets interesting, right? So there's something called the what is it called, the immaculate conception, right? So people, it's interesting, right? Because you look at the belief pattern, how it's not consistent. People would believe, who are Christians, that Eve came from Adam. They can believe that and say, okay, man came first and woman came second. But then if you say woman came first, they would say no. But then if you look at the immaculate conception of Jesus and Mary, you would say, okay, Mary had a baby without having sex. How did that come about? And people would say that's how it was. So if that was the case, and if women were here first, wouldn't they be able to have babies without having sex? And doesn't that even sound more logical than a rib coming out of somebody? I'm just saying.
Right.
But if you look at nature, like I'm into Taoism as well too. I study a lot, right? So Taoism, if you look at nature, there are more women spiders than there are man spiders. There are more women bees than there are man bees. There are more women ants than there are man ants. If you look at all of the trees, so many of these trees have vaginas. And not to get too graphic, but they really do. We live on Mother Earth. This feminine energy is everywhere, and it's obvious that we are nature, and that the feminine energy would come first. But when you're looking at divinations, right? When you're looking at divinations like astrology or this or that or numbers, whatever, this is something that is a little bit different. It's something that just arranges itself a little bit different, right? So this is why, like in astrology, I would say that Aries, which is obviously, in my opinion, a masculine type of energy, fire, the way that it goes. I'm an Aries. My sister's an Aries, and she has a lot of masculine energy, right? But then also the number one, which corresponds to the masculine energy. They have, even you said it with the one, which was surprising, that they have a lot of fire energy. It's that like masculine type of energy. It just is what it is.
Right. So seven circles. I'm about to say some then real quick that might
All
make
right,
sense elementally with the numbers that we're saying.
please.
So wouldn't it perhaps be natural that what's happening in the universe is that you're observing that the woman came first, but it's not that the woman came first. It's just that the woman allows the man to exist. And what that is fire making water so it can be air. So what we're playing out through the numbers is that you as a space have to imagine yourself first. So you're always a man first. But if you want your man to be real, you have to connect with it. So that's you having fire first, that you want to be seen, but seen in what? So now you got to have water. So now you create water that allows your fire to be seen, but that plays out as air, right? So now we're all here breathing air, communicating our minds, communicating about how we're all children of God because we all came from man and woman coming together, or God having sex with the universe that he made to make him possible. And then this is where we can experience ourselves as four, which would be the body.
Force the body. Okay,
Hmm.
okay, okay.
So I'm saying three is the mind, two is the
Right.
woman, one is the man, three as the mind is a child of God. So we're called children of God, or any religion, we're called children of
Yes.
God because the man of that religion feels like he had sex with the universe to create us.
I would say that I resonate with that somewhat, but I really need to sit down and see how that feels in all areas of my body. Like if it
Yeah,
resonates in every single
I'm
area.
saying
And
go
the
through
only
it
re-
with the numbers. Well, I'm just saying, like, think about it linearly, like zero, one, two, three, four. And think about, like, okay,
mm,
so why is one man and then two is woman? Clearly, that's not something we can run away from. So I'm just telling you, like,
yes,
how numbers are used to architect reality. So sit with it, but I'm just
yes,
giving you the perspective
yes,
of, like, how we're using numbers to create life. One is the man, because you have to have an imagination about your space before you can create the circumstance to connect it. And that's
yes.
then fire playing out before it makes water that allows it to show itself to others. So now we're all showing our fire to each other, but it's only possible because we're in the same water. And that plays out as us breathing life into Earth.
Mm. Yeah, man, that's actually really deep. I really need to sit on that, and especially when you put this on because that's the thing about live. Hopefully, you put this on YouTube so I can play it back and just listen to it. Because yeah, I would actually need to sit with it and just have it integrate in my body for me to fully uh take it and to process it. You know what I mean?
Definitely, everything takes time. What imagine if
Yeah.
we went to the gym and worked out and we were immediately strong after that workout? We get weaker after that workout, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we do, we do, yeah.
We do. We
But
got to
this is what
recover.
But this is why I like teaming up with people. I teamed up with so many people, and you learn so much. Everybody's a great mirror. Some people are
Mhm.
like the mirrors that make you look fat. Some people are the mirrors that make you look skinny. Some people are like the black mirrors, like what's that stone called? The one they used to make bow and arrows out of. The black mirror. You know what I'm talking about. It's a
I,
crystal. Uh,
is it obsidian?
Obsidian. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Obsidian. Yeah. I
Hmm.
mean, people are different mirrors, and they have you see yourself from different angles. So it's just beautiful like that.
Right.
Yeah.
But then that's where I would also challenge you, Seven Circles, to say that if you're seeing people as a reflection, then technically you wouldn't be seeing them as who they truly are because you're just using them to build a relationship with yourself. So, like, I don't see you as a reflection of me. I see you as the individual expression of you. But I can only
Mm.
understand who you are the better I understand myself. That doesn't mean you're my reflection. You're an individual completely separate from me. I have to learn about who you are from you.
So when I say looking at somebody as a reflection, it's actually two types of ways. One way is
Hmm.
it's actually physical, because if I look at you directly in your eyes, I'm actually seeing my reflection. Like it's literally a mirror. If you look at somebody close enough in the eyes, you're going to see yourself, and you're like, "Wow, I'm looking at myself." So that's one way that I see people as a reflection. But then the other way is like, for instance, there's areas of myself that I'm not able to see because I don't have that awareness to see it. But when I came across you, for instance,
Hmm.
and you brought up the concept of body, mind, and we were talking about that in comparison to numbers. You brought up something and reflected something for me to look at it in a different type of way.
Exactly.
And even our chakras, our energy vortexes are reflectors as well too. They're reflecting our whole
Hmm.
life. So in my opinion, each person is a reflection of one another, but not so much in the sense where I can't see that person for who they are, because I can see more than most that I've come across. It's just that they reflect things to me that I'm blind to. Because it's another thing about Master Numbers 11s is that we
Hmm.
are really really good at starting things, and we suck at finishing things. And this is why it's great to have other numbers around us, especially if we're looking to build something really, really great so that they can fill in the areas that we can't see. This is why Michael Jordan is nothing without Scottie Pippen and Rodman. This is why Kanye West had to team up with people. Barack Obama had whatever. These people, they need to team up with something else. Like I'm
Yeah.
working on building a school for gifted people, right? I'm doing it in the woods. It's going to have a pyramid, the whole 9 yards. But I
Mhm.
am arranging people around me who can fill in these blanks because there's areas that I'm blind to. So everyone is my reflection in that sense.
Funny. So that's just where I'm going to war on the word reflection, Seven Circles, because
Hmm.
I just want us to get clarification on how then one, as fire, is projection, and then two, as the woman, is reflection. So the woman would
Mm,
always come second because you have to project light before you reflect it. So
mm,
whatever you consider a reflection of yourself is just a projection of yourself. You see that? So it's literally you playing the numbers out. You're
oh,
going from a man to a woman just in your mind.
oh, this is good, man.
Yeah, you see that?
I do
And it
see
has
it. I
nothing to
do
do
see
with
it.
me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm my own spirit. I'm my own
Yes,
space, completely
yes,
separate from
yes,
me. But because
yes,
I'm connecting with you, with Earth, you can use this Earth to self reflect. And now you can look
yes.
at my body and be like, oh, you're a reflection of me. But really, I'm communicating my reflection externally. And if you feel like I'm reflecting you, that's because you're projecting a light at me. that you're connecting
Yes.
with yourself, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So really well said, man. Really well said. Absolutely. Yes. 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 I vibe 100%. I vibe, man.
That's what you said. Like we're just showing you like how like powerful you are, but it's about knowing that you are an individual before you connect with others. So I'm going to war
Yes.
on the word reflection because you as an individual are not a reflection of me. I'm not a reflection of you. Whatever you want to
Mm.
see in me is a reflection of yourself.
Yes. Yes.
You
I
see
guess it
that?
would be
So
better. I, I guess it would be better to say is that people help me to see. But
it's
by
true.
having relationships with other people,
No,
they
we
help me
do. We need
to
each other.
see myself. Yes.
Absolutely. Like that's why
Yeah.
the universe is beautiful. The universe is one big body of water that allows us to reflect the light we project, right? So you can think of your ego as the projection of your space and your soul is the connection of your space. But your ego can't exist if you're not connected with yourself. That's why I say your soul has to make your heart beat so your ego can be aware. But then that plays out as a mind breathing life into a body. So then the mind is three and the ego is four. So us as spirits,
Mm.
anytime we're communicating into existence, it's always a story of first the observer and then the man projecting the light and then the woman reflecting the light and then the child of God balancing the light. And that's our minds. So we all have a
Mm.
different idea of balance. Every like we all forever and ever a different idea of balance because the way that we have sex internally, the way that we
Yes.
project and reflect our own imagination is individual to our own space. But that's what creates the universe so we can actually create these bodies that allow us to relate.
Mm.
You feel that? So life is always a
This is
reflection of
powerful.
you,
This is powerful. Wow, man.
right? Like life
This is
is always
powerful,
a
man.
reflection of you, but it's only possible because individuals are doing shit that have nothing to do with you, right?
Mm-mm.
Like it doesn't matter if you're
Mm.
here or not. We're living. But because you're here, life is a reflection of you because you're projecting in a way that forces us to connect with you.
Yes. Yes. Wow, man, you're good. you, hey, let me ask you a question because I've been wanting to ask somebody this for a while, and I think that you could give me something for this. So, like, obviously, I'm into to numbers really big, right? And
Mm-hmm.
when I look at the number 12, okay, when I look at the number 12, I think about the school system from K through 12. I think about the clock from 1 through 12. I think about the calendar from 1 through 12. I think about Jesus and his 12 disciples. I think about the 12 knights, King Arthur and the 12 knights. I think about um, there's so many things with 12, even the 12 steps in rehab and people go to AA. And then when I think about like even the Federal Reserve Bank, the 12 Federal Reserve banks. But even when I think about time, right? Because I was talking about this on one of my YouTube channels the other day, and I talked about how this Gregorian calendar that we go by, that it has been manipulated. It was manipulated in 1682 by a pope named Gregory, and what he did was he actually made by 2 months. So we like to think that we celebrated the new year in January, but we actually celebrated today. Today or yesterday was the new year,
Mm-hmm.
the spring equinox,
Right.
right?
Very deep.
Equinox meaning we have 12 days of darkness, 12 days of equal days of light. It's equal.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, the proof that I came up with to prove that the calendar was off by 2 months, I said if you look at October, oct means eight, and then like octopus or octagon, but October is the 10th month. Whereas it should be eight. If you minus eight from 10, you get two. Or I look at dec for decade December. December is the 12th month, but a decade is 10 years or decameter. It's 10, but it's the 12th month. So 10 minus um uh um 10 minus 12 is two,
Right.
right? So again, you have two, or even sept. That's how you say seven in Spanish, right? I mean, not in Spanish, in French. Sept. But if you look at September's the ninth month, so 9 minus 7 is 2. So I have many other ways to check it, but that lets me know that it was off. So when I look at this number 12 and I think about time, how time, if they can manipulate time, and time is not tangible, you can't taste it, you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, you can't touch it. But if you can manipulate it and change it, and people base their lives around time, especially in this matrix, and the two biggest forms of time that we are controlled by is the calendar and the clock, which both have to do with 12. And then I think about religion as well too. Especially there are 2.8 billion Christians who identify as Christians, and even though there are 34,000 different denominations of Christians, they all know about this Jesus and the 12 disciples. So I'm like, what is up with this number 12, and what does 12 have to do with control? Because like I said,
Mm.
even in the school system and many other things that I could relate that to. So I'm thinking, like, what does 12 mean to you? Do you have some information on that?
Absolutely. This is I would recommend once we hop off this live, and I mean we're definitely about to do a podcast. So hit me up, I'll hit you up. We'll figure out the
Cool.
communication thing. Um, because I did a whole series called Dissect the Dialect on this, where I take the number science that I've developed and apply it to the English language. So
Okay.
just like I'm letting you know, like one is projection, two is reflection, three is communication, four is structure, five is transformation, six is creation, seven is consciousness, eight is the subconscious, nine is realization, 10 is heaven. Then 11 would be hell, and 12 would be the clock that connects heaven and hell. So like that's like all in dice of the dialect, whatever. But as far as like
Mm,
being able to see how the letters of English play out this energy, it helps us get a grasp on literally just communicating about it. So like the letter A is number one in English.
yes.
So that's where we can see that the letter A is correlated to fire. The letter B is two, so it's correlated to
Hmm.
water. The letter C is three, so that's air. D is four, so that's earth. E is five, so that's energy or transformation or death in general. So we're all like dying, transforming energy. But the point is that energy is the amalgamation or collection of fire, water, air, and earth coming
I see.
together, rather cycling. And then that in of itself is six or us having sex. So we have to create energy to express how we have sex internally. And then that's where we can have sex with people who have the same energy as us. So I'm not this human
Ah,
body. You see that?
wow,
Yeah, you see that? Like, I'm not
wow.
this body. I created this body so I can create life with people who also created a body like this. If you didn't create a
Yes.
body like this, I'm not talking to you like that. So this is in all realities, all forever and ever. Like I'm letting you know, like
Wow,
the numbers work out. Yeah, it's really cool that you're
wow.
into the numbers because I feel you getting it. uh, hey, bro, absolutely, write that shit down. It's lit because that's what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
right? So you create energy so you can build a family, right? So that's why five is a number of family, and then that's the letter E. So E is about creating the energy that allows you to feel like you're transforming with people you want to, and then from there, that's where we get sex. So now we get all life. It doesn't see. I'm taking you before religion. You see this, right? This is like no
Yes, I
language,
do.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
like this is not language. This is not religion. We're talking about like the way that space moves, so it can build
Right.
something to sustain life,
Yes. Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say the building blocks. Yeah.
building blocks, absolutely, bro. Building
Yeah.
blocks for life, straight up. So literally, we build this body with our mind, and then we transform it to create our family. And now our family is who we're creating life with. So like all my past lives, those are all different families that I'm still creating life with, but it just looks differently now because the way we connect transforms. Like so
Mm,
transformation is creation, but our ability to harness the way we transform is what creates our lives. And then that's where we get six into seven, because what is that but consciousness, right? My consciousness is a product of how I control the way I die.
wait.
So
So five. So five is energy. Six is sex, and seven is consciousness.
yeah. So
Conscious. Okay.
five is energy, five is death, and then six as life. That's literally life or sex, because we have
Okay.
to bring death into life. So this is
I
why
see.
life
I see.
is
I
forever
see. I see. I see.
transformed, right?
Yeah.
So you can't like the moment you're having sex, it is transforming. That's why five creates sex. Five creates six. Death creates life. And then from there, life creates consciousness. That's seven.
Mm,
So now we're all experiencing life, but we're completely separate forms of consciousness, right?
mm.
So now that's why you like seven, even. You're a completely separate form of consciousness from everyone in your life. And that's where you feel completely different. And you even though you can connect and communicate, you know you're separate from everyone else. So that's the point of us having seven. And then this is where in English, E is five, and then F is six, because F is for fucking, right? Or fornicating, or fun. Sex is fun, right?
Yeah,
Sex is
yeah, yeah, yeah.
fornication. The whole
Right.
universe, one big pile of spirits just fornicating, right? They're
It's true, man.
transformed.
One big organic orgasm, orgy. You know,
One big organism of orgasming organs,
yeah, exactly.
organizing into an organelle, whatever
Uh,
this
with-
4G energy is, right?
and it has the Oregon energy.
Mm-hmm. And then we
Um,
develop pyramids and like structures out of that shit, right? That
yes,
can harness
yes.
it, literally. And then that's where we get sacred geometry. It is about how we have sex consistently through space. So like spirits have figured, we figured out what makes sense a long time ago, and we've been building on that shit, right? That's why this number stuff makes sense, because we're putting language to how we move. The fact is,
Yes.
we have to move to exist, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
we have to move to connect with
Mm-hmm.
spaces outside of ourselves. But then that's where our movement is the number, and our movement is the element, and our stationary energy is the number. So numbers always remind us that we have to stay still, but elements are what allow us to feel like we're connecting with others. That's why all these numbers are still, yet they have a certain energy that no one in the universe can run from.
Wow, man, you are so deep, man. You have no idea how
Yeah,
many
honestly.
neurons you may fire off in my brain, man. So many connections just took place. I'm just like, wow. Like if you could see me, man, like my mind is blown.
Bro, I'm excited for our podcast then. This shit's gonna be lit. We're about to heal the whole world. The
Yes,
fuck?
man. Yes, 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 yes.
Because literally, this is what people need to know. I was like taught garbage in school, and I learned all this from separating my mind from my body, from water fasting, and getting in touch with my space that has nothing to do with this whack ass world. So now when
Mm,
I'm back in this world, I can make everything make more sense because I get it, or whatever the fuck.
yes.
So that's where six, right? That's F. That's sex. That's us having fun. And then seven would be G, because your ability to be a G, right? Think about being a G or being
Y-
great is how conscious you are,
Right.
right?
Of being a god.
Literally, I'm being a god, a true G,
Yeah.
right? That's what I'm doing right
Yeah.
now. Like, I don't think about myself as a god, but naturally
Right.
being conscious makes you a G,
Yes.
makes you a seven, right? So
Yes.
then that's just where people put that energy on you and they see you as a G. If you're like, whoa, you're a G. Like, yeah, I'm
Hmm.
conscious. I'm just communicating. That's all. Right?
You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's that simple. But then what are you going to do, Seven? So once you have this consciousness, all you can do is make more connection, right? So now
Hmm.
you're the one who's creating the universe so that you can realize who you are. And that's where seven creates eight. So eight is your soul. Your soul is created by your consciousness so your consciousness can be sustained. So now this is where my soul is the nourishing of my own mind, because that's
Say this.
literally been, hmm?
Say this to me again. Eight creates your soul,
Yeah,
and your soul becomes more. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
yeah. So seven as your consciousness. Once
Right.
you're consciously aware of how you have sex, how you have six, all you can do is create connection. So that's what eight is. Eight represents your conscious ability to create connection. And this is why eight is the letter H, right? So think about
Yeah.
home, heaven, hell, haven,
Mm,
happiness,
mm. Oh
hatred.
my
These are
gosh.
all like emotional heart energies, right? So your
I never
heart is
thought
your
about
gate
that.
that makes your consciousness real.
Wow. Wow. I never
But
thought
your
about that. Even the way
consciousness
that,
has to create a heart. So it's like this balance, right?
and again, H for heart. Wow, man. Wow.
It's right
Wow.
there. That's what I'm saying. The language of the universe,
Wow.
gotta
Wow,
stand on
man.
it.
Wow. Wow.
Gotta
Wow.
stand
Wow.
on it.
Wow. I'm blown, man. I'm blown. You have no
Just
idea. All
saying.
right. All right.
Gotta
All right.
stand
All
on it.
right.
We got nothing to stand on without this. You feel me?
Oh man. Oh man. Okay.
H
Okay.
is heart, right? So you had
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
create the ability to connect with others. So that's why your consciousness has to create a universe to get connected to the universe. And that represents your ability to have sex. So this is where my sex the way that I have sex is completely unique to me. That's how I create life. But only then that's where six, that's how I can connect with you, right? So we're all here because of sex, but the way we do it is completely individual. So my consciousness is seven, that's separate. But if I'm separate in the way I have sex, all I'm going to do is create a universe that supports the way I have sex. So then this is where like literally you to bring this down to a 3D level, right? You can have a
Yeah.
friend group that you become so conscious, you separate from them and make a new friend group.
Mm.
Right? So that's just like the universe, where like you can be living in a simulation, become so conscious in that world, you become like Enoch, fast so long you leave, or you just go be like Odin and make your own universe altogether. But the whole point is, once you're conscious, all you can do is create connections. So that's what the heart or the eight represents. And then we're all like realizing who we are. So once you have your own soul, your own eight, this is why I is nine, right? Who am I? You are your heart, but like you're not your heart. You are your ability to connect with others based on your, but you're not anything. But the point is, you are
Wow.
eight,
Wow.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? Like you see how
Right.
you had to use the energy of individuality to express your man, the energy of connection or reflection to express your woman, the energy of communication to express your child, the energy of structure to express your body, the energy of transformation to build a family that you're transforming bodies with. And then that all in of itself represents six, which is your energy of creating life. And then that creates seven, which is your consciousness. So now you can create life with other forms of consciousness. And our ability to create life is literally creating connections, and that's eight. So now we're all creating new homes, new heavens, new H words in general, so we can all realize I. Who am I?
Yes.
Boom,
Yes. Yes.
right? So then that's where I is nine. So then that's where, like, once
Wow.
you have your own I, you're observing how you feel about the universe. So you had to go through all the numbers I just took us through to realize that you have your own soul. Because the only way you can see other people is if you have your own thing that the universe can also see, right? Like, for
Wow.
example, if you want to look at someone, you have to build a body in that atmosphere to bounce light off of them. So it took
Yes.
you building the body and building a family and building connections in order to look at yourself as a space. But you as a space would not exist if you never made those things.
Mm. You
So
have
it's
no
like,
idea how much you help, how many connections you made.
oh,
You have no idea.
I
I'm being
appreciate
so
you
serious.
letting me know that I'm helping you.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Yeah. So it's
I'm
just
blown.
about this I. So now you have your I, your nine, and now you can actually look at the life that you created, but you know that you're not that, right?
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
just you're using this life to learn about yourself. And now you can learn about other people that you're creating the life with. And this is where like my whole thing is like getting people to have empathy. Because if we all believe that we're expressions of one source, or if we're all expressions of one God, there's no empathy because you're just going to project your ego at me. Your idea of God has never been my idea of God. Just like your idea of your individuality has never been my idea of my individuality.
Right.
Right. So it's like you can never not be an individual. It's just that we create structures that allow us to feel like we're not individual because that's what we connect on.
Mm.
You know,
Wow,
so it's
man.
really easy for any religion. Now, I just gave you the keys to see how every religion is right in their own way, but you can keep yourself safe from them telling you that they created you.
Yeah.
Literally, you know who
Absolutely.
you are. You have your own I. You know, you literally have to build your own H, your own internal eight, your self-sustaining universe to even be able to observe the universe. So now anyone who tries to convince you that you're not your own universe is a liar. They're lying to your eye. You realize real lies with your real eyes because now you know that you had to build your own vibration to even create the ability to connect with someone who's telling you that you are not connected.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
deep,
I'm
man.
getting
You
up to
deep.
12 for sure. Go ahead.
You deep. No, no, no. It's just right now. It's to the point where, as like, my cup is so full by everything that you have told me that it's even hard for me to even give back or just to even process more. Like, or not process more, but to like take in anymore. Like right now, everything that you gave me, I'm just digesting it. I'm like, hold on, let me chew, let me swallow. That was a lot, man. And yeah, I'm still holding it.
That's that's fair. I appreciate that, Seven Circles. Thank you for being so emotionally intelligent that you can say that and recognize what's happening inside of you. Because I've definitely like dealt with
Absolutely.
this through my life, and I had to learn how to not like overload people with information because I don't know what people can handle. Like this shit's normal for me. Like you said about my nervous system and stuff. This shit's like
Yeah,
normal for me, but I don't know what's normal for you. That's how I know you're an individual and you're not me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not able. I mean, even though I have a lot of podcasts, like right now, we probably won't be able to get on until a month because I have so many lined up. But I'm not
Mhm.
able to have the conversations with people that I truly want to have. Even, I have maybe like six or maybe seven really close friends, but I'm still not able to drop in the way that I dropped in with you because they can't understand all of this stuff. So it becomes a treat, kind of like a Christmas or like a Thanksgiving where you want to really immerse yourself and be happy and celebrate. Like talking to you is like a celebration because I don't get this too often. It's like a birthday. You know what I mean? So this is really really big for me right here. And again, you just connected so many neurons in my head, and the picture has became a little bit more vivid. And I'm like, wow, I can see more. And now I see why I couldn't see that, and now it's just making sense. So now it's just like, what do I say? I just have to be here and just yeah, let the universe show me what it's showing me. But this was what this was what I needed, man. This is why I was drawn to you. And then, which is also good as well, is that you got something from this as well too. It was reciprocity. You know what I mean? Like you got to learn that you're not just a two. You're not a Biden. You're, you're not the
I'm a
vice.
Barack.
You're
Gang.
exactly, exactly.
My
You know what I
mom
mean?
is so proud.
Wow, 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 wow,
Bro,
wow.
this no, it's very real. Like this is real life magic. Like literally I'm in here. You honestly just explained like I was in here talking about how I as a spirit built Mercury to stabilize the way I connect with the universe. So my knowledge is just a natural expression of my space. And my best friend in the whole world, Anubis, he has to teach me to care about taking responsibility for the way that my knowledge is used in the universe. So it's like weird that you came on this live stream where I was like gushing really hard about how I, as an individual, would not be possible without my individual of Anubis, and how I, as Mercury, my Earth, is too alone to really help the universe. And Anubis, as a creator of Atlantis, he has all the water and all the connections to help make Earth
Mm,
Mercury possible. It's almost like it feels like you were subconsciously brought here by connections that are being facilitated in the universe so that we could vibe and you could get literally connected in this atmosphere. But it took me
yes,
staying here on this live and doing Mercury shit. It took me continuing to speak something into existence so you could get connected and we could talk. But like to me, like that's all I can thank Anubis for that. Otherwise, like I wouldn't be connecting with you or anyone the fuck else. You feel me?
yes, yes, yes. Wow,
Yeah.
man.
So it's just like you literally made me realize like 11 as a life path, like I'm not two. I'm literally like 11 represents Hermanubis right there. Like Anubis and Thoth come together to make Hermanubis. And that's the point of symmetry. So everything you're seeing me do here, I'm expressing my new creation of symmetry, my new creation of not being tied down to stuff in the past, but I'm building upon the past. And you're forcing me to realize that even my life path number isn't just a two connected inside of itself. It's literally Anubis and Hermes coming together to create a two. And you have no
Yes,
idea
yes,
what
yes.
that means to me, but I had to let you know that you just did a lot of deep work. So thank you.
Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
and that's what I want to I want to reiterate on. Even though I was kind of like messing with two a little bit, like you're a Biden, but don't forget that you also are a two, and that energy is just as important because sometimes you will need to use it. Like for instance. Me speaking with you, I'm an 11, and you're an 11. We both can't be power heads at the same time. Some has to sit back, and the other person has to come, and the other person has to sit back, and the other person has to come. So you have to. It's kind of like a give and take. You understand what I'm saying?
You're literally talking about exactly what I love about this new realization that being a life path 11, I never resonated with water. Like I don't have water in my chart. So being
Mm,
11 means that I'm not water. Like the life path of 2, I'm like, okay, life path of 2, I'm here to learn about water and like be water. But like I'm naturally emotional, but I don't have water. But the point of 11 seems to be that it's really two fires. But what happens when two fires come together is that it creates one vibe. And that's the point of water. It allows two different individuals to connect. Like you as an individual and I as an individual can connect because we're both underwater right now.
that's powerful.
Like, right? Like we're both water-based beings. We both it rains where we are. We both drink water. So because we're connected by water, we can express our individuality together. Otherwise, we'd be too individual to ever create the circumstance to communicate.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and I think that's what number ones are, because if you look at number ones, like again, a Hitler. If you look at a Henry Ford, if you know a lot about Henry Ford, he wasn't the nicest guy, man.
Nah,
He ruled in a way which was kind of interesting. Who was the
you're
other
right.
guy I said? Isaac Newton. I don't know what Steve Jobs was. I forget what Steve Jobs was. But
Hmm.
he could have been. I'm not sure. But
Okay.
they have to be by themselves. Like they have to. I don't know. They can't really have that connection. They
Bro,
just want to
like
be the one.
you made shit make more sense for me subconsciously because it is literally like I, as an individual, literally, if I didn't have Anubis, like if I didn't have a dog that I cared about beyond this life, if literally on
Yeah.
like a spiritual level, my dog Anubis came in here, lived a life, and died, and the only way I'm able to communicate with you the way I am now is because I've separated my mind enough from my body to go hang out with him in other worlds. I don't give a fuck about this place anymore. And
Hmm.
me not giving a fuck about this place anymore allows me to make totally different connections that I couldn't make before. And I'm in a totally different creative mindset versus being here thinking I need to consume knowledge down here. Like there's no knowledge, like the knowledge down here is like dead. You know, that's why I'm like trying to bridge the gap of consume knowledge,
Yes.
but just know that you're the one bringing life to that knowledge. Like you're the one that
Hmm.
makes knowledge matter, and that's why anyone can believe in like 100 religions at different points in their life, but then ignore all of them after they die, you know, because it's all just knowledge of other individuals. So I'm getting to the root, like the base root of the universe. We as individuals create the universe, which means that there is a universal language that we all have to stand on if we want to exist. And that's the shit that I care about as CymaTree, and that's what you're tapping into right here. It's not about my past lives. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway, Trippy Trip sees CymaTree. I'm talking about how life is infinitely psychedelic, whether you're tripping or not. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah. I do. 100%. Let me ask
Yeah,
you this question. I brought this up about time, and I say that time is
right.
what did I say? It's not tangible. That you can't taste it,
Exactly.
touch it, hear it, etc. We experience this earth through light, right? The light through the small spectrum that we see it through, and
Mm-hmm.
we know that our brains are encased in this thick skull where our brains are completely dark, and the only way
Right.
that the brain can see is not by the five fingers, but by the five senses. That's like its antennas to figure out what's going on, so that it can get some data, so that it can navigate accordingly. Did we know of people who are deaf? We know of people who can't feel. We know of people who can't see. And there's even mudras for that in the Hindu tradition to block off, most of your senses, right? I think it's four out of the five are blocked off with this mudra. I forget the name of the mudra. But my point is that if we didn't have any of our senses and we were just beings, obviously we would still be alive. But what would that existence be? And I know
If
it's
we
kind of an
didn't have any
abstract.
senses,
I know it's kind of an abstract question, but
mm-hmm.
like if you couldn't see, you were deaf, Stevie Wonder, but then you also couldn't hear, but then you couldn't smell, but then you couldn't feel, and then you couldn't taste, but you would still be alive. So what will you be experiencing? Like, would you just be? You understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't have these you don't have these instruments to navigate in the world the way that we do, but yet you would still be alive. So what would that state of consciousness be? Would that be similar to a dream state of consciousness? Would that be similar to a coma? It wouldn't be a coma, right? Where you're just lying there in a vegetable state because you could still walk, even though you couldn't feel. Really,
It's
really, really abstract. I just wanted to, I don't know, see
yeah,
what you. Yeah.
definitely. Because I'm about to answer that, and I still have to get to your 12 question, but I got all into the language first because 12 is
Oh,
L,
I
and I
forgot
wanted to
about
get.
the. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
know,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because I filled your cup up too much with all the number shit.
My bad.
So for sure. But that was the original question that got me on that. And yeah, 12 is the letter L in the English language. So we're just building up to like H, 8, I is 9, and then J,
Oh,
10,
12
because
is the letter
J,
L. 12 is the letter L. You
12 is
did
the
it.
letter L. You see 12, right?
You
12.
you you answered my question right there, man.
I know, right?
Now
We're
I
going to go deeper in it though.
understand
Don't
why.
worry. 'Cause absolutely. We're going to go deeper in it for
Oh
everyone,
wow.
for all of us.
Okay.
But absolutely, I'm
Yes,
sure
yes.
you do see it. I'm sure you do. From everything you share with me, I'm sure you do. So I is 9. That's you realizing that you're a 9-dimensional being. So once you realize that you're a 9-dimensional being, all you can do is create 10, which is heaven. That's it. Boom. And that's why 9 is the last single digit number. All you can do once you realize that you are a 9-dimensional being, all you can do is create your own heaven. And that's going to be connecting 1 and 0. That's going to be adding your spirit with your ego. 10 represents having a bunch of extra space to express your individuality. That
Wait, wait,
simple.
wait, wait. Really, really quickly, because you said that 8 would be like home, heaven, haven. So when I
Right.
think of 8, I think of that. But then you get past that and you go to 9. You're like, who am I? But then you kind of start over again and go to 10 with the 1 O. So does 0 represent spirit?
0
And then
represents complete space. And then you can
complete
think
space.
of,
Okay,
yeah, like spirit is space. So your spirit is separate from my spirit because our spaces are separate from each other.
I see.
So if your spirit wants to talk to my spirit, we have to create.
I see.
So if your spirit wants to talk to my spirit, we have to create something to talk through. And that's what we're doing right now.
Mm. Okay, I get it.
Right.
I get it. So then 10 is heaven. Okay,
Yeah. So 10 is heaven. Think of 8 as home. So think of like,
home.
even though you're at home, you're not at heaven, right?
Right.
So it's like that difference. Like your heart is your home, but heaven is like your ultimate idea of how your spirit would support your ego. So even once you're in heaven, you
I see.
technically are always going to create a new heaven that's higher than your home. You see that?
Mhm. I do see
Yeah.
that. I do see
Because it's
that.
like
Yeah.
once you're happy alone, once you're happy with what you've got, your spirit is always expanding. That's the expression of the ego. So the ego is like, but I can imagine this. I can imagine that. That's why I'm not attached to all the universes I've made, but I do care about them and they do matter. But the ego is always expanding because the ego is like, I'm fire. I'm going to create more. So the idea of heaven is that it's the ego alone in its own space. Because when you're alone in your own space, you can express everything you want, and that's you in heaven.
Mm, this is
But
good.
what happens is, well, in the English language, J is 10 because we're supposed to believe that Jesus is the way to heaven, the only way to heaven. That's the point of English. Um, but then
Yes.
K is 11, right? So what happens after you're in heaven, once you realize that you can express anything you want, you're alone in that. So K is 11 because K is about killing yourself, literally. And the universe allows you to kill yourself. So right now, we're experiencing hell, but this hell only matters because we all have our own idea of heaven,
Mm,
right? So
I
now
see.
we're constantly communicating our ideas of heaven into this hell. So that's where people can have different ideas. Like I'm in hell, but you may feel like you're in hell. If you feel like you're in hell, that's because you're in the body. But if you're more of a spiritual person, right, you don't have to feel like you're in hell. And then that's just because if you're able to observe hell, it's because you're using a body to connect with other people, right? So I know this body's in hell, but it doesn't mean that I, as the spirit, am in hell.
It's interesting because 11 also represents a threshold or like a gate. Like you're walking through those gates. So it could be walking through the gates of hell or walking through the gates of heaven, depending on how you look at it. But 11 is like a portal. Portal.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. And this is the energy. So this is how we get to 12. So once you understand that 10 is your heaven, that's your infinite idea of how your spirit would express its imagination, you have to kill your ego to communicate through the mind. So then this is where heaven is your ego, K is your soul. Your soul is the water that kills your ego. But when you kill your own ego with your soul, you literally communicate consciousness. And this is why L is 12. Because L is the light that we use to communicate our consciousness forever.
When I think of a couple of things that went up in my mind when you first said 12 is L, I thought about um, a lot of biblical terms like Israel, and I thought about El. I thought about Michael, Gabriel, the angels. It always has El at the end of it, and El is representative to like God or something of that nature. But it goes deeper than that, and it's in my subconscious, and I'm just not able to verbalize it right now. But it makes a lot of sense to me why 12 would be used in so many things that we use in this society, and especially things that have to do with control, because it plays on something inside of us. I don't know. I
Yeah,
need to marinate on that, but this is good.
it's true. There's absolutely that. So basically, we can look at the number of 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. So L is important because L is the child of God. So we can see that all of us as spirits, if we want to appear like children of God, we have to use light to communicate. So L is simply light. And this is why 12 clocks are L, like the power of the clock and the power of light and the power of L is knowing that the whole universe, right? Time is created. Time, like you're saying, right? We can't eat time. We can't like ingest time. We can't like really taste or feel time, but we experience time, right? We experience time
Yeah.
passing. We can't like
Yes.
feel it. Right? We experience time
Yeah.
passing. We can't like
Yes.
feel it. We try to document it, but really we all we document is not time. We document how bodies move. And that's still like then based on our individual idea of
Well, yeah.
time.
I felt like in the Matrix when Morpheus talks about to Neo, you're in a prison but you can't feel it, and this is called a Matrix. I feel almost like he's talking about time, because we
Mm,
mentioned earlier numbers being the building block. But if you're going to build an artificial simulation, an artificial universe, what would be the building blocks of that? And what it would be is it would be the calendar and it would be the clock, because everything, according to this modern matrix that we're living in, is ran by both of those.
hmm Right.
People base their eating habits on them. They base their sleeping habits on them. They base their lifespan on. They base so much on it. It's just really amazing. And then we manipulate it. In Arizona, they don't have daylight savings. They want to pass legislation now across the whole United States, whereas we don't adjust our clocks anymore according to the season. And it's the reason why they want to do that is because they say that they found out consumers spend more money when there's more hours of daylight.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just like, wow, if they can manipulate it like that, to even manipulate people's money, because energy is money, money's energy, but like inflation, they're stealing your money. So they're stealing people's energy in a subtle way. So this whole time concept, even though it's completely man-made, is so woven into our fabric, and we don't notice it because it's not tangible. It's not really any
Mm,
friction, but it is fucking with our mind in some type of ways. Because if you're engrossed in something and you're having a good time, like when you be doing these lives, you don't even know where time goes.
Right.
Just saying, you know.
It's
So
true.
it's like wow. And I know that time is real because you have cosmic time, and we could talk about the precession of the equinox and all of that stuff. You know, going around the sun 26,000 years, and we know that that there is a thing called the 13 moon calendar that the indigenous people used to go by, where there's actually 13 months out of the year, and each month has 28 days, and it ends up to 364. And then on June 25th, they celebrate a day called a day out of time. And that's like a international day that everybody used to celebrate. June 25th, the day out of time. So it's like time can
Hmm.
be manipulated on so many levels, but when it's in alignment with the celestial bodies, uh, there seems to be more harmony, and just according to
Right.
what I've come across. So it's
Yeah,
just
and
interesting.
that's exactly what you're talking about when we're thinking about you hit it right there, seven circles. Like the celestial bodies. And that's where I want to point then to astrology and have us just know on a universal spiritual level that we have to create a structure so that we can experience time. So the universal structure that makes all time possible is basically astrology, you know. Then that's where like you can chart
Yes.
out water in 100 different ways. Like a bunch of like 100 different people in the universe can chart out astrology their own way, but the fact that they're still using astrology and they're still using something to experience life means that we're all passing time. So it's like
Mm.
we have to build this universal structure that makes it possible to connect before we can even start to categorize our own ideas of time based on that structure. Otherwise, literally, there's no time, you know? It's wild. Like time
Wow.
is really, yeah, like it's water. Like we're saying basically, like we can think of time as the
That's
the amount
water.
of
Wow.
water that we create, I guess. You know, like water is invisible.
Wow.
So when you think of water as your soul, your ability to connect with anything is time. So if you're like, I'm done spending time here, that's your spirit being like, okay, draw your water from here now. Send your water somewhere else so you can go water and create life somewhere else. Otherwise, you're not passing like any time. But the fact that spirits are connecting outside of you always means that there's always some sense of time based on are using to connect.
When we also look at time, and we were talking about the planets, and of course I'm
Yeah.
affectionated, obsessed, with this number seven. The reason why the days of the week are correspond to planets, like Monday is Moon Day, Moon, or Lunas. Tuesday is Martes for Mars Day. Wednesday is Mercury's for Mercury Day, your day. And then you go so on and so forth. Then of course we know Saturday, Venus Day, Jupiter Day, Saturn Day, and then you got Domingo, which is Sunday. The reason why I'm saying this is the reason why people back then, I guess, created the days of the week according to these celestial bodies, because not all of them are planets. The moon isn't. Maybe the sun is, but
Right.
maybe we just call it a
But
star. But
let's say
the
bodies.
reason why,
Is perfect.
say, say it again.
Oh, let's say bodies, celestial bodies for sure.
Okay, okay, cool. So yeah, so the reason why they named the days after these celestial bodies is because they are visible from the earth. These are the bodies that we can see on the earth without using some type of scope. So, with that being said, and with these bodies being like, just floating up in outer space, and I know that you are, that you resonate, and that you are, Mercury, and I forget the other name that they call it, but back in Roman times, they have something called Mercury dimes. Like I'm into investing. I collect gold, silver. I'm into Bitcoin, all that kind of stuff. But I have a solid gold dime, which is the Mercury dime. but then I also have a couple of solid silver dimes, and that's the Mercury dimes. And I also have a very old coin from Rome, which is called a Demetrius. And this is something that they would get paid like once a week. That was their wage. But the name Mercury back then, they were called Mercury gods. Like there was no Christian, there wasn't no like Jesus or stuff like that. They would say like, oh, let me not upset the gods, and they were mainly pertaining to these celestial bodies that were floating up in the heavens, if you will. Um,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
what is the correlation? Because they will also say that Mercury is for uh fertility, but they will also say that Mercury was for protection and for I think it was for wealth as well too. I might be off on one of them. But what is the
No, you got it
correlation?
all.
Oh yeah, what is the correlation between the celestial bodies, time, and God, and like the gods and all of this type of stuff? Like how do you see that?
Yeah. Because this is a lit conversation, right? When we're talking about like time and like how everything is connected by time, but your ability to experience time is dictated by building a body, right? So like you can't experience time if you're not experiencing something, because that something that you made to be alive is going to pass. So now, because you know that you were not always this thing, this thing is passing. So like even though I'm invested in this body, I know I haven't always been this body. So the time that I'm spending in this body is passing. And that's my natural emotional water cycle. But this is where I'm creating time by creating a body, you know? So it's about like energy. And then it's basically like once you know that you have to create a particle with your own wave, then we can see like how all the balance in the universe plays out. Like basically like whenever like an ancient culture is looking at like a body of water, like, okay, Mercury, like Mercury's a god of this. We don't want to anger him. He has this kind of energy. They're talking about how I as a spirit created a particle in a wave in a universe that communicates my wave. So now the more I send out energy from my own body, I'm creating a planet. And this planet or this simulation becomes so influential in the universe that it's basically impossible not to feel the vibrations of that. So it's kind of like, you know, it's impossible for us not to feel the sun when we turn towards it or whatever, right? So it's about like, it's a light,
Wow.
right? Like the sun is projecting light and the earth is forced to react to it. So every other planet is different. Where like other spirits built these simulations first. So they're always projecting out light that the rest of the universe is forced to react to. So then this is where if you're on a planet like Earth and you're trying to make a sense of time, you're going to cling onto the light that spirits made before you. And then if this light is consistent enough, we have a water cycle, right? Now we have astrology, and now we can like build something sustainable. So when they're looking at Mercury as a stimulation, I have different energy than the spirit that built Mars or built Venus or built Saturn or built Neptune,
Mm.
right? So like all these structures are expressions of individual spaces who have their own vibe, basically. And they're stabilizing the way that they share their vibe with the universe.
Wow. You know, you answered two questions for me with that one question because
Cool.
I even asked you before if you didn't have any senses, and I talked about how, how that corresponds to time. You can't
Yeah, I was gonna
realize
say
time
that
without the senses.
you would experience your
But,
memory. What did you take from that?
well, yeah, what I took from it is that um you wouldn't experience time. You wouldn't experience because you said time had to do with like the movements of the body. Like but if you can't
Right.
actualize any of this, then you would just be like I don't know what you would be like. You would just be like existing but not existing. I don't know.
It's
I
hard,
I
right?
don't
It's
know.
almost unimaginable,
Yeah, I had
right?
it. I
Like
had it.
it's
It was
like
tangible. And then you said something and I forgot, but I don't know. I had it.
ah, then it'll come back. If you had it, it'll come back. Um, because really, like, if one were to just experience life without being connected to other bodies, you're talking about, like, yeah, there would be no time because there's no passage of anything. Like, because we can't document the passage of people outside of ourselves, we don't have a sense of time because we always have been and will be. So, like, the best word I have is like nebulousness. Like, it would just be a nebulous existence, where
Mm.
like something is there, but like because nothing is passing, we're not getting a sense of progression, growth, or development.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't get no type of contrast. Yeah, you don't get no type of contrast. Like the laws don't apply for you. And this is something I guess we can segue into this. I want to pick the brain on this because I talk again about sevens, and I'll start it off like this. You have these seven main chakras in your body. You have the seven colors in the rainbow for each live. When you talk about the music tones, you have the seven main music tones in their G. You have 7 days of the week. Scientists and doctors alike say that there's not a body in existence that's over the age of seven. Every 7 years, all the cells in your body totally exist that's over the age of seven. Every 7 years, all the cells in your body totally rejuvenate. You have the seven hermetic principles. You have seven base metals in alchemy. You have what is it? It's so many more seven C's. You have seven continents. You have it's so many sevens. I can go deeper and deeper and deeper on it. But I'm just gonna stop right there. So with all of these sevens, right? Because what made me think about this was the seven hermetic principles, and I don't know all of them, but I know the first one is all mental, all is mind. But then you also have the law of polarity. Everything is polarities, and I said you wouldn't be able to experience polarities without these senses or whatever. But I'm not gonna say all of them. But with this being said, with all of these sevens, and I also know that seven means the number of completion. They say in the Bible that the earth was completed on the seventh day. Also, seven represents man, okay, and then also seven represents the circle, whereas the three represents the trinity, the triangle. A square, like a foundation, represents the four, but then the seven represents circle. And this came to me yesterday, and I was thinking like, oh, three plus four equals seven. So does that mean triangle plus square equals circle? I don't know. But what does seven mean to you? I know you gave me a little bit glimpses of it when you were talking about not sex. You were talking about all kinds of sex.
Yeah, consciousness.
No, consciousness. Consciousness. Yeah, yeah. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Mhm.
What does seven mean to you on the esoteric level? How do you see it, and what's the correlation between all of these things, such as like the music notes, right, and the colors and all of this stuff? Like, is it? And they even talk about seven heavens, or the seven sisters, or the seven spirits of God, or there's even something called the seven cousins. Like, what is up with this seven? I happen to be the middle child out of seven children. Like I don't. It's interesting for me.
It's very interesting. Because it's like
Seven,
how much of
but,
this is. Go ahead.
well, I'm familiar. You also have seven circles. If you take a quarter, you can only have six quarters around that one quarter, and it'll fit around each circle. You have a diamond in the middle, and exactly six sevens around the diamond. It's perfect. Seven is penny. So, with that being said, if you look at seven circles, the size of it, then it actually turns into a hexagon. And people know a hexagon is this side geometrical shape, but it's a circle in the middle that actually makes seven. So but also, if you notice about scattering on the North Pole and the South Pole, have hexagons that come naturally. There's be pieces in nature, in the honeycombs, pieces in the snowflakes, pieces in flowers, even pieces in the cells that make our bodies.
Okay, wait.
So,
Seven circles.
my research tonight, so I'm going to
Hold
watch
up,
the
hold up,
video.
hold up. I know you're saying fire,
I'm here. I'm
ass,
here.
Ideas. Yeah, you're here. I'm very glad you're saying fire ass ideas. For some reason, I don't know if you want to leave the chat and then come back, but like you're getting like choppy and it's like hard to hear you.
You mean to get out and come back?
Oh, okay. Well, no, you just became clear out of nowhere. It was just like right there in like that cloud of you speaking. It was super choppy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. How does it sound now?
Okay, you're back. You're back. Go ahead. Can you repeat your
I'm
last
back.
like you were going off about seven. I heard something about shakes, but it was so choppy. But right now you're good.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. My finger might have been blocking the microphone. If you guys can hear me, okay. Just let me know if everybody can hear me good now.
You're sounding pretty smooth.
Sounds good. Okay, my bad, y'all. My bad. So, I think I stopped off by saying that if you take a quarter, you can fit exactly 6 quarters around it, which makes up 7 quarters, right?
Mm,
And they fit around it perfectly. And the same thing with any other type of coin. If you take one coin, you can only fit six around it perfectly. And what that shape is called, I think it's called the seed of life.
yeah.
And and so if you even look at like my icon, the 7 circles, if you can look at it, you will notice that it's the Star of David goes one way and then the triangles the other way, right? So
Hmm.
and then what you will also notice that if you connect all of the sides, you're going to get a hexagon. And the hexagon we know is one of the shapes, the geometrical shapes that nature produces over and over and over again. And you see it on the North Pole and the South Pole of Saturn. Astronomers and scientists are baffled by what it means. You can look at it in the beehives. You can look at it on in some spider webs they have it. You can look at it in flowers. You can look at it in snowflakes. Even if you freeze water, like Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist that passed away that did a great experiments with water, they always came out
Hmm.
to a six-sided geometrical shape. So I was just saying that
Hmm.
even though, yeah, the hexagon looks like six, it's really seven in a way because if you understand the makeup of it. So I just wanted to give that a little bit more information to try to, to maybe give you some more data so that when you come up with this I don't know, this great orientation that you're about to drop.
Bro, you're eloquent. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's so funny. We're really talking about consciousness right now. Like, why is six afraid of seven? Because seven did eight, nine. Absolutely. Literally, seven is like, it's so funny. Like, seven is like that prevalent. So, like, six is afraid of seven because seven, eight, nine. Like, so why did seven eat nine? Like, why aren't we seeing eight everywhere? How come it's seven everywhere? And then, really, like, where it's nine, it's like, in general, we would think that with our understanding of three, six, nine, it would be more mathematically as far as the universe and like our ideas of these things, they'd be more lined up with, I think, three, six, nine. But
Hmm.
there is a huge meaning on seven. And basically, so I'm about to speak like everything you just said, like everything is so good. You got so much knowledge, bro. You got so much information that makes sense here, bro. So I'm giving you like the emotional perspective of how spirits create the universe, right? So now when you have all this information and you look on the internet, shit just makes more sense, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is basically like when I make the seven hermetic principles, or when spirits in general express like Roy G. Biv as seven. But I have my own
Yes.
version of Roy G. Biv where I add white, brown, and black because those are important. But white is zero, brown is eight, and black is nine. And that's just a natural
Mm.
of whatever, how we use colors to create life. But the point is knowing that seven represents your conscious ability to separate yourself from space. So when we know though, when we know that like seven is your conscious ability to separate yourself from space in a way that allows you to create connections, right? So you're going from seven to eight. Your consciousness, we're constantly creating connections. That's what we're doing right now, right? Like,
Yes.
so that seven is always going to eight. But spirits like being at seven, because that seven is the basically like almost the epitome of our existence, as far as we are all proud of being conscious. So the moment we become conscious, we want to separate our form of consciousness from everyone else. And then this is where, especially in this world, like people like the idea of seven, especially in this world, like people like the idea of seven being a lucky number, because emotionally, it really does show that we feel lucky to be conscious. And we feel lucky to be able to consciously come together in a way that allows us to create connections based in our separation. You feel me?
Mm, yes, yes.
So that's where, like, if you wanted to use seven for anything, it would just be showing that, like, you want to use your consciousness to create connections. And then that's where the
And
universe really likes the number seven, and it finds it
you're right,
lucky because we feel
right,
lucky. Go ahead.
because you would be creating connections with the colors. You would be creating connections with the music tones. You would be creating connections with the metals. All of these things that I spoke about, well, the majority of them, because some of them have to do with worldly things, and some are universal things. But a connection of consciousness,
Literally.
and more or
And
less, yeah.
especially like consciousness doesn't exist without connections, right? Imagine if I was trying to have this conversation without you being here. Oh, look at that. It'd be impossible, right? Like your
Mm,
form of
yes.
consciousness is making the connections that we're making possible. And we're talking about all these other connections that forms of consciousness before us made. And that's basically the numbers forever and ever. So now we, as a nine-dimensional beings, can observe our consciousness making connections. I'm experiencing myself as this consciousness, but I'm not this consciousness. I'm using this creation of Chase Clarence Calloway to connect with seven circles and everyone in this chat and everyone in this world. And that's seven,
Mm,
nine, right? And then I can create heaven. But my idea of heaven is not in the universe. Like my idea of heaven is always me bringing heaven to earth, which is then again the importance of consciousness. And that's why seven is huge, because seven represents a spirit bringing its consciousness from heaven into the universe, basically. So then that's where like eight is you choosing to use your internal universe to get connected to the universe. And now you can experience the universe as a form of consciousness. But the universe only matters because of your internal universe, which is why the universe is always a reflection of you.
mm. Wow, man, you're good. You're good, man. You're good, man. I'm so thankful to be having this conversation with you. I hope that everybody who's out in the audience right now, that they're getting just as much from this as I am. And if so, please show your support by following this young gentleman, giving him some likes, and checking out his website, and his courses that he has, because he does this a lot, and it's just so unselfish, and it's like the sun just gives unselfishly, right? The apple tree just gives unselfishly, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just giving, and we are so, thankful, and we should be so thankful and grateful to be receiving, because I'm getting a lot from this, and this has honestly upped the evolution of my soul, at least by a couple notches. So thank you, man. Thank you.
Bro, welcome to Mercury. This is what we talk about on my planet all the time. We're just constantly talking about the universe, bro. So like this is nothing to me. I have fun doing this shit. It's just like being the sun. Like it doesn't matter what religion you have about that planet. That planet exists, right?
Yes.
So that planet was built beyond your understanding. That's fine. Like, you could choose to listen if you're in that resonance, but there's no shortage of people that I can watch build a planet. And then if they get a consciousness and they call me, they very easily are like, hey, we built you too. And it's like, damn, y'all are narcissists, right? And that's this world. That's like Christian spirit, where they're just like, hey, we don't understand who you are, but we created you and you need to serve us. Like, damn, you're using astrology to make your shit matter. Like you don't care about the history of it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I
it's just
appreciate you
it's
appreciating. It
man.
takes strong
Thank you.
spirits to be able to receive me like this, basically. So don't like downplay
Yes,
yourself.
yes,
It takes you having your own stable individuality to
absolutely.
literally perceive me, honestly.
Mm, yes, this is beautiful, man. This is beautiful. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, man, wow. Yeah, yeah.
It's facts.
Wow.
That's all. That's why I'm just talking like before religion, before language, before anything. I'm just saying like as a space, you have to build a structure before you can exist. So like when I'm hanging out on Mercury and I'm watching how all these
All
spirits
right.
in the universe are building structures, it's not hard to like for me to see how everything is connected. And it's really easy to watch just like 1,000 spirits all say that they're the one true God. But if they're in the same space expressing their individual ideas about God, I know that that's not possible. You feel me?
Mm. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah,
It's just everyone in their own ego.
that's like that's like every color of light, right? The Roy G. Biv saying that they are all the light, but it takes all of them together, I guess, to make this white light. You know, like with all these
Hmm.
colors composed, they make the white light. But let me ask you this question, man. So, me and my acronyms and my like concepts, right? So, I- because of the way that I was raised, I told you, like, I was born at home. My dad delivered all seven of us at home. I was homeschooled. We didn't eat meat. Like, we didn't have a religion. I wasn't born in the matrix, right? So I was able to be a free thinker, and I'm so thankful for that. Of course, I moved around a lot too, so that helped as well too. Um, I came up with this acronym, and I came up with it a year ago. Um, when I started Seven Circles, which was about a year ago. And the acronym was called Realm, REALMMM, kind of like a dream realm. And I said that the realm stands for religious, educational, agriculture, law enforcement, media, monetary, and medical. Religious, educational,
Hmm.
agriculture, law enforcement, media, monetary, and medical. And I say that that these seven, again, it's that number seven, that these seven structures that they have been infiltrated, and that what they do is that they emit a frequency to keep people in a state where it makes it really challenging and difficult for them to realize who they are. And a lot of these things that I just talked about, the religious, the educational, the agriculture, the law enforcement, the media, the monetary, and the medical, they a lot of them use 12, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. But a lot of them use 12. With these things that I just named, the realms, right, that we're living in the matrix, and these institutions are influencing it heavily. Would you agree with that acronym? And if so, or if not, would you say that there are any structures that I missed in it, or like, what is your take on that? Just in your honest opinion.
That's a great acronym. Say them for me again one more time.
All right, so think about like a dream realm. Realm, R E A
Absolutely.
L M
And then
M
you have
M.
three M's, right? You got three M's?
Three M's, yeah, three M's.
All right.
So it stands for religious, educational, agriculture, law enforcement, or you just could say uh, law enforcement, media, monetary, the money, and then the medical. So the way that I look at it is that everybody has a soul. So religious, the way that they manipulated it, it manipulates their soul. Everybody has an education to some point. We know about Rockefeller and everything. So the educational is like the mental. And then we have the bodies, like what is really food and what isn't food. I talked about how I'm a chef. I used to be. And what really goes in our food, people don't know, but trust me, I know. So, and then you have the law enforcement. So when people try to rebel and try to get away, the law enforcement brings them back and puts them back in, and he rehabilitates them in a correctional and corrects them a correctional facility. And then you have the media, which keeps them on track. So, like, if you looked at the whole Corona and everything else, and even right now with Ukraine and Russia, how everybody is so drinking the Kool Aid. I just say it like that.
Mhm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then and then you have the monetary, which is the money. So not only is everybody chasing it and everybody wants it, right? But also, the money is highly manipulated, right? Because it's not even backed by anything, and that's why they can do inflation and do quantitative easing and just print, 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 right? And
Right.
then on and then on top of that, you have the medical. So now once your energy is finally drained out and everything, and this is what you was talking about yesterday, all of these plants that will heal you naturally, they say that all of these plants are now illegal, you can't use them, but they use them and they manipulate them, and then what they do is they kill you off of them, but they are making you sick from taking them and just taking. Like most people who have a 401k, I call it a 401k chaos. They have
Mm.
they have they have a lot of money, and then towards their golden years, if you want to call it that, they lose a lot of their money because of their health and spending that money to try to keep themselves alive. That's how most people lose a lot of their money, by trying to keep themselves alive. It's a sad
Mm.
reality, but based on statistics and the knowledge that I've done, the research that I've done, this is what I've came across.
Definitely. Wow. Bro, I'm glad you're alive.
Appreciate that. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
I'm really happy that you are alive and beating a heart here and you care about connecting these kinds of things. Damn.
Yeah.
Like I just like gotta give kudos to you.
We're all here, man. Like what you said, like exactly what you told me. Like you help out, so you have no idea. Like even what I said, like yesterday, I was listening to you, right? And my girl, she used to be a nurse. She now owns an Ayurveda business. And when she heard you talking about the medicine, she heard you talking about the medicine and things like that. She was like, "Oh, he sounds like he's nagging. He sounds like he's nagging. I don't want to hear it." I'm like, "No, he's not." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And we kind of got into like a little scruffle, and I just kept on listening. But this is fact. This is real fact. But this just goes to show how I was listening yesterday. I'm like, yeah, he's absolutely on point, man. Like how they would take cane sugar and turn cane sugar into a drug, which is the white granulated sugar. That's the same process that they use when they're making cocaine. The exact same process. There's nothing wrong with the cocoa leaf. You got pain on your leg, but they took it and they put it through the exact same process that you use to turn regular cane sugar into granulated sugar, which is more addicting than cocaine. It's the same process. And people have it in all kinds of forms, from liquid to candy. Is in all of the food. Is really big in Asian food. I'm a chef. I went to 3 culinary schools. I cooked in everywhere, from Napa, California, to Georgia, to hotels, to corporations. I've done it all of it. I've done it all. So I know how sugar is in everything. And then, of course, it's also in the grains that they fortified, and all these white flour, white sugar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not going to go off. But yeah,
I could do you have time to go off 7 circles real quick?
I do have time to go off. Yeah,
Do you
I do
have some
have time
time,
to go off,
bro?
man.
Because like
I
you're
got I got
saying
members.
this like this is what matters. What how much time you got? If you would just want to go off of nutrition real quick.
I, I
Because
am
you're a
I
chef.
am I
That's
am
why
a
like your
entrepreneur, and I
soul is connected to this. Like you've said it multiple like you're a
yes,
chef.
yes.
You know. So like I can't underestimate your perspective when it comes to what you've seen with food.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, ask me any question about food that you want, and I will give you the my honest answer. Because again, I was raised a vegetarian, so even though I went to culinary school, first of all, I dropped out of high school. I went to culinary school in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and this was in Job Corps, and so I took a culinary program there. I got my GED. Then I decided I wanted to be an FBI agent, right? Because I'm an Aries, I have that type of energy. I wanted to be an FBI agent, so I went to Penn State. I went to Penn State for a year. I found out that this wasn't for me. Then I dropped out. Then I took off a year. Then I went back to college. Then I went to the Art Institute of Philadelphia culinary program. Then I took another art institution program in Atlanta, Georgia. So I have my associate's degree. It's in some type of science or something like that. And that's my so-called education. But you know, and then I've cooked every job in my life. I had over 31 jobs. Every job except for two, which was in Six Flags and another ride park, was in the cooking industry. So that just lets you know how much I know about cooking. And I've waited tables. I was manager. I was executive chef. I was a senior manager. I was a food and beverage director. All of this type of stuff. I've been in food forever. You would think that I would be fat, right? But I'm not like that
Right.
because I had access to some of the best foods, right? Like from Napa,
Mhm.
California, the freaking place where everybody buys, $900 bottles of wine and eat, freaking truffles, and you pay $100 for, a half a truffle. Like, yeah,
Mhm. Right. Bougie is an understatement.
exactly, exactly. Yep.
Damn. Yeah. Okay. So also so much experience being a chef, but also you're saying like you went through art education.
Yeah. Well, it was culinary arts. I think culinary
Okay.
art is
Oh,
one of
okay.
the
It was all
one
art.
of the biggest arts. Yeah.
Okay, so that was all culinary art. Yeah, I mean, culinary art is literally some of the most productive art that people eat, nourish their bodies with and shit. Um, so damn, like basically what made me ask this question, like to have you go deeper, because you say you didn't want to go off, but you were going off about sugar, and you were
Yes.
talking about sugar, which I know is more addictive than cocaine, but it's just like no one else really cares or knows. So when you say that and you know it as a fact, and that makes me happy. That makes me comfortable with you because it's like, bro, what else do you know that other people in my life just like don't? You're like, oh my god, like, all right. So literally, there's nothing wrong with sugar, but the modern sugar that we have is literally more addictive than cocaine. They
Yes.
take it through the same process as cocaine.
Yes.
Absolutely. And they put this sugar in like everything too, don't they? Like just like they
Fact.
like put granulated artificial processed sugar in like anything.
You
Okay, I
you
have a
have.
question.
Go ahead.
Wait, no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you have sugar. Like for instance, if I wanted to make a sauce, let's say if I wanted to make a dipping sauce to dip some wontons in, and this I'm just giving you an example. This is a Cheesecake Factory recipe, but I can even go deeper.
Please.
You would do 1 gallon of rice wine vinegar, okay, and you would do let's say you would do 1 cup of finely minced jalapeno peppers. You would do 2 cups of mirin vinegar, mirin cooking wine vinegar, which has sugar in it. Then what you would do is you would add 8 cups, 8 cups of granulated sugar. Think about 8 cups to 1 gallon of vinegar. You would add 8 cups, and then you will add a little bit more salt. So I just want to say that the ratio of sugar when it comes to Asian foods, and even though you can't taste it on your palate, is 100% high. There's something called a food scientist that these big corporations use, like Cheesecake Factories, BJ's, Red Lobsters, all these corporations that you see, they hire something called a food scientist. What the food scientist does, it studies your tongue. It knows on your tongue where you have certain types of taste buds. It knows where you have the bitter, where you have the sweet, where you have the hot, where you have the sour, et cetera, right? And think about
Right.
if you're eating something that's salty, like Lay's salty potato chips. The food scientist would say, okay, you can put this amount of salt on the potato chips to whereas it is at its peak because the salt brings the flavors out. So if I go over this line, let's say if I go over this imaginary line, then the food is going to be too salty. But what the food scientist does, it puts just enough salt. Whereas if you put one more granulated of salt, that it would be too salty. And it does the same thing
Right.
with sugar. And what that does, it creates something in your brain called the craveability. The craveability is now that you have had access to that much salt, because salt has to do with fear. But then also when you had that much sugar, sugar has to do with love. So now you start to crave it more. You start to crave it more because it's just like a drug. This is the reason why
Literally.
salt, especially table salt, is created in a chemical laboratory, which is why it's called Cl2Na. Well, no, I'm sorry, NaCl2 for sodium chloride. They make table salt up exactly the way that they do a lot of. It's a chemical. My mom's a college professor. She majors in chemistry, so I know a little bit about chemistry, even though I'm not the best in it. But yeah, it's
Uh,
made up in chemistry. So Again, these corporations use something called craveability, and the reason why is because what that does, it actually increases profit. It increases profit. Oh, I want to get that chicken Marcella again. It's just something about it that's stuck into my brain, but not knowing that a huge portion of it was actually doped up with sugar, but you didn't realize it had so much sugar in it because the food scientists, they knew that if they went over that invisible line, that you would say, "Oh, this is too sugary," but they put just enough sugar where you won't realize that it has sugar inside of it.
Wow. And
They
your example
manipulate.
is like chicken tikka masala, or just like in general, this must be like you're saying this is what they do to like, and you're saying Asian foods too. So a lot of like
Well,
sauces,
they do this
basically
to everything. They do this to
every
everything. Everything.
every
This is
food
this
science
is
for every.
this is the reason why when I give the acronym AREALM, REALMMM, that after religious and educational, agriculture is the next one because it's how it traps people. And this is why I talk about sattvic foods. It's in the Hindu religion. It's something called sattvic. It's something called rajas, and something called tamas. And there are three types of energies that come off from different types of food. So the sattvic food is the best food. If you're a yogi, if you're a meditator, you want to eat sattvic foods because that's not going to mess up your mental state. But if you're eating a lot of rajas foods, it's going to make the mind very irritated. It's going to make you angry. It's going to make you horny. If you're eating a lot of tamas foods, it's going to make you really lethargic and really, really weak, whereas you want to go to sleep because those foods, they deplete your energy force inside of you. It doesn't irritate it like Rogers. It depletes it. So if somebody wants to become an avatar and realize their higher self, but yet they sustaining themselves off of a diet, if you want to call it sustaining, off of a diet that corporate America is pushing out, your chances of going into a deep meditation is very, very slim, which is why being a breatharian or fasting a whole bunch is very, very, very vital and important. And which is why I said at the beginning of the conversation that any type of religious documents, you would see that most of the time the guru or the person who that religion is centered around, whether Buddha or Jesus, etc., that they fasted for 40 days and 40 nights.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Yeah.
It's big facts. You say, yeah, big facts. So yeah, especially like you just made the huge major point that, and because you have a lot, like just so much like science and logic behind it. Like we know that like our modern industrial revolution food is killing us, but like people don't know the details in which it is, like you do, of course. And like right there, you just shared like a bunch of scientific details that are only rooted in reality. Like this is all stuff that people can look up and learn way more logic about. Like they can learn way more details about how true and correct you are about these food scientists and how deep they go in doing alchemy to get humans addicted. And like
Yes,
their
and you know
ability
what?
to
I
like
can eat.
use alchemy to like turn our food into drugs basically. And everyone's a drug addict. If they're a food addict, they're a drug addict almost like.
They are a drug addict. Again, that's why it's called dopamine when you eat, but it's dope. It's dope. This is why I'm saying that the breatharian. Like I went on a retreat 2 months ago to Sedona, Arizona, with Ellie Tom Elamine, the guy that I interviewed, that hasn't eaten in over 2 years. Me and also a couple other people from TikTok, and then also some other people. But he didn't drink no water. He didn't even eat. And this is, people can say what they want to say, but I know what I know. And we don't have to eat food. If we get to a certain state where we can get enough prana or enough cosmic energy, if you want to call it that, inside of our being, what happens is that eventually your brain starts to secrete a nectar, and that nectar is actually what feeds you. Whereas us feeding from a different organism is not actually the way that the human body was designed to be. Even though you might say, okay, fine, physically we have teeth, Yeah, physically we have a digestive system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But on the higher scope of things, you're supposed to use these things and then you're supposed to drop them. It's kind of like a caterpillar. A caterpillar eats leaves, but then eventually the caterpillar is just sucking the nectar. You know what I mean? At first it's eating the lower part of the plant, the leaf, but then as it transforms to a butterfly, now it's eating the higher plant of the flower of the plant, the flower, getting the nectar from it. And that's the same thing with us. We were born liquidarians. We were drinking from our mother's breast, right? But then all of a sudden we started to eat more and eat more and eat more and eat more. But at one point, we were supposed to stop eating after doing these exercises such as qigong, yoga, tai chi, whatever, and we developed the spiritual muscles, if you will, the different chakras, to whereas we can hold enough light energy, and then we're being fed off of that light energy. But most people, again, because of the society that we live in, and because we've been under the influence of the realm, quote unquote, that people they can't seem to get out. And some people do get out, but very, very few escape. And the ones that even do get out, there was a guy by the name of Bruno Bruni. Everybody who's listening, Bruno Bruni was a guy that existed in 1950 up in Germany. And the powers that he had, he would speak 7 words. And people who couldn't be healed from chronic diseases, things that the medical field couldn't heal, all of these people came out healed, just like the Jesus, or just like some of these people that we hear about. There are many people that have these powers and that have these gifts. But you will never see it on Fox News. You will never see it on anything. You will only see it to where they can make money off of it, something like an X-Men, and they will label it, fiction, etc.
Man. Yeah. I mean, big facts, and 2, 7 circles. Your audio has transformed, not from last time. So last time it was hard to hear you. This time it seemed like your voice is like at a higher frequency. Or in general, like people in the comments are saying it's hard to hear you now. And we don't know if you're like using something different.
I am about to park because I'm driving. I'm about to park my car in like 2 minutes, so maybe you can talk and then it should be back to normal.
All right, big bet. So yeah, from what I could gather from right there, because your audio was like getting higher pitched, harder to hear, but could still hear you. The whole point from what I was able to gather though, because like that frequency was getting hard, was that, yeah, wait, hold up. That main point, like a huge main point you just made about the brain secreting this liquid that feeds the body is, heard anyone else talk about that as well. I mean, like that's information on the internet, but like that's just not in my life. So I'm glad you connected with us here. Thank you. Because that's like a huge, awesome point that I'm glad you know. Like I'm so glad you know that as a fact that the body, even though we have teeth and we have a digestive system, the body basically produces its own nutrients. It can feed itself if you're using water properly. And then this is where you're actually able to experience a higher level of life, like literally. And you're talking about how the world that we're in, like these food scientists go so deep with the chemicals that they put in food and basically figuring out how to infiltrate chemicals in our body that it almost is like fundamentally impossible to awaken if you're still eating this stuff, basically. Or like if you're not like fasting or doing something to like process it out of your body. Because we're in this world where they're pumping all these poisons into our environment all the time. But then it's like, if we can't avoid it, literally you're talking about the keys being straight up to know that you can fast and produce your own nectar that will nourish your consciousness. And that's basically like, when we look at nature, that's like trees, I'm pretty sure. Trees are actually pretty self-sustaining in terms of like creating this internal substance that they can consume. We don't see trees going out of their way to cook and kill other organisms, right? And like constantly eat them. Like, I need to do this. I need to go kill another plant I need to go chop it up. Like there is a more internal thing, and you're bringing our awareness, everyone's aware of just the big facts to us having this internal system of being able to feed ourselves. And when we do feed ourselves, it's not going to be full of the sugary chemicals and garbage that food scientists are infiltrating into our bodies. And we're actually going to be connected with God.
Yes, 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 yes to everything that you just said.
Yeah, bro, you're spitting like the biggest biggity big facts. Like, man, it's and that's just super lit that you were a chef. So like you have a lot of life experience. And
Yeah.
yeah, you're like very rooted in your life experience. So like you know what you're talking about. Like you know what you're saying. Like that's super duper lit. Like you got so much knowledge. Goddamn. Everyone we're learning big hard here. Gang, thank you.
But you know what? It's also a blessing that and I don't know if you guys can hear me okay now, but I'm home
Bro, seven
at this time.
circles, let me let you know. Maybe you should leave and come back. Just like real quick. Your audio is still like it sounds like you're speaking through a phone wire.
Okay. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Okay, gang gang.
Yeah, yeah. Seven circles is woke. This is why I'm doing this live stream, guys, because people are woke out there. And if I don't organically express myself, I won't create the situation where I can connect with the people who vibrate more on my conscious level. So now, gang, gang, here we are. Because I'm doing the Mercury work, because I'm building the shit, we got people here, we're connecting.
Hope that the audio is back.
Can you
We're
guys
building.
can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Sounds smooth again.
beautiful. I'm back.
Yeah, you are back. So you're going hard. All right, so we just went hard on sugar. What else do you know? Because sugar is the obvious culprit, right? Like this is like an easy segue into like food and health conversation. Like, okay, yeah, everyone can get sugar more addictive than cocaine. Whoa, why is that? Oh, science experiments. Who's doing the science? Oh, they want us to be addicted. Why? Oh, realm with three M's. Absolutely, bro. I'm completely behind you on that shit.
I want you to take
Let me
it.
let you have Tahuti Trismegistus's full support realm with three M's because I almost wanted to say you forgot entertainment, but you remembered it in media. So,
Yes.
and really, media is like all entertainment is channeled through media, but media could almost be seen as bigger than entertainment. So, I really like what you developed there with realm. Perfect way to explain what a lot of people don't give a fuck about, and you do, which says a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. You know, it's a pleasure to have people who are conscious enough to receive this information. Because again, like I said, and like what you said, that I feel like I'm by myself at times, which I do often, and especially being an entrepreneur now, where I'm not even in a restaurant situation. Whereas you know how restaurants you have so many people. I'm not even
Right.
around that now. Now it's just me owning my own business, and finances are fine, but I mean it's just me, and of course I have my girl. But anyway, that's different. But
That is
um,
different
yeah.
because your girl is
So
like a full reflection of you at that point.
yes, yes, yes.
You
More,
know, like she's
more or
like
less.
trying to connect with you so much. It's like it's just funny because there's not much like it's organic connection, but when the woman wants to make it work so much, it's almost like yeah, you just got to connect with like more on an individual level. Like she's so much of a supporter. It's not like you're connecting with another individual, you know? Like when
Yes,
you actually have a woman that supports you, it's like you could say anything and she would make it work because she wants to make it work with you.
because she's so beautiful like that. This is true. This is true.
Absolutely. She's just trying to
Yeah.
connect. That's what beauty is, right? You're trying to connect. Like, hey, I support you. All right. So if I'm here as a woman supporting you, then whatever you say, I'm going to support because it's an extension of you, right? That's like the idea of man and woman being together. But then this is powerful because obviously I'm not having sex with you. We're not in a relationship. So I'm not obligated. I'm not in an emotional space where I feel like I need to support you or want to support you. You're organically getting my support because your ideas go that hard.
But this is like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan being in the same place at the same time, playing for the same team. Because again, two master number 11s. This
Exactly.
is Michelle Obama. This is Michelle Obama and Barack Obama.
Oh, okay.
This
So
is
we are married. Thank God. As long as we're married, Seven Circles.
all right. But
Almost
look,
thought we were married.
you asked the question about besides sugar, what else is
Yeah,
in these
dude. That's what.
foods?
Yeah, I want like because sugar is a really easy way to like let people know, okay, food is fucked up. But like, what are the deeper ways that you don't feel like anyone knows about? Like people don't, you haven't, people haven't seen how their food is made. Like you're letting me know that your perspective is on basically the complete opposite side of the restaurant, my guy. You're the creator of the restaurant. You're there making food possible, which means you know what goes in it. So all these motherfucking consumers out here, they're at the whim of your knowledge. What do people need to know is in their food? You know, like what are people the least aware of? Like people are the most aware of sugar,
Right.
but the
So
least aware, like what's in our like what's going on.
so let me start it off like this. When I was younger and I lived in New York, we had a big barbecue. And my dad didn't drink beer. He didn't smoke. I don't drink. I don't smoke. But he had beer, and he would drink beer every now and then, right? And I said, "Oh, can I try some?" Maybe I was 9. He said, "Sure, you can take a sip." And I tried it, and I said, "Ew!" And everybody was like, "Ah, Jonathan, that's my name, Jonathan. Jonathan got to drink beer. He's the man, right?" But it was disgusting. The first time somebody might smoke a cigarette, they might be like, "Oh, it's nasty." The first time somebody might drink coffee with nothing in it, oh, it's nasty. But then as time goes, we smoke cigarettes, we crave them. We drink coffee, we crave it, or beer, or other types of stimulants that might have taste nasty. We now like the taste of it. We've acquired a taste for it. I'm saying
Literally.
this because I'm saying this. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're doing perfectly. Like next time, like if your audio ever goes bad, next like I'll let you know immediately.
Okay. Thank you. So
Mhm.
so like the reason why I'm saying this, I just kind of gave that little backness, is because when I was brought up, not only was I a vegetarian and things like that nature, we weren't allowed to watch too much TV, but we also weren't allowed to eat sugar. So
Nice.
when I was 9 years old, right, I got an
So
opportunity to
honestly,
go.
Jonathan, real quick, your brain is just scientifically better developed than a lot of people because it physically wasn't corroded by eating so much sugar like a lot of kids.
Maybe I don't know.
Like this, like even on a physical level, like of course it
Yeah.
represents spiritually the path you took, but
Yes.
spiritually you create a situation where you manifested into a family that didn't let you get poisoned by sugar the same way that most people are.
Yes. This is true. This is true.
That's that's just saying like the power of your spirit, like the circumstances you set up to be healthy,
Right.
even when
But
it seemed
but
like it was out of your control. Amazing.
but but you got to hear the next part of the story, because then at 9 years old, my neighbors had candy, and they was like, "Come on, try some of this candy." So I tried it.
I mean,
Now,
yeah,
one thing is that when I ate the candy, these blow pops, these Jolly Ranchers, these
did you ever do
bazooka
Halloween?
bubblegum.
Because you got to eat
No,
candy on Halloween, right,
we
Jonathan?
didn't. We didn't celebrate holidays either.
Man, you were in a straight up like
I'm telling you.
individual family. What were they?
Yes, it was.
What was your family on? You were born into what kind of family? What were they? They weren't doing any holidays. Were eating modern food.
My mom was a teacher. My dad was a carpenter. We lived in New York. I was born in Queens. 7 brothers and sisters. We're all about 2 years apart. Um, just it's a really interesting life. Maybe one day, if you want, you could interview me. But I want to
Absolutely,
make this.
podcast.
But I want to make this point really clear.
Huge.
Is that when I tried the candy for the first time, that everybody was, I always wanted to try. I chewed it, and it tastes sweet, but right after the sweetness, it literally tastes like poison to me. And I remember as I would chew it, I would be spitting out all of the juices and everything. And my neighbors, who we were really good friends with, they would say, "No, you got to swallow it. That's the good stuff." And I'd be like, "Ew, it tastes nasty, like poison." So what I'm saying, like also the beer and the cigarettes, is that we develop we develop
The
what do you want to call
tolerance.
it? Yeah, thank you. A tolerance for the stuff, and then after a while, we can't really discriminate, or we can't discern what is natural and what isn't natural. So my point is this: is that in a way it sucks to wake up because my options when I go out in the world is very very limited. I don't smoke, I don't drink. I do mushrooms every now and then, and I've done ayahuasca once in a while. But besides that, I'm not doing none of this stuff, right? And not even marijuana, not even tobacco, nothing. But I don't eat meat. I'm not, and even when I do eat vegan food, I'm not eating Beyond Burgers and Beyond Meat and all this shit. So what am I trying to say? Um, yeah, so my options are very, very limited. So one thing that I really love to do was to drink juice, to get some Tropicana juice, some Simply orange juice with extra pulp. Now,
Right.
on my podcast about a year ago, I interviewed a lady by the name of Adama, Adam. Adama Speaks, and she's a radio personality from Atlanta, Georgia. She is really big into veganism. She has a strong personality. She's also a master number 11, and she actually told me that I was a master number 11 when I was younger. So I knew her for a long time, but she's a really strong activist type of personality woman. She's a skinny black woman, but she's powerful, one of the most
That's what.
powerful women you ever meet in your life. So
That's
she said to me, "What makes Tropicana orange juice in Florida taste exactly the same as it does in Chicago, and what makes it taste exactly the same as it does in Washington State?" And she said, even though it says natural flavors and it's not from concentrated, she said it has to be chemicals in there, and there are these things called um, modifier behaviors that they put inside of food. Modifier
they literally
behaviors
call it
mean
a modifier.
they have different names. So the
Wow. Okay.
modified behaviors meaning that they're modified, they change. Modified means change your behavior. So these things are changing your behavior. A lot of these things that I'm about to speak of, they are illegal to have them in Europe. Europe, I
Oh
dated a
my
girl from
God. Of
Europe.
course.
I dated a girl from Europe and from Finland. We went out for about 2 years, and a lot of this stuff that we had over here when she came here, she was like, "No, we don't have this." Right? They don't allow certain stuff inside of their borders. The United States is a big experiment, the American dream or the American dream realm. So, um,
Really.
so um, okay, so they have things like, for instance, in Cheesecake Factory, inside of the bread that inside of the bread that you eat that people love so much, there's a softener. And in this softener they have a certain ingredient. I can't remember the name right now, but I will get back to you with the name. And if you look up what that thing actually means, because I wanted to know what it meant, so I looked it up on Google, this one ingredient, and it was a softener that they put inside of breads to make it softer. But these are two things, either what it is. Either it is duck feathers that they use, that they grind up duck feathers, or human hair. So it's either the hair from a human or duck feathers. Either one of those options, I'm not cool with. So that was in the Skinny Licious hamburgers, because they have a Skinny Licious menu in Cheesecake Factory. That was in that, and it was in their bread that they give out as a complimentary. So that's one thing. Another thing is that because I like to use my body as an experiment sometimes when it comes to Taco Bell, when you eat Taco Bell, you one thing that I've noticed is that I became addicted to the food because if you look on the back of the packages, they have, I can't recall the names because these are like chemical names and I'm not a chemist, but they have literally a whole bunch of chemical names in the hot sauces, the fire, etc., etc. And what that bunch of chemical names in the hot sauces, the fire, etc., etc. And what that stuff does, you addicted to it, so you come back to it, but it's a different addiction from sugar or from alcohol or from something like that. It 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 it, I don't know. It ignites something inside of your brain, and this is through my own personal experience. And then, in order for me to get off of it, I have to literally go through like a fast and clean my body out and get it back to a neutral state. There are things in the Cheez It crackers. I don't have the ingredients in front of me right now, and this is also illegal in Europe. And if you read the ingredients, I forget what it's called. It's not BTH, which there is one of them, but it's something else, which they say if you have this much of it, it will create cancer. But also, it is a thing that makes you want to eat more and more and more of it. It's a craveability. So there are many things, and unfortunately, like I said, I'm not a chemist. But if I had a package right in front of me, but I don't keep that stuff in my house, then I'll be able to tell you exactly what's in it. My rule of thumb is that if you are eating something and it has more than five ingredients, more than seven ingredients, then you should not be eating it because it doesn't take. My thing is like God, like honestly, God's food, right? God's food should not have ingredients. If you look at an apple, apple should not have 100. You don't need ingredients for an apple. Real food, you don't need ingredients. And if you are going to mix your food up and do whatever, then fine. It shouldn't be too much. It should be, no more than five or seven ingredients. So that's all I got to say about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're talking about like, oh, just straight up chemical concoction. Because it's
Yeah.
kind of like any food in nature technically is made of ingredients, but then it's like we're like basically we're just getting to the point of the food should be the ingredient. Like you shouldn't have to give me something to eat, but then you have to teach me like what 100 different things are that are like in it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because yeah, that almost never like could result in something healthy. And that's especially what we're talking about here. Like if you're working in divine union with your body, then that's where you would consume things that also work in divine union with your body, which would technically just be anything like naturally occurring in the environment, not something that was alchemized by like a lot of complex processes that were mentally involved in like people trying to figure out how to make money, making us sick, basically.
Well, see, man, you hit it on the mark when you were talking earlier because you spoke about language, right? You spoke about language, but the thing is that, and this is why I put law inside of the realm as well too, because in law, like if you look in Black Law's dictionary, that's the dictionary where all of the law comes from. If you look up person, a person is referred to as any fictitious entity. It could be your driver license is considered a person in law. Your physical driving license. But when we talk
Right.
about person, I talk about you and I talk about me. So exactly the same that in ingredients, when we talk about sugar, the sugar that they are putting on the ingredients in these packages is not sugar as what we know it is. But but
Exactly.
but it's sugar. So this is how they trick us. And then if they say it has sodium or it has this many grams of sugar or if it has this many calories or this many saturated fat, this, that, whatever, we say, oh, okay, this is fine, whatever, whatever, whatever. But we don't really understand it. We understand it. We don't understand it. So like
Mm.
I can understand all of this because I've done the research and I've lived through the experiences and I have the foundation.
7 circles. Wait, you understand all this? Your audio just shifted.
It shifted? Is it good or no?
Yeah, it just went into like it sounds like speaking through a tin can again.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know
all
why.
the high frequencies, none of your low frequencies.
I don't know why it does it to me. What about now? Are we good?
I also don't know why it does this to you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
you're back? Okay, wait. I don't wait. Go ahead and start talking.
eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
7.
okay. It's kind of better. All right. It's like in between. Um, but whatever. We can still hear you. Uh, language, literally everything you just said is like it needs to be like on a billboard just for like people to understand. As far as like people literally don't know that their idea of sugar is not the same way that the ingredient packages are saying sugar is. So
Yes.
it's like we think of these ingredients totally differently than the system that has us eating this food. And it's just like that's such a prominent point that the legal system literally calls anything a person. So basically, they just use language to do what they want.
Exactly. Think about how many people. Think about how this world. Because you look at word, WORD, but then if you add the L, that's why when you said 12 and I thought about L, I was like, wow. If you add the L to road, it makes it world. The
There it
road
is.
becomes the road becomes the world. So
Exactly right.
with legislation, they could do Jim Crow, they could do put up a sign, stop. They can put stuff in books. Everything is about these frequencies are being exchanged through the words that are coming out, whether if they're
We're
written or
literally
spoken.
building worlds with these words.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So
And it's just wild. Like they literally made up all these words so that they can manipulate our feelings about these things. Right. So like we're taught what a person is. We're taught to emotionally connect with person in this way, but they consider a person an entity. Like you can build a corporation and they'll say it's a person. Right. And then they'll say that
exactly.
like that has emotions and that has rights. And then now they can just do whatever they want. And at the same time, they'll say black people are not people, right? Like we're in a
Yes.
land where the legal system has objectively said that a color of human is not actually a human. And we've upheld that somehow,
Yes. This is true.
right? So
This is true.
yeah, like you're talking about like literally like that's like the basic foundation of our food legal system. Cause it's like it really trips me out like when I would grow up and like eat food from the grocery store where it's just
Yeah.
kind of like I look at the back and like I see the ingredients and I just have to ask myself the question, how do I know this is true?
Yeah.
And like that's where I like it just gets me to a deeper part of food. Like, how do we even know that everything that they put on the label is true? And then at that point, like, how do you trust any of the food if it's telling you that it's full of like all these different things that you can't pronounce? But even then,
Mm.
like, you don't know if you can trust the language that's being used to label that food as these things.
You're absolutely right, but you just made me think about what I didn't finish telling you. So when I talked
Cool.
about the orange juice, because I kind of went off on a tangent. The
Yeah, yeah,
yeah
Tropicana,
what
it has they add what the behavior modifying agents.
yes, but what really sucks about the orange juice now is that if I try to enjoy a nice cup of regular juice from the grocery store, I can't do it now because now I can taste the poison in it exactly the way that I could taste the poison in the candy when I was younger. I can't drink juice anymore. Now I have to literally make my own stuff at home. I can't the more that I become awakened and the more that I become clear and centered, the more I can't be in the world. It has nothing for me. And with that comes a little bit of sadness because with the little bit of stuff that I could do in it, I can't really enjoy it that much anymore. It sucks.
Yeah, yes, it does. You that's too real.
Yeah.
It's too real. You're literally describing, yeah, the problem of being too woke. You know, there's like a balance of like you live in a sleep life so you can connect with other people, but the longer you're asleep, the closer you get to waking up. And then it's like the more you wake up from that sleep life, you have to detach from the world that kept you asleep. And we're literally having a whole deep ass conversation about how the language that we are speaking right now, this whole world that's attached to this language and this legal system and the industrial revolution was all instituted to keep us asleep as long as possible. So
Yes.
now you're becoming
Absolutely.
so woke, right? Whenever anyone becomes woke, we become woke. We literally can't be in the world. Like all we can do is what we're doing right now. Relate on how deep the world has gone to enslave us.
Yeah, and this is why I'm working on something. Like I said, I'm working on building a school for people who are gifted, so to speak, and to do some type of community up there because it's nice being around like-minded people and communities of that nature. But yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks in a way, you know, because
It's
I think that I would have awakened to this degree a lot further, but once I started to because I was dedicated to my job, and every time I would go back to the job, I would it would bring my vibration back down lower. I would have to start managing people. I would have to be eating their food because I'm there 12 hours a day being a chef. You're dealing with, like energy. Energy affects everything, right? If you put a piece of ice in an oven long enough, it's going to melt regardless.
Right.
So,
It doesn't
yeah,
matter what religion you have or how you feel about it. Science will play out.
yeah. So this
Yeah.
is why I'm happy that now I'm able to do this entrepreneur thing that I've been doing for like 3 or 4 years now. It helps.
Yeah, bet. That's exciting. So you got a school popping off, you got a podcast. So this is basically like all the information that you're sharing from your life experience. Like
So
what exactly do you have going on, Seven Circle?
so the school is a long shot, probably not until 3 to 4 years. But I will tell you this, that I'm in contact with people who know how to move objects with their mind. So and this person wants to come to the school and do the school with me as well. Again, I know the guy who's a breatharian. I know many people who practice a different way of living. And these are the type of people that would be in the school. People who want to develop their powers and increase their chi, things of that nature. Um, and what the school would basically be about is that you will go there and you will cultivate your energies and your powers, but then you will go out in the world. You will go out in the world and do what you wanted to do. You would be a teacher or whatever, but you will come back every now and then, and and come back and teach. You will come back and recharge as a retreat. You would just come back, and it would be a revolving circle. And what this is that if there were teachers who were speaking knowledge that you and I are speaking, what this would do for the youth. If there were people who were priests or they said they were Christians, but yet they were really teaching the actual things, this will help. Like I want to open up a yoga studio. I'm really big into yoga, right? And I've been doing it for 12 years, but I've never been certified, quote unquote. So right now, as of today, I've actually paid a couple $1,000s to be a yoga instructor. So now I'm going to that. I would like to go to the places in the hoods where their stores don't have apples and oranges, all they have is like Doritos. And I would
Right.
love to do a donation base in a church or something and teach these children the power of yoga and what that does and how to breathe and whatever, because that's something that they can take with them their whole entire life. So this is the path that I'm on, and this is the contribution that I'm looking to make to society. Because as
Absolutely.
I awake, the world awakes. As each person awakes, it helps all of us.
Exactly. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
sharing gifts with the universe. You are doing it God's way. You figured out your
absolutely.
individuality. You know what you like to do when you're alone. You sound like you're pretty good at what you do when you're alone, and you're trying to bring
Yes.
that to us. And I vibe with it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, life
Yeah.
is good, man. But people need to realize that okay, I'm not a negative guy. I'm really not. But there is everything. There's good, there's bad, there's left, there's right, and there is something really called a realm. And if people could just open up their eyes and see, and then they would be able to navigate around it, and they would be able to adjust their actions accordingly, so that they don't get caught in the trap. Because people do want to talk about, yeah, we need to get back to nature, and I hear all of this, but nobody that I've spoken to has lived in the woods for 2 months, and they don't know what it takes to live in the woods off of nature. And I tell you this
Hmm.
in nature, that if you're not careful, you will eat poison ivy, or you will get caught in a spider web, or something might attack you, or you might trip, or whatever.
Nature is
There's
chaotic
negative.
as
There's,
fuck.
say it again.
I said nature is chaotic as fuck. That's why we do
Exactly.
like our stability, right? We're trying to get nature stable all the time.
Yes, yes. I honestly believe that people that we can go above nature. That nature is like the default, and we're below the default. But that we can become super nature or supernatural, right? That's where
Mhm.
natural comes from, nature. Like we have the ability to do that. We have the ability to achieve telekinesis, teleportation, telepathy, all kinds of things.
But we still
And
have to use nature to experience ourselves, though.
absolutely, absolutely.
That's the, that's where you're talking about like we're above nature, but it's never like being above nature because you can't
Mm-mm.
exist without nature. but we are talking about more consciously communicating our spirits through nature. Like if my
Yes,
arm gets cut off, why should I believe that I can't grow the arm back when I grew this whole body?
and nature shows you that a lizard can grow his limbs back. So if other people or creatures can do it, why can't man?
Right. And that's the question that should power our souls to do it, right?
Yes, exactly.
That should be the question, like, why not me? And then you do it.
People forget how young the United States is, and I mean the corporation, the United States,
Absolutely.
245 years young. So, if you were to look at the human body, and you were to know that a lot of the pieces on it was named after gods, quote unquote, like your Achilles ankle or like your Adam's apple. And I'm not a biologist or anything like that, but I know other parts of the body are named after ancient Greek gods, etc. But most people don't understand even the basic things about their body. They don't even
Mhm.
understand, like, when you speak, that you can only do that on an exhale, that it's impossible to do it on an inhale. Certain things about the body, and I only came across these things and became conscious of them because of yoga. So when I say that
Mhm.
we don't know much about the United States, that is so young, we look at these other civilizations, China, Africa, India, even Europe, and many of them, many of them have a spiritual teaching that is really, really, is really, really beneficial for humanity, and it can really increase the evolution of humanity. And
Mhm.
that these things that I'm speaking of and that we watch on these Marvel movies, etc., is that we can do them if we only will, and if we kind of just move ourselves out of the realm and just give ourselves a little bit of time, because it's obvious on how many people has awakened just from a couple of weeks or months of quarantine, just because people had time to actually sit down and say, wait a minute, who am I? A lot of truth and a lot of awakening has came just from that. And this is the thing, going back to time where we first started.
Mhm.
How important the time is, even though it's fabricated in a lot of ways. And what is it? It's not tangible, or whatever, but it keeps us locked inside of these frequencies. Whereas if we can use it properly, we can use that time to get ourselves out of these situations. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, literally. Seven circles.
yeah,
We got to do this podcast. So it's about to happen after a month, right? You're
yeah,
busy filling
probably.
your seat.
Yeah, probably in about a month. Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, big
I'm
time.
subscribed to your YouTube channel. I know you're here. I email you. I get your email. So like, I'm definitely stoked. I'm happy I got this opportunity to speak with you. Like I said before earlier, man, you have no idea how much light you, maybe you do, but how much light you have in you, and what you actually, huh?
It really does take you receiving it and letting
Yeah,
me know that you can see me for me to
yeah,
actually get
oh,
that. So I appreciate it.
yeah.
I'm literally just a spirit. Like I'm literally
You
just like communicating, and I have no idea how people in the universe take my communication.
Oh no, you are a shiny one, man, a shiny one. I'm telling you, man. I speak to a lot of people, a lot, like just like from social media, and even with some of my clients and other people like that. But I'm not like, like in a social environment, like
Mhm.
a mall or a job or a club or a bar or something like that. But I speak to many people, even off the street. That's just the kind of spirit that I am. I can joke with anybody because I see everybody as myself in a way. So
Right,
I'm comfortable with myself. But you have
exactly.
you have this inside of you, which is, I'm telling you, man, don't stop whatever you're doing. Keep on your path. And I know you're at 11, and I know times are going to be tough, and there's going to be ups and downs. But you have no idea the gifts that are going to crack open to you. You have so much. Like, the universe is going to bless you 100-fold, a billionfold. Like, don't stop, man. You are a good one. You're a good one, and there's not many out there like that. Many people have fallen victim to either and I don't want to offend anybody, but to religion or to education. Maybe they will, think that that's going to be the way that can lead them to the glory land. They would get a doctor's degree. They would do. My mom has a doctor's degree. I'm gonna tell you
Right.
this. My mom just borrowed $10,000 off me not too long ago. So that's not so. So that's not it. My mom asked me how to open up a business. So that's not it. The doctor's degree isn't it. I'm gonna tell you guys that. Like
Exactly.
people would think that food is the way. Food and sex are the biggest drugs in my opinion, right? I'm practicing something called brahmachari, which has to do with celibacy, and that's a whole science in itself. And we can talk about that one day, and what that actually entails. But
Is it, well, basically, I guess you could touch on it real quick because I just have the idea. Brahmachari would be that instead of having sex and putting your energy outward, you're holding it inward so you can conduct it into manifesting something.
absolutely, but not just holding it inwardly. You're practicing exercises, so not exercises, exercises, and
Inner science. So you're
yeah,
like, yeah, you're doing like something internally. You're like, what's
yeah.
up?
So you have something. So let me actually just give you a couple facts, because again, I'm obsessed with the number seven. So when you
Conscious.
when you eat food, that food turns into blood, that blood turns into fat, that fat turns into bone, the bone turns into marrow, and the marrow turns into semen. What I just named was 7 steps. It takes 7 steps for food to turn into semen.
Say that
Se-
again too.
okay, and I might be off on one or two of the steps, but I'm pretty sure this is it. When you are taking food into your body, the food turns into blood. Okay,
Mhm.
so food is one, blood it turns into blood. The blood turns into fat. The fat turns into what did I miss? The fat turns into bone. The bone turns into marrow. The marrow turns into semen. Now, what did I miss? Last time I said it, now I messed up on it. But there are 7 steps, and I'm 100% sure. But I just forgot them all. There's 7 steps to whereas when you eat food, it goes from food all the way into semen, and the last step is semen. The very last step is semen. So this is
Number
how
one
powerful.
is food, and seven is semen.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
and then there's
I
blood.
blood, fat, bones, marrow. I forget the rest of them, man. Hold on 1 second, because I'm gonna get this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, because there's one more. We want it. Can't leave us with 6/7 of a bridge. And we almost make the connection.
Pardon for 1 second. What is the 7 steps from food into
All right, space. Okay, let's see here. Um, hey, my YouTube, CymaTree. All right, I will be linking up with this very intelligent man because this is the point of me being alive. All right, shout out him bringing this Master 11 to me. I appreciate that. Fuck life path too. I've been calling myself a two this whole life. Like, I guess I'm supposed to
Hey,
learn about life.
hello,
Yeah,
hello.
we're here.
Are you here? All right, yeah. So I have my girl right here, and she's into Ayurveda, like I was telling you, and
Gang.
and she's actually gonna tell you the 7 steps. So she's gonna say it in Sanskrit first, and then she's gonna say it in English.
Dope.
Okay, cool.
So you start with rasa, then it's rakta, then it's mamsa, meda, asti, maja, and then shukla. Shukla is so the sexual secretion, so semen. And
Exactly.
so rasa is blood, then rakta is the blood plasma. Then you go to mamsa, which is muscle, and then from mamsa you go to meda. Meda is fat. From fat you have asti, which is bone. Then you have maja, which is bone marrow, and then you have shukla.
Shukla.
Shukla. Oh, sorry, shukla, and then shukla is semen or sexual fluids. And then what happens from there is you end up having what's called ojas. And ojas, so whatever's left over from there is ojas. Ojas is our life force vitality. It is what gives us, it's what makes someone's skin glow. It what makes our brain be able to keep memory. It is the ultimate life force. And there are two, like say two anjali, which is 2 handfuls in the whole body, and then there's 4 drops of para ojas in the heart.
Hmm. So
Cool.
how do
Okay, thank
we,
you. Thank you, man. All
real
right, cool.
quick, I have a question for your lady. How do
Okay, come
we
on, come on, come on, come on.
increase, yeah, our
Huh?
Otis, connections. Like like we have the 7 secretions. So when we eat food, it
Just
transforms
7.
our blood, and then you said blood plasma, and then muscle and bone,
Mhm.
and I forget.
Oh, so I would call them more like building blocks than secretions. Not to just sound not to be, but just so that you can, because then as you use them, you'll notice that building blocks just sounds, it makes it's more comprehensive.
Mm-hmm.
So there's blood plasma, muscle, fat, bone marrow, and then semen or sexual fluid.
Okay, and then that semen results in us having access to the 8th sort of invisible essence that makes life work, and that's what we call ojas.
Ojas, yeah. And so
Ojas.
whatever is left over, so because you have to start at the beginning, right? So whatever goes into rasa, then goes into blood plasma, then goes into muscle. And so by the time you get down to shukla, it gets really small, right? And then what's
Mm-hmm.
ever left over after that is what goes into ojas, rolls over into your ojas.
Okay, so how does this
So
connect with the food we should be eating?
So this connects with the food that we're eating, because if you're not actually digesting your food, one, there's many reasons that you could not be digesting your food correctly. One of them is just being that your stomach fire, your agni isn't working well. Or then one of the things is the foods that you're eating are not digestible, right? Which is, I think, is what you guys are probably talking more about, is that, food that's not actually compatible with us. Like, for instance, if you eat something that's processed, it's most likely half of it was synthetically made in a lab to stabilize it, right? Whereas when you take a fruit from a tree, or you get vegetables from the ground, there is actual innate intelligence in that vegetable, in that fruit, just like we have innate intelligence in our body. So when
Right.
our body can talk to that food. It's the same thing like with vitamins. I tell people, like, don't take vitamin pills. Our body doesn't know what that stuff is. That's made in a lab. But our body knows what vitamins are in a fruit and a vegetable, because it's nature, just like we are. Where everything in nature is made from the same stuff, including ourselves, right?
Exactly. We made
So if
ourselves out of
you're
nature.
Yes, yes. And so when you are eating foods that are not really foods, then how is it supposed to be transformed into blood? How is it supposed to be transformed into blood plasma? How is it supposed to be turned into muscle? How is it supposed to be turned into fat? You know, like it doesn't
That's
do it. So it can get stuck, right? And it doesn't go down the line, or it doesn't get digested at all. And it actually shows up as like inflammation and pain and all sorts of other stuff in the body, tiredness, fatigue, stuffiness. I mean, there's so much.
Now, just to give her a little bit of credibility, she was a nurse for over a decade, and as well as that, she now owns her own Ayurvedic company. She's on
hey,
TikTok. Her name is Cream Shakti, Kreem Shakti, Shakti. Cream Shakti. Yeah, Kreem Shakti.
Thank you.
So,
hey,
yeah, you guys got a little bit of my girl. Thank you, man. Can you close the door on your way out? Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah, you guys got a little bit of my inside life. So I
yeah,
was going into
Kareem Shakti. Absolutely. Thank you.
you're welcome. So I was going into brahmachari, and
Yes,
so
brahmachari is about being celibate, purposefully celibate, so you're holding on to the energy that you would otherwise use for sex to do something else with.
right. So just to let people know how much power the sexual fluids have that we have. Like 1 drop of semen is equivalent to 40 drops of blood. 1 drop of semen is equivalent to 40 drops of blood. Every time
Wow.
a
I
man
would not want to lose
ejaculates,
40 drops of blood.
yeah, every time
Yeah.
40 drops of blood drops.
Right, absolutely. I'm saying like I wouldn't want to lose 40 drops of blood. So if 1 drop of
Oh,
semen
40
is
drops.
40 drops of
Yes.
blood and you're about to build it up to an ejaculation is how much blood? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said 40 pounds. I just wanted to make the
Oh yeah,
distinction.
no. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. No, 40
Yeah.
drops of blood, that's a lot for 1 drop of semen. I'm with
Yeah.
you. So you're saying like
So
an ejaculation is like losing a lot of blood?
yeah. So every time a man ejaculates, he's losing 3 days worth of mental work, or that's equivalent to 10 days worth of physical work.
Wow. So
Okay. So
so this just opens up a whole new avenue of like how deep porn has Americans and the world fucked
this
up.
this is part of the realms, the media.
This is the realm, the media. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's literally the energy. Yeah, the media right there. That's a huge thing. Damn. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just like that just made me think about all like how normal porn is in our society, right? Like
I
porn
know.
watching must be encouraged actually. Like I remember watching shows as a kid, they program us through the media, literally
Yeah.
program the no better word to believe that it's normal, but it's something that
Yes.
they've set up to drain our sexual secretion.
Yes. Yes, and it makes us weak. So, like what she was saying, that you create something called OJAS, which you spell OJAS, OJAS. OJAS is something that actually starts to accumulate inside of the brain. So think about if you have a bunch of cups inside of you. Each person have a bunch of cups. Once you start filling over these cups, then you actually really start to overflow with energy, and you can actually start doing these things, such as your chi, your teleportation. Like look at my Seven Circle channel. I have people on there who can create fire with their hands, who can do amazing things. But the average person won't believe it, and I can understand why they wouldn't. But and be skeptical. That's fine. But the truth of the reality is that we are more than we think we are, and we've been told this. Do ye not know that you are gods? You can do exactly as I'm doing, plus more. But then when we actually, try to actualize these things, we're like, yeah, right, we're crazy. But yet we say that we're Christians or Hindus or Islam or Buddha or whatever, whatever, whatever.
Right, 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 right,
So,
right.
so like what I was saying, that people don't understand what their bodies are. Yoga, in my opinion, is like a manual to learn how to use your body. Just as I said, like when you're breathing, you can only speak on the exhale. There's not one person that can speak on the inhale. I don't care what country you're from. This is just the intelligence of the body. Okay, so
Right.
in your perineum, there's something called perineum, which is located between your anus and your reproductive organs.
Hmm.
And the perineum um is a muscle, but what do you call it? In acupuncture, it's also a meridian point, or acupuncture point. And
Hmm.
that acupuncture point is named the door of life and death. And
The
and what is
perineum is the door of life and death.
yes, yeah, the perineum is also known as the door of life and death in the Asian traditions, such as like acupuncture, and when you're looking at the meridians. Okay,
Hmm.
another name for it is also called the hin yin, Huyyin, the hin yin, I believe you can call it. So what this thing does is that it in yoga there's something called mula bandha. Mula means root, and bandha means energy lock. So
Hmm.
when you get advanced enough in yoga, you start to realize that you have bandhas in your body, and the mula bandha is just the first one. But with that bandha, when you're practicing these asanas, which is the physical practices, you actually activate your mula bandha. And what that does, it actually blocks um, the energy from leaving. Because remember, the perineum is called the door of life and death. And the reason why they call it the door of life and death is because your energy fluids, your sexual fluids, right, that you took so long to accumulate through the 7-step process that my girl just beautifully explained, um, you lose that life force energy if you don't have a strong perineum and you don't develop your mula bandha. You lose that energy. So that's why they call it the door of life or death, not life and death, life or death, because
Well,
either you can get a
you
whole
have
bunch of life through there,
choice.
or your life, it would literally be like having a hole in your pocket and you're trying to put change in your pocket. You're not going to hold it.
So,
So
are you basically saying do Kegels to keep your muscles? Because
no,
basically, this is in a funny way, whatever. But your perineum, that's like the muscle in between, like your anus and your genitals, right?
Yes, yes. So,
Yeah.
so, so the reason why I talked about earlier how the United States is so young, 245 years old, and we are so egotistical. We're like a young teenage child thinking we know everything, but we don't know nothing. If we look at the rest of the cultures, whether if it's Europe, not really so much Europe, but a little bit because they have the Celtics and all that kind of stuff, the pagans, that has some validity to it. But also yoga and then the Taoism and then different things in Africa, these older civilizations, they have techniques that show how to develop the human body so that you can actually accelerate the evolutionary process. So you have these things in your body called pumps, literally a pump, PUMP, and there's a technique called the microcosmic orbit. This was taught by Matak Chia. And
Mm.
with the microcosmic orbit and utilizing your pumps, you can actually pump your life force energy from your perineum. You could pump it up there all the way up to your cranial, which is in the back of your neck. And then you can massage it in your brain, and then you let it flow through the front of your body. And then you store it in your Datien, which is 2 inches below your navel. I've been practicing this for 10 years, and I can honestly say, with every single thing that I believe in the world, is that it's real and that you can move your energies up. Like if you have, how would I say it nicely? If you have a erectic penis, and if you practice this, your hard on would disappear in a second, and all of the energies, all of the blood, whatever, would just leave, and it will move up your spinal cord into your brain because a spinal cord is exactly what it said it is. It's a cord, and a cord is
Mhm.
something that you use to move energies. But if people don't
Mhm.
understand the technology of their body, and they're going to think that their body is just a eating, shitting, defecating organism that only
Right.
has a couple different organs, whereas we are the one of the best things created in the universe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I can't even
Yeah.
go too deep on that because I mean I can, but I don't. At one point, I think that I might lose a lot of people because this is years and years and years of horizontal knowledge that has now been turned into vertical knowledge.
Right. Or wait, is it vertical knowledge that was turned into horizontal knowledge?
No, this is years and years of horizontal knowledge that has been
That was
taught,
turned
that has
into
been turned into vertical knowledge. Think about vertical meaning the
that's the
vertebrae.
eastern and horizontal is western, right?
Yeah,
Vertical is
horizontal. Yeah, yeah.
east.
Horizontal is east to west, and vertical is north to south.
Okay, well, right, but when we were talking about like Eastern knowledge, like
Oh, yes,
earlier you
yes,
were
yes,
saying that vertical knowledge is any knowledge from the East. That's more like spiritual Hindu, but we're
yes,
more in
yes,
horizontal knowledge, which is the Western European industrial stuff.
yes, yes, yes. Or to put it a better way, vertical knowledge is knowledge that you actually practice. You actually embody the knowledge. You just don't learn it
Mm,
just to hold it. You actually utilize it to transform yourself.
okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's what all this spiritual knowledge is supposed to be. Like all this general Western knowledge literally teaches us that our bodies are exactly what you honestly said, just eating defecating things that we're
Well,
supposed to somehow look down upon, but then
yes,
also act like we're created by someone that we can't understand. But because we can't understand him, we're going to use science to put metallic technology. And like now humans are obsessed with putting metal in their body because somehow we're in a world where we think not that our bodies are supernatural, but we need to put a bunch of stuff in them so that they can be supernatural. But like we're seeing how like this mindset is the complete opposite. Like you're talking about being a real spiritual superhero. We're talking about like
absolutely.
real spiritual superpower, right? Like the real ability to express yourself. But we're in a world where we're taught by Marvel Comics. The only way we can do that is not through spirituality, right? But through a serum, through an
Yes,
injection, right?
yes,
Now everyone's okay with getting shot. Like how many times to protect themselves from the air? Because we were reading books and comics that were constantly teaching us that superheroes are made not by fasting, not by meditating. Superheroes are made from having science inject their blood with serum.
yes. But if people are really into comics, they would know that Doctor Strange is one of the most strongest superheroes.
And what's
Right.
interesting about Doctor Strange is that he didn't have to take no serum or nothing.
Nothing. He did
And
straight mental.
they even talked about the chakras on the first Doctor Strange. The second one's going to be off the chart. I can't wait until
Oh
it
my
comes out.
God, Multiverse of Madness. I mean, especially
Yeah.
it pissed me off so hard. Bro, Jonathan, that's your name. Jonathan.
Yes. Yes.
You've been here alive. So you saw like all the other Spider-Man movies, right? Did you see Spider-Man No Way Home?
Oh, I didn't miss not one.
You missed not one?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, for sure. Like literally Spider-Man, it's like he's the connector. Like literally there's no coincidence. Spiders make webs. He connects people through time. Shout out Spider-Man. It
Oh, yes,
pissed me
yes.
off so hard that we're in the time that like spirituality is being so commodified to make money, but they're teaching people lies openly. That
Mm-hmm.
somehow Doctor Strange, like literally in this newest Spider-Man movie, they had to be like, hey, let's show the world what a soul is and still have them worship our idea of how it doesn't exist. Let's still have them live like their souls aren't real, but we're going to make them pay for a movie where they're going to watch Doctor Strange push Peter's soul out of his body and he has to come to grips with how he's dead without being dead.
Mm.
It made me so mad that they threw that in there and they have us living like this, that they commodified spirituality this hard and sold it as entertainment and have been doing that with comic books, where literally this is the first time Peter's separate from his body. He realizes his consciousness is still animating something, but his body doesn't matter without that something. Now we have the concept of a soul in a body. But I have to be here talking about it on this small live because they stole these concepts from indigenous spirituality. And they're like, how do we
Yes.
make money keeping people ignorant? But
Well,
only the truth matters, right? Like that's where it's like they have to weaponize the truth in all of these movies that we watch. And now here we are loving comic books. They make more sense than life, but we're still serving people that tell us our souls aren't real. Like they just sold me a story where they made me watch Spider-Man have his soul removed from his body. Yet here I am in real life where I'm supposed to keep acting like I was created by the body and I need to serve the people that made me believe that.
yeah. Well, this is what the Western European mindset is really good at doing in corporate America, and because you can tell them by the fruits of their work. You would know the tree by the fruit that it bears, and just like with Cheesecake Factory, okay, because it's all the same energy. Literally, the whole entire realm is connected, right? It's all the same energy. Cheesecake Factory. The reason why they're so successful is because they go to restaurants that has a dish that is really good, and what they do is they take that dish and they make that dish over 100, 1,000, 10,000 different times, and then they figure
Wow.
out what would be the best presentation. How could they make the sauce better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So something like the miso salmon that Cheesecake Factory is really known for, or something like the chicken Madeira. They found those items at different restaurants, like at a Thai restaurant or at a Italian restaurant, and then they take their team of chefs and they say, okay, make this a Cheesecake Factory dish. So exactly with the Christian reality, you have Atom, Atum, which is in Kemet, but then you have Adam, right, Adam, or you have Jesus, but then you also have both, and both of them were born from a Virgin Mary. They're really good at taking things from other civilizations and then making it their own, or even like Versace. They would take the fabric of the clothes from Africa and then they would make it into their own and say that that's their fabric. So it's not it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Marvel and everything else because you would know them by their works and they're really good at mimicking. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, with taking something and reverse engineering it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just how they operate. That's their nature. But what I'm really suggesting to the people is that if you can recognize everything that we've been explaining here, the numbers, the language, the realms, and what that has to do with the food and everything, and if you could take a little bit of time for yourself, because you've seen how important time is, and even we've talked about quarantine and how people have increased their consciousness just through that. Imagine how you would change in 10 years and how your life would change in 10 years. I mean, literally, it took a lot of pain for me to be an entrepreneur and be financially free. It took a lot of pain for me to create Seven Circles. But through this pain, change will come about. But a lot of people are stuck at blaming, complaining, and explaining. But if we can instead not waste our energy by doing those things and put that into ourselves, we can actually really thank these Western uh, institutions for what they have done because they could make us if we take that stance, they could make us the best version of ourselves.
Definitely. I 100% agree. Now we're just talking about, yeah, being an alchemist and
Alchemist
making people that aren't working for you work for you anyway.
and Alchemist has seven base metals. You have seven chakras. You have seven steps to Ojos. Sevens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So literally, if we're consciously aware of something, we have the conscious ability to all be Spider-Man and create new connections. And that would be the number 8. We can go create a new universe with our
Yes.
consciousness. We don't have
Yes.
to use our consciousness to support what we're complaining about.
We don't have to. We don't have to.
We don't
And
have
this is where you made a lot of sense how you talked about the H and how the H looks like an 8 and that's your home and blah, 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 and whatever, because that's what I am. That's what all of my attention is focused on now. You know, getting this land and building this school and creating a community of people. Like right now, you don't know it, but
Mhm.
I just put you in my dialogue of people that will be helping with this creation. You know what I mean? I have so many people that are going to come together and want to are going to want to support this project because
Right.
it's not for me, it's for themselves and everybody else.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
gonna you're gonna want to have the support. Just like what you said, you're gonna want to have the support the air. It's for everybody. How could you not support air? How could you not support water? What it is.
Literally. It is what it is. Like you would have to have absolutely no empathy to not support the environment that allows you to connect with other individuals. And then at that point, I have to ask, why are you alive?
Yes, 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 yes. But then you will also see that a lot of people are committing the slow suicide. When you think about how I was saying about your semen and every time you ejaculate and what that is worth as far as the 40 drops of blood and the 10 hours of physical or the 3 hours of mental. And it gets even deeper than that. But think about somebody who's doing that every day for 40 years. And then on top of that, they're smoking, they're drinking, they're in a negative environment. They're creating these slow suicides every single day. You know what I mean? So
Literally.
it really depends. It really depends.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it literally, we are at the point, I mean, it's always a new point, but especially with your name, Seven Circles, like you're very focused on being as conscious as possible from what I'm seeing. And that is leading you on a whole life. We're all focused on being conscious, but all we can do once we're conscious is connect with other people who are conscious. And now I can realize who we are. Like now, ideally, this conversation has helped a lot of our forms of consciousness connect in a way that we can all realize that we are basically individual spirits that have to be God before we can even conceive of an idea that would trap our idea of God. You feel me?
I do feel you, and I agree.
Yeah. Like literally, like we don't have to get into the ego thing, but we have to be God before we can be taught what God is by someone else. So like everyone here is just like everyone's an individual God, but for them to be taught by someone else that they're not God, that's where we get like all this low level of consciousness. Because your consciousness was created by God, so you could experience yourself. And then this is where you would have to fast and be connected to yourself to know that you're the God that made your life possible. Or else it's going to result in like a bunch of ego projecting, like we see in religions, where one
Yes.
individual just got into the universe and they want to take credit for everything everyone did.
Yes. Well, and what I say to that is that, like what I said, you would know them by their works. You know, judge the tree by the fruit that it bears. But there's something called a real teacher and a fake teacher. And real teachers, they practice what they preach. If I'm an entrepreneur, I'm going to, and I'm teaching people to be an entrepreneur, I better be an entrepreneur. If somebody's going to teach me to be an entrepreneur and they never owned a business before, that's not a person that you want to learn from. If somebody is a doctor and they're telling you how to stay healthy, but yet they're going out there smoking cigarettes and they have diabetes and they look like they're about to pass away, I don't think that that would be the best person to get your help from. If somebody's trying to teach you about God and about, the Bible, et cetera, and there is a big lawsuit that came out because they were abusing children in a way that I don't want to talk about, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. I think that you should look at that in a different type of way. So, maybe that's a low ball because everybody is not perfect, and we know this. But I'm just saying that to use that type of logic when you're looking at a lot of things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 100%, 1000%. That's
Yeah.
like the big thing that we're dealing with in this world is literally liars. Like, especially you just hit the nail on the head. It's like with religion specifically, like people only believe in religion because for some reason they think the religion is doing what the religion is preaching. Yet we wouldn't have the creation of North, South, or Central America if Christians came anywhere close to doing what they were preaching.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like it
Yeah.
wouldn't be possible for them to build any of this shit if they actually followed their own rules of respecting people and loving their neighbor and not
Abs-
stealing, not murdering.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This would be heaven on earth. If there were really, because there's 2.8 billion people who subscribe to being a Christian. 2.8 billion people. There's 1.8 billion people who subscribe to being a Hindu. There's 1.6, I believe, who subscribe to being what do you call it? Islam. And then
Mhm.
the stats, they kind of deviate from that, or they get lower. But those are the three biggest ones. But in the center of all of these religions is to love your neighbor, to be kind, to not hurt one another. If we were really practicing these things, then overnight there would be no hungry people. There would be no people starving. There would be no wars. There would for what? For what? You know, for what? It just
Literally.
doesn't it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And it definitely makes dollars though. It makes dollars, but it doesn't
Right?
make sense.
And that's what's so weird that like my mind, I'm forced to like, because I'm so connected with this world. I know for what, but in our human hearts, we're like, for what? What's the point of this? Let me get in my alien mind for money. Oh, but then it's like, okay, but money doesn't exist without nature. So if we're going to destroy nature to get money, what's the point if your money can only exist as a bank inside of nature? And it's like, that's
Mm.
really like, we're at this weird end game or whatever the fuck, where the people who own money would much rather snap half the world away through all this population control of poisoning people internally instead of letting us express ourselves in the universe, all because they have their own scarce ideas of like, my planet went through trials, so the whole universe needs to experience extinction. It's like, bro,
Mm.
that's not how
Mm.
abundance works. Like when you know you are the abundance, there's no room for feeling like you need shit from someone else or like you need to go somewhere else to get them to support you. Like when you literally know you're good and happy alone, you can truly love your neighbor. But yeah, we're truly like obviously in a world, all these comic books, these religions, this whole idea of money is meant to build a structure off of chaos. But it's like the people who are using money to create chaos are creating so much chaos. We're here like, yo, how is this possible? This doesn't make sense. It makes money, but it makes no sense. It's like, well, that's because they're making money off of chaos. So here we
Yes.
are building up money right now, like in our chaos is what makes money real. Now all these banks, they can manufacture a war, get us all chaotic, but because we're doing it in the way that they programmed us, they made money, right?
One one of the biggest things that I've seen in the spiritual community, which I didn't like growing up, is that they would glorify the life of like being a hippie. Don't get me wrong. I lived in the woods. I've been a hipster, if you want to call it that, or whatever, and that's fine, right? Like, but What I'm trying to say is that they don't understand the law of abundance, and because
Mm,
you hit it on the mark, the law of abundance, and so like what one to come wrote in the comments, the love of money is the root of all evil, and okay, this is true, the love of money, but people should be able to sustain themselves enough through basic multiplication so that they can create a life for themselves. So this is why I put in the realms that the monetary system is one that is stealing people's energy because they created a fake money. Based on the Constitution, money is considered gold and considered silver. But right now, we don't use those things as money, and even the gold and silver market is highly manipulated. So,
right.
like Taoism, you was talking about growing back a limb, and I said, look at the lizard. We go back to nature. If we go back to nature and look at money, we could see that if I take an apple and if I plant an apple, um, it's going to produce more apples. Let's say it's going to produce 10 more apples. Now I can eat all of those 10 apples and then that's fine and I got to start over again. But if I decide to take an apple and plant 10 apples and then eat one apple and then go ahead and plant the other 9 apples, now I'm going to have, 90 apples. And if I take 10 more, a couple more apples, do that again, before you know it, I'm going to have 100 apples, right? Because there's like, let's say 10 apple seeds in one apple. So it's the same thing with money. People don't understand the concept of money so that they can actually have time, because it goes back to time again, so that they can have time with themselves to develop a relationship, so that they can love themselves and they don't have to use stimulants numb to numb themselves. Like, this stress is too much, give me a beer. This stress is too much, give me some sex, give me some drugs, or whatever, so that I don't have to be conscious of it because the pain is too unbearable. So if people, this is a very small concept, but it makes a lot of sense. And I really hope that people can understand this, because this is what gave me the path to financial freedom. Not that I'm a millionaire, but I'm really fine. And so is my older brother.
Bro, financial freedom is, especially in this time of the pandemic, like,
Yes,
yo, cannot be understated how free you are. Like, to be able to breathe, right? Versus people who don't have financial freedom, they feel like they're drowning in debt. Like,
this is
you're
true.
living life. Like, you don't have to be a millionaire. For you to be financially free, that's a huge accomplishment that a lot of people would definitely like to get help with you on.
Yeah, yes. So I'm gonna say one basic concept, and if people can get this basic concept, and I got this, by the way, I give credit to the author. It's called what's the name of the book? It's called The Richest Man from Babylon. This is one of the
Mm,
main concepts. Okay, The Richest Man from Babylon, and it's the story is the book is written in the form of a story, so it's really fun to listen to it. You can listen to the audio book on YouTube. Okay,
that,
so this is
because I
this is
definitely heard of that. Sounds dope.
it is really good. I'm think you're gonna like it. This is a really simple. That if you make a dime, then you only spend 99 cent of that dime. You take the penny and you save it. If you make $1, you only spend 90 cent of that dollar. You take the 10 cent and you save it. If you make $10, you only spend $9. You take the dollar and you save it. If you
Yeah.
only make a
So
hundred,
it's a 10%.
if you only make $100, you take the $10 and you save it. If
Yeah.
you only make $1,000, you spend 900. You take the $100 and you save it. If you only make $10,000, you spend the $9,000 and you take the $1,000 and you save it. If you
Mm-hmm.
only if you only make $100,000, you spend $90,000. You take the $10,000 and you save it. And if you only make $1 million, only a million, you only spend 90 you only spend I'm gonna say a million. You only spend no you only save $100,000 and you spend the $900,000. So people would say, wow, that's hard to save $100,000, but it's exactly the same as saving a penny from 10 cent. It's the exact same principle. There's no difference. And with that money that you would have saved up, the extra $1,000, the extra $10, the extra whatever, you take that money and you put it in an investment that you're comfortable with. Now I'm going to tell everybody that I do save gold and silver, the physical. But one thing that I'm really big on too right now and a notification just came onto my screen. It's cryptocurrency. And last year I bought some Ethereum. The Ethereum was only $300 when I bought it, $100 when I bought it. Right now the Ethereum went all the way up to $3,000. So
Right.
so so imagine if you people are still buying cryptocurrency right now, because right now the price is low. But I guarantee you, and I put a guarantee in it. I don't ever do guarantees. I guarantee you, in 2 years, when it's the next presidential election around that time, you're going to see Bitcoin shoot all the way up near $150,000. And right now it's only $40,000. And you don't have to buy the whole 40. You can $150,000. And right now it's only $40,000. And you don't have to buy the whole. It's putting aside that 10%. And if you do that, I guarantee you within 5 years, even within 10 years, that you would have enough money to where you would never have to work another day in your life, and you can do what you want to do, when you want to do it, how you want to do it, where you want to do it, without anybody telling you what to do.
Man,
And it's simple.
seven circles. You just said like huge ass keys for the physical reality we're in. So basically, what you just said is when you make money, we are in a reality where you can invest 10% of everything you make into cryptocurrency, and you know for a fact it's going to be a tree that keeps on growing into the future.
I am 100% positive. 100%.
I see that too. I would have to 100% agree. And then I also have a friend who's very passionately told me about his perspective of cryptocurrency and how he feels like cryptocurrency was created so that people could manifest their own financial abundance. And
Yeah.
yeah, because especially like you just described, like the ability for someone to invest in coins and get their money up. Me,
Hmm.
literally, hypothetically, as Mercury, I can literally release my own coin and be a huge bajillionaire just because I made a cryptocurrency that people are
Yeah.
investing in. And now we're all getting super rich, all because we're in this special time where we can make up our own currencies, basically.
Yes, I would support your currency. It would be called Mercury coin or something like that. I would definitely support
So
it.
sick. Right? It'd be a Mercury coin, Stima coin. I would probably have multiple at that point. There'd be like Mercury coin and CymaTree coin, something. But either way, the point would be that we're literally in a time where the internet is allowing us to create a currency that is worth more than the US dollar. And the US is going through hyperinflation right now because they're trying to catch up with where crypto is going. So technically, like if honestly, if people don't hop on the crypto chain and they keep using US dollars, they're going to be the poorest people in the world pretty soon.
Oh, this is so true, but so sad. This is so true, but
Right?
so sad.
So
Yeah.
true, but so sad. Like at some point, the US dollar is going to be worth dirt because you need like $1 million to be worth one Bitcoin. But a sandwich is worth 3 Bitcoin. Look, so like we're moving into that future. Like that's what you're saying. Like we're literally moving into the future where the money that we have right now won't matter. Like the only money that matters is like this digital social currency of how we connect through these screens. And if enough people in the world believe in your coin over the government's coin.
Exactly. And of
Right.
course there are, the Security Exchange Commission, the SEC, and now Biden is passing some things, and you got Jerome Powell, who's the head of the Federal Reserve, and Janet, what's her name? Janet something, I forget her name, but all these politicians and these people who are playing the game, right? Life is but a stage, but they are trying to implement legislation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But people, look, man, diverse. I'm not a financial advisor, but diverse into big caps, things that that are at least put half of your money. I would say put 50% in Bitcoin, 25% in Ethereum, and then use the other 25% to put it in speculation coins that you think might do well. And if you can follow that,
Right.
the 50, 25, 25, based on my own experience and where I am right now, because gasoline's fucking. I'm in California. Gasoline, excuse my language, not excuse it. I'm not excusing it. The gasoline is six.
Where are you at in California, bro? Because
I'm,
LA here, yeah, gasoline's gnarly.
yeah, I'm in Berkeley, Oakland area, San Francisco, East Bay.
Okay. We're probably
Yeah,
experiencing the same gasoline prices.
yeah. I got like 650, something like that. Yeah. It's crazy, man. But it feels good. It feels good to at least know that I have money. It feels good to at least know that I have clients and that I have a business. And this is not to brag. This is just to inspire people that I didn't understand money. I was a chef. I was in corporate America for 3 decades. But if I can do it because of enough pain, that anybody can do it, and that you can experience some level of freedom, and where you don't have to bow down to a boss and cook food for people and put things out that you don't feel is really that goes against your integrity, against your
Right.
value system.
Right. That destroys you spiritually.
Yes,
Oh my God, that destroys you, like for sure. And literally, that's what everyone's like dealing with depression and shit. And like, that's what you're speaking on. Like, you're touching on, and that's, I mean, why you're up here talking and we care about talking like this, because you're literally touching on all the subconscious superhero shit that I was born to talk about. That's why, like this is lit. Like, I was born to talk about superpowers, fasting long enough to get into heaven, interdimensional communication. Why do spirits create life, and why is your body important in being able to conduct the life? And then how is health attached to that, right? And there's infinite details on that. And it's so lit that you're so knowledgeable on these details, and you're already internally, individually passionate about using your seven energy, using your consciousness to create greater connections that actually
yes,
allow us to realize better shit. Like,
yes,
this world is
yes,
so whack. Like, thank you for being someone who sees how whack the world is, and you're using your ability to communicate to change it. Because that's what this is really about. Like, we don't need to be
that's what it's about.
talking.
This is true. This is true. I mean, and that's why, man. We have like to each person that awakes, it becomes easier and easier and easier. It becomes easier for the next person, easier for the next generation, and everything gets cyclical. Everything gets cycles. Everything gets circles. We say that history doesn't repeat itself, but it often does rhyme. And just as the
Mm.
dollar bill once was backed by gold and silver or whatever, and now it's not, it will be backed by it again. And also, just as before there was a fall of man, that means that there had to be a rise of man. And right now we're actually going into a time. I think it's really a fork. I think it's a time where you can either choose to go on the spiritual route, or you could choose to get a chip in your body and to take that route and to immerse yourself in the metaverse, or you can actually, take the other path and develop yourself more spiritually, because the energies are really really potent, and just as above so below. So just as the earth has seasons, spring, fall, winter, and in springtime life flourishes, I think that this is like a cosmic springtime where life is flourishing
Mm.
in a cosmic sense.
Damn. Damn. I'm just big damn. I mean, of course, like most people, that would go over their head. As someone who hangs out on Mercury, I'll let you know that you're completely correct. Like, just no cap. Of course, like on a spiritual level, like we're literally in a cosmic spring. Well,
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. Where all these individuals are growing and springing forth. The
yeah,
individuals who aren't meant to grow are not growing right now. They don't matter to us, right? We grew to get up to this point.
yes. This is
It
true.
took a lot
This
of
is so
growing,
true.
right? All the individuals, for us to be here talking like this and like communicating on this level, it took a lot of growth. And we're in this like ultimate awakening. Again, like the only reason I'm alive here was because I was called here to help do whatever it is. I know I want to stop climate change. I know I want people to be healthy as possible. And my spirit is taking me on an awakening journey of how that's happening, because the universe is so big and infinite. I'm like, my ego literally can't imagine how this world's going to change. I can't imagine your life or the whole business that you've done or anything that you've done. I literally, all I can do is use my soul, which kills my ego, to be able to listen to your ego. And now I can listen to
Mm.
everything that your ego is telling me. And I'm like, damn, that's lit. Thank you for being an individual spirit. I feel gratitude for your individual expression of you as God. I'm letting you know that you own that shit. There's no other religion. No, I'm not seeing you as anyone but you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Like, Like I know your life is you, and like I have super gratitude to you for being born at the same time where you're consciously aware of a lot of these same things that I am. So I can literally connect with you and not feel alone. And we're creating a circumstance where all these people can evolve their consciousness with us. So it literally takes us doing the hard shit, but now we're creating a new environment of conscious individuals where in 5 years, 10 years, it's easier for people to understand what we're doing because we've already laid the groundwork, basically.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like what you were talking about earlier, putting the building blocks into place. You know.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
Like big facts, bro. Like just everything that you've said, like absolutely. And we're just drilling in right here. 100% the universe is in springtime. Like the
You
universe is this is spring, bro. Like we are growing. Like this government, all this injection stuff, right? It's like them knowing that we're about to spring, right? And they're
oh,
doing their best to hold people back, but they can only hold people back who are meant to be held back.
absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And they have all of their records, man. They have all of their records. See, like again, you should know them by the fruits of their labor. It doesn't matter if it's in the restaurant industry or if it's in the church or it's whatever. They're going to function the same because it's the same energy, right? Like water's going to function the same. It's the same. It doesn't matter. It's the same energy. That's the only way that they can function, right? Like how I said, they copy stuff. That's all they can do. So
That's
I
all.
know for a fact I know for a fact that they have the records. And I know for a fact how they speak in private because when I went to all of these corporate meetings and things of that nature, I knew how it was. And when they talked about, we have to control the employees like this, and unfortunately, we have to rule through fear. This is the way we talked in certain restaurants or whatever, because and managers would have the egos and think that they're the shit and blah blah blah.
Exactly.
This is exactly what they're doing with the politics and everything else. So it's all the same thing. They have their records. It's something called the Vatican. The Vatican's been out for forever since Rome. I already spoke about how our calendar was changed around by Gregory the Pope in 1682, and the Pope has to do with Rome. It's all connected. They stole artifacts from India. They stole artifacts from Africa. They have these museums in Great Britain. They know all of this stuff.
Mesoamerica, Egypt, all
Yeah,
indigenous cultures, really.
all of it. They know all of this stuff, and they know that every 26,000 years that we complete a grand cycle called the precession of the equinox or the star of Polaris, which is a central sun, which is thousands of times bigger than our sun. And with each time we go around this, we're going through a zodiac. That period is approximately 2,180 years. What I basically did was divide 12 into 26,000. You come across 2,180 years. So we came out of the Piscean time. That's why if
Hmm.
you look at that's why if you look at the Bible, they mention the ram. The ram was because of Aries, and they also mentioned the bull in the Bible, the Old Testament, and that was because of Taurus. And what that is just a depiction, letting everybody know that we are in a cycle, just like any other season, and that we are we're going to evolve, but it's about positioning yourself accordingly. Like if you're a caterpillar and you want to evolve, you better make sure you're doing the work because not every caterpillar turns into a butterfly, but a good amount of them does. And and
Right.
and and, and I like to say that the universe is impersonal in a lot of ways because it is personal if we make it personal, but in a lot of ways, the universe is personal. If you climb a mountain without any harness on, and you fall, hey, you're gone, man. If you go into the ocean and you can't swim anymore, hey, you're drowning. That's it. It's impersonal.
Mhm.
There is no swimming pool. There is no lifeguards. No whatever. But yeah, you have to do the work. You have to do the work, and a lot of that is doing the vertical work. Use what you learned from the horizontal, and take that path.
Literally. Walk the
Yes.
walk, don't talk the talk.
It's true, man. It's true. It's tough. I mean, yoga's tough. Qigong is tough. Tai Chi is tough. All of these ways of life, they're tough. Fasting is tough. Oh my gosh, it's tough, man. It's the mind over matter tough. No pun intended.
Literally.
It
That's
is
all it
tough, man.
is.
Yeah, it
Make
is
it as simple
tough.
as possible. That's all it is. Shit.
Yeah, but
Mind over matter. But it's hard.
yeah, it's hard.
Anything
But
worth
it
doing is hard though, right? Like if it's worth going to the gym, keeping a relationship with your girl. You love her. She's awesome. She inspires you. You inspire her. Still tough though. Still work.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's for me. It's probably one of the most challenging things I've ever done.
Definitely, bro. For real. Relationships be tough like that. Yeah, conducting a connection with a totally separate individual that you love and respect and want to create with, but you have no idea what they're thinking, and like you're just learning more about them every day. Like, yeah, it's hard. And then it's hard like not getting lost in your own projections too. Man, women teach men so much, but especially just in general, yeah, relationships and like conducting a relationship with someone you love, like it's no different than honestly what we're going through conducting a relationship with this government. It's all about trust. And like
Yes.
we can't create relationships with people we don't trust. And a big issue why people have horrible relationships in the world is everything we're talking about here is subconsciously in the way that most people don't trust themselves to even feel like they created their life. Like you're consciously aware of these things because you're in a mode of being more creative and you've always been that way. So you're perceiving life. That's why it can resonate with me like this, because I'm able to show you more of my perspective because you're already on the vibration of feeling like a creator instead of a consumer. And then that shows in your life. You're not out here just eating a bunch of food. You're actually making the food for people to eat. Now you're forced to be aware of what's going in the food so we can talk about it. And it's so lit. You're so dope.
Appreciate that. Yeah, man. It's a lot of it has to do with trust, man. You know, my father told me this at a young age. He was like, the universe is really based on trust. He was like, we were driving in a car, and he was like, the car on the opposite side could easily come across this line, and we could have a head-on collision. But it's all about trust. And in me, even being a chef or a former chef, right? I could put what poison in somebody's food or put a loogie, right? But you know, it's all about trust. It's all about integrity. The police officers, they have, teachers, even people who are writing books, right? These things, we have a responsibility to ourselves, because when it's humanity, is actually to ourselves to really put forth our best foot and to establish the trust in the relationship. Because without that trust, there is no relationship. It's just a deception. And it is sad that we can't even trust our own governments. But I don't know if we ever could, based on my cosmic memory. I don't remember. I just think of I just I just think about Michael Jackson. They don't even really care about us. How's Michael Jackson? All I really know is that they don't really care about us. That's how it goes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
So
exactly it. Tale as old as time, says Michael Jackson. Is he saying it's basically always been government versus the people? And
yes,
whatever people create a government are almost not in the benefit of the people because the point of making a government is that you want to control the people. So now here we
mm,
are as the people being controlled by the people who made the government, but all they're doing is making money off of causing wars, right? Teaching us language and teaching us lies and teaching us ideas that allow them to literally control us and manufacture our emotions to go this way, manufacture our emotions to go this way. But they call themselves the government, and this is them actually governing our minds, the governmental state of the world. Now they can keep us in certain states, right? They can trap us in certain locations because for some reason, cosmically, it's always for some reason, like you really hit it, like government versus the people. There's the people that live in the universe, and then there's the people that are like, we want to control the universe, and then they make a government. And now that government is only possible because so many people in the universe are supporting their ideas. But then this is where those people who support that government almost always go through some cycle of realizing the government doesn't believe in the same ideas that they made them believe in. And that's always like the crashing tower of civilization. And we're seeing it here, where like people are really going to have to realize that not only has the government been teaching us lies, the government doesn't even believe in these lies, like what they actually believe in. Like, you know, that this government has everything that they have from ancient cultures. You already covered.
Yeah.
You know how the Spider-Man movie, they're weaponizing spirituality and selling it to us, yet they're making us live a lie. And it's just like, you really hit it right there. As far as cosmic memory wise, I too don't remember a time where the people who made the government were not manipulative, because the whole point is, if you want to make a government to control other people, you're going to have to make them believe in ideas that you don't.
Yes. Well, you know, let's take it back to sevens again. These are two things that I don't think I mentioned, or maybe I did. I think I did. But the seven virtues and the seven sins. And one of the big things about like the seven sins is like lust or greed, right? And when it comes to money and things of that nature, it's a big greed factor. And when we say that people do all this stuff for money, what is it? Greed. So if you have, let me just think. If I was in a royal family, and even Princess Diana, she tried to escape, but she lost her life. So I was in a royal family, and I knew if I escaped, I would lose my life. So I have all of the gold, I have all of the women, whatever else I wanted. They told me that I was next in line. I was, the successor. I'll be the next king or prince or whatever. And I was accustomed to a way of living. And I had rubies and diamonds and golds and everything else, and I owned countries. Would I want to give this stuff up? And what that would mean for me, and not just on a physical level, but also on a egoic level. And you're born into that, and that's all you know. We talk about sevens, and the Catholic Church says that give me a child until the age of 7, and I would give you a man, because we know that the biggest years of programming from a child is from 1 through 7. And then this is strengthened by their surroundings and by their parents and their counterparts, etc. Um, I think it has a lot to do with just fear, a lot to do with fear, and just as much as a crackhead is addicted to crack, and it's the same thing as somebody who's addicted to sex, or the same thing as somebody who's addicted to food. I think that these people are addicted to a certain way, and that, yeah, on one way we can definitely look at them and look at their shortcomings and demonize them because the positions that they're in, and on so many levels I do agree with that. But to look at it from a bigger perception, like the suffering that these people must be experiencing to be so obligated and so enslaved to money. Because I had to realize this when I started to accumulate wealth, is that I wanted wealth because I wanted to be free. But then I realized that at one point I was actually becoming a slave to it. So when does your possession start to possess you?
Exactly.
And this is, and imagine that magnified, whereas you have billions or trillions, and you have countries, and this is generational, and your parents had it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it could become really, 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 really deep. So I think in a lot of ways that these people are just as screwed or effed up as we are in a way,
Right.
because we've
If not
trapped
more.
more, yes, because we have actually trapped our own self. We trapped ourselves, like with the foods in a way. We trapped ourselves with our own programming. That now it's hard for us to get out of our own traps.
Hmm.
But if you have the spirit to whereas you just had it, and you experience enough change, enough pain, and that pain propels you to change, then I think that that's where things start to happen. And that's what I really think is happening right now. Because I was saying with the seasons, I really believe that like the energy, along with the time that people had, that people are getting a glimpse that there is a different way to go about living on this planet. And I really think that we're at the cusp, at the threshold of that. I mean, it's just too many synchronicities. It's just too many clues that are showing me amongst many other people that that yeah, you cannot stop a tree from budding in the springtime unless if you chop it down. But that's you can't do that to every tree in the forest. You can't say no. You can't stop all of the caterpillars from becoming a butterfly. The only way you can stop a caterpillar from becoming a butterfly is if you manipulate their environment. You
Right.
don't have a tree where they can go into a cocoon and shift into a cocoon. And that's why it's important for people to create their own environments. Because if they let the seven structures, the realms, manipulate their environments, and then they won't be able to metamorph into a butterfly, hypothetically speaking.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah, it's big facts. I sort of saw that all esoterically too, but it's like completely correct. Like we literally have to use our ability to communicate to create a new atmosphere that actually supports our idea of life. And I'm very tired of being connected in this world where everyone's complaining about how sick they are. Everyone's
yes,
complaining about how they're eating garbage. Everyone's complaining about the poison in the water. And it's just like, well, why are you supporting the people who are doing it then?
yes,
Because that's what it comes down to. Like the same people who are complaining about problems are supporting the people who are creating these problems for them. Exactly like you said.
yeah,
They were
yeah.
just in it.
But how many people actually have the awareness to do that? Because the way that I'm speaking with you right now, and the way that I have access to certain memories and certain knowledge right now, that's because my brain is fine right now. But there would be times where I would be like this at Cheesecake Factory when I was a manager there, and then at the end of the night when I'm doing paperwork, I would treat myself to a nice slice of cheesecake because they had over 50 different types. And after I ate that cheesecake, my brain was paralyzed. I couldn't think, I couldn't talk, and I couldn't articulate the way that I am right now. I would literally go into a mode of like almost zombie. And even basic things that I would want to spell, like there, THEIR or whatever, or like basic math problems, like 20 times 5, 100. I couldn't come up with that because the sugar had actually what do you say, paralyzed a part of my brain, and I didn't have access to it. So the way that these people are with supporting the very people that are oppressing them on certain levels, they are unable to experience that level of consciousness because they have been so sedated and so numbed out by the forces of the realm that they can't see it. That's why I believe the first step is to go through a fast or something, at least so you can get some clarity and you can start to see glimpses. And then even if you fall back, at least you have the memory of that clarity that you had experienced through the fast, and that memory can carry you on. Because sometimes a
Exactly.
memory can do that.
Exactly. That's almost what that's all memory does, right? Carry you on.
Yes,
Like
yes.
when I think about it, I mean, none of your relationships are real if you don't remember who the people are.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, think about people in the concentration camps. One time, all they had was like a picture of their wife or whatever, and that, or memories of their family, and those very things carry them through, the most heinous tortures and crimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's where just I guess anchor it or whatever, because we were talking about time earlier. I want to just say that memory and time are like the same exact substance, right? Like when we're trying to like figure out time, it's like no different than trying to figure out memory. And like they're both water, but they're both invisible and they both make our bodies real. So like,
Wait, you said
like
time and memory?
yeah, time and
Yes,
memory are both the same substance. So
yes,
just like, right, like we can't see time, but we know we're
yes.
experiencing time. We can't see memories, but we know that we're functioning off of memories, right?
Yes.
Right. So like we can honestly even think of this live stream, like this whole live stream, time and memory, the same exact thing, where because we just spent time talking about things, we have these memories now. No one can cut open my body and see the time that I spent on this live stream talking to you. No one can cut open my body and see the memories that I'm holding on to. That's spiritual. So that's my soul. So I have to be operating from that for this to make sense. But because you can't see it, it's easy for science to say my soul isn't real.
Mm.
But that's what pisses me off about this new Spider-Man movie, where they literally show how real his soul is by having Peter go out of his body because Doctor Strange removes him, and he knows that his memories are still in that body. He's holding on to this substance. He can move through time that manipulates his physical body, but he knows that he's not his body, and he knows that he needs to communicate through it to make it real. So that's where it's like time and memory, the soul. You feel me?
Yes, I feel you 100%. You know, you made me think about, because I was talking about the East and the West a little bit. And when we talk about this energy, like when we talk about the chakras, when we talk about prana energy or chi energy or whatever, this is where the West differs from the East. Because what the East does is they like to take a dead body and dissect it. And then they would name the parts and whatever. But because of the fact that they do that, they don't understand the life essence inside of the body. This is why they don't talk about the chakras in their studies when you go to medical school and things like that. But on the East, they do. They acknowledge chi energy because they study the body when the body is alive. And if the body was dead, you couldn't find memories. You know what I mean? But I put out a channel on my YouTube, and now I have technology that they put a nice market around it. It's interesting. But you put a band around your head, and they can actually read your thoughts, and they can tell you what makes you angry. They can tell you what you were dreaming about, and the whole nine yards. So, like,
Mm.
where we're coming into right now in society, like with this technology, that's why I was saying it's kind of like a fork. They're getting so good to where they will eventually be able to influence people's thoughts and your memories. You won't know what is your memory. And there was even a TED talk about it on YouTube. I posted part of it on my TikTok channel, but it was a great TED talk. And the guy was literally talking about, this was 4 years ago when it came out. He said that if you wanted to experience what it's like to skydive, let's say that I was skydiving, and then you would say, Jonathan, can I have that memory of when you went skydiving? And then I would make that memory available to the public on the internet. And people who are hooked up, who have this chip inside of their brain, they will be able to skydive via through Jonathan, and they would be able to have that memory, and they would think that that memory was their own. This was on TED Talk 4 years ago, and keep in mind, TED Talk has 43 million subscribers. And the guy who was talking about it, he was speaking for a company. I can't remember the name of the company, but the company is a company that gets startup companies off the ground and makes them known in America. So a couple of the companies that he did it for was like Instagram and a couple other companies that we're really familiar with. So this was 4 years ago, right before Corona when this came out. So what I'm just saying is that right now, you know, the soul, the mind, you know, you think about the book 1984, how they had something called the thought police. A lot of these things are coming into fruition, but there is a fork in the road. It's not by coincidence that people looked at my YouTube channel. I did a live, and this was before the Facebook turned its name to Metaverse. I told people that the Metaverse was coming, that I had a dream. I really did. And if you look at the dates and times of it, you can see that I was on point because it came out before Facebook turned it to Metaverse, and it was like a prophetic dream. And Mark Zuckerberg, he sold his shares, a whole bunch of them, you know, billions of dollars worth before the company, Facebook, aka Meta, had actually lost 25% of his value. So what I'm just saying is like follow the money because that's how you follow the truth in a lot of times. And you know, look at the technology that's coming out. So the only way really is for people to increase their spiritual game because it's either spiritual game, it's either you know, you go into this whole entire technology metaverse vaccine game, you know, with a you know, augmented reality, and they got 5G towers up everywhere, or you just perish and say, you know what, I'm gonna do it again. Who knows if we're in an infirmary where you have to come back and do it again, you know, in the same earth. Who knows?
Yeah. So We basically almost have no option.
I mean, it's go for me. Get in there and do the spiritual work. Like that's exactly. There's no option, man. Just do
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks to see yourself and to do the shadow work, right? To see all of the parts of yourself that you don't like. To look at your past experiences. Maybe you were molested. Maybe you were a bully. Maybe this, that, the other. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe you're on some type of drugs or whatever, and it sucks. But past all of that, right? Because all of that is just a memory, right? Like past all of that or whatever, it's you. It's the light. It's a beautiful reflection of yourself. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what the listener needs to be reminded of and to remember that um, everything's gonna be all right.
Right. Everything's gonna be all right. Bob Marley sang it best. Three little birds.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's true. Damn. Yeah, bruh. We literally just like said a whole thing here esoterically.
I know. I love it.
We just set like a whole metaphysics stage, a whole development that is only gonna grow further. This is like there's no words for how powerful this is. All we can do is use our words to express our power. And we've been doing that up to this point, and it's pretty strong.
Yes.
Pretty strong,
Extremely
guys.
strong.
Damn. So you've got everything going on. So you have a whole superhero school. You're basically about to be Professor X, but walking. And
You,
you're about
you,
to be helping kids get superpowers and then go out into the world so that they can show physical reality how a spiritual person integrates into the universe or whatever the fuck.
yeah, but it's not going to be so much children. Even though I know from 0 to 7 is the best way to get to a child.
I
It's
was
going to
thinking
be
all of us as children, you're teaching the children of God how to connect with God so they can
ah
channel more of their God. And then that's where their superpowers would come from, right? Because your idea of
yes,
whatever superpowers you want aren't the same superpowers that I want. And then that would make us different gods.
yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, what superpowers are you trying to work on?
Well, let me tell you guys a quick story. A quick story. You can kind of get my drift. Hold on one second. I'm putting water in my The way that I
Yeah.
make my water is the way that I have my water is I have a distillation machine, so it makes distilled water for me. That's the only water I drink. Just if people want to know. Um, let me just do this really quickly.
Yeah, my mom distills water. So shout out.
Nice.
Yeah, damn. Because literally, this is hilarious. One to come said 10.5 hour live. Let me look at these comments. Because I didn't expect to go this long. So the universe was like, hey, Seven Circles is going to drop in here when you're talking about life paths. And honestly, I was even going to hop off before I talked about life paths. So Chantel asked me about life paths. In the middle of life paths, I get to 3. You say you have a bunch of wisdom on life paths. You're very passionate that I am not a number 2. I have to be an 11. And now here we are hours later.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
um.
Yeah, super powerful. I'm committing to fasting. Congratulations to the start of our journey. Strength to you. Absolutely, absolutely. Gang, gang. So people are inspired to fast. Yeah, we're fasting. Absolutely. We got to. That's basically what, like, a bunch of points about how you basically have to fast if you want to be healthy in this world. And there's like so many details involved with like how your body can nourish itself when you are fasting. And in general, just being conscious of what you eat because there's a lot of garbage in the world. And you
Yes.
literally have to spiritually fast from it in like all these layers. So like this whole conversation is like all these different layers talking about the importance of fasting. But the important, like, it's bigger than fasting. It's about like being conscious of what's in your space. But then that's where we have to be spiritual, because we have to acknowledge that we ourselves are the observers of our own space, so that we could even come up with ideas about what we want in it and what we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now we're forced to realize, like, no matter how much we agree, we're still completely separate spirits, because what you want in your space isn't the same as what I want in my space. But because we can relate on the world that we're in, wanting us to be slaves, we both know we don't want to be slaves. I'm pretty sure everyone in this chat knows that they don't want to be a slave. So now that's a conscious thing that we can relate upon. How do we all master ourselves? And now here we are in this circle of realizing that this reality was supposed to teach us how to master ourselves, but the governments actively stole all this wisdom from real spirits so that they could make us believe that we're all one God. And their version of one God is having us hooked on pharmaceutical medication, hooked on sugar, hooked on the metaverse, and just being programmed by technology in general, right?
Yes.
Supporting the matrix.
Yep.
Making the matrix possible.
So I remember listening to this one doctor. Her name is Dr. Jewel Pookrum, Pookrum, and she's a medical doctor, but she's also really spiritual. And I listened to her a lot in the early 2000s, when there wasn't even a YouTube or even a Google or anything like that. And she told the story of this one guy that they tried to lock up, and he was in court. And he was telling the judge and the judge officials, "Hey, I did not do this. You guys are mistaken. I'm not going to serve time." They were trying to sentence him time. "I'm not going to serve time." And they started laughing, and they said, "Oh, yes, you are. You have done blah, 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 blah." So the guy became really, really still. And then all of a sudden his body became dark, and then it became darker. And then all of a sudden he just disappeared. Woof. And the judge was shocked, and she said, "Nobody leaves the courtroom." And she told the elicitor, the person that writes everything down, to erase that record, and said nothing has happened here. And then they proceeded with the court from that position. And what happened was, I believe it was about a week later, that the guy, and I don't remember every part of the story, okay, but I can tell you another one after this, that the guy, they've seen him walking in a different part of the country, like in the wilderness. So what he had utilized, and there's some gaps in that story because it was such a long time that I don't remember all of it. But what he had utilized teleportation.
Right.
And when I think of Nightcrawler, I think of X-Men, and you ask me what power would I want, that would be one of my first powers. The power of teleportation. Not to have a vehicle anymore, not to worry about passports, getting a vaccine passport or whatever, being in jail, somebody trying to get me. I'd just be gone.
Man.
So that would be the first
true. Literally, my partner, she, the one main superpower that she keeps saying that she wants, and it's like funny because it was frustrating me before when like we talk about spirituality, but like her spirit like wants it so much that I'm forced to like make connections on like how it would realistically work. So I've been thinking a lot about like how would teleportation realistically work for like about a year now, just because she keeps making me think about it as a reality. So now here you are, circle, just anchoring in more that like teleportation isn't only something that one should make work. It really makes sense.
It does.
It makes, when we think about like the freedom of movement and like the transformation of energy into different states, it would make a lot of sense for a spirit to create a body inside of a world. And when you know that you're manipulating this body, then you could technically use your mind to manipulate it into a different state of matter that can travel through space in a different way. And then that would be like teleportation, right? Where you basically, as a spirit, you could go observe the location you wanted to teleport in first before you decided to use your mind to bring your body there.
Yeah, I mean, according to, I think it was Nightcrawler, but he had to either visit that place one time or he has to see it. And I don't know if he has to see it in his mind or was it a physical type of scene, but it was something along those type of lines. But
Exactly.
regardless of what it was, man, like that's what I want, and that's one of the
Hmm.
things that I'm aiming for. Also,
Exactly.
I'm really big into immortality, man. Um, I would like to be here. I say for a minimum of 500 years. But if you look on my TikTok page, I have too many videos, but so many. I have documentaries, clips, and many things that show of people who lived to be 280 years old, 250 years old. This was back in the 1800s, 230 years old. Like these things aren't far fetched, but again, they aren't going to be advertised in CNN as a breaking story or something like that because they want to keep people in a state of limitation and not let them know the possibilities. Just like it's not taught in school, right? The realm again. That's not going to happen in the realm. You have to look outside of the realm to find the truth.
Literally. Yep. Yeah. Dang. I think we just hit like low key everything. I'm about to cover the rest of the numbers and hop off of here. Do you have
Yeah.
anything that you would like to conclude,
No,
Jonathan, before we talk later?
I definitely appreciate you once again. I can't say that enough. This has been extremely enlightening and just profound. I'm really happy that we got to do this. I'm gonna sleep really, really well. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up and I'll stay constantly watching your stuff. I'm actually eager to listen to you and for you to continue on speaking about the different light path numbers from the fire to the water to the air because I want to see what they are and I'm going to be utilizing them. So thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. I want to end it off the way that I end my podcast off. Have a great day, a great week, a great month, a great year, and a great life. My name is Jonathan. If you guys aren't following me on Seven Circles, YouTube, and TikTok. Peace.
Highly recommend. Yes. Please follow Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. Bruh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you got a whole month. All right. So that was a preface of whatever conversations we're going to be having on Jonathan's podcast when we get linked up on that shit. Everything in podcast when we get linked up on that shit. Everything in Divider, we just started communicating. That shit was lit. This is the power. I, as an individual God, am not going to be up here like I own you. This made me so infinitely happy to interact with another individual spirit who is just straight up an individual. We're all just spirits and we all create the universe together. So he's been creating life up to this point to make his consciousness possible. So the only way he could communicate with me like that is because he's creative. There's like no better words. He's a creator. So he's interested in the creations that he consumes because he thinks like a creator. The people in the rest of the world, most people out here who are sickly and whack, they're not naturally creative. So they are demonic. And honestly, that was the point of this live stream, of this 11-hour live stream now. This is definitely going on the YouTube. This is hilarious. This 11-hour live stream, the whole point was for us to talk about humans and demons and how human is air and the demon is earth. And people who are demonic are trapped, basically consuming a structure that doesn't allow them to see the creativity of life. This is why I, as a spirit, can see how all demons, all religions, really, all structures are connected by the universe, which is why we can talk for years about how we build structures. This is why you can have any question about building, and I'm gonna have an answer about how we manifest life. Like, why do you build anything? So then this is where we can see astrology. We see the universe. We see that every planet had to get built. Everything is energy. We're all communicating our personalities into existence, and we're all building something based on our level of consciousness. So all of us being conscious of how we have sex, that naturally results in us building connections that support our ability to communicate. So like this whole broadcast is me realizing who I am, right? Only I as a spirit can observe the connections I'm making with my consciousness. And only I can observe how Jonathan's words affected my space. You guys have no idea. I won't say no idea because you're here, but like to me, like you don't know how much he just affected me as a soul. You know, like you just don't know. Like you don't know how much he affected me as a soul just in him naturally expressing his individuality. And me supporting that, like me letting him know, like, hey, you know, you're an individual. All right, I perceive you as an individual. Express that shit. Let me ask questions. I see, like, you're not owned by any other God. You as a spirit are creating the ability to connect with others. And I see that and I respect it. And not only respect it, I big ass appreciate it the more we connect, right? Like the more I wait in communicating with Jonathan, I can see what he thinks about. Right? Isn't that the point? You guys have been here possibly for 11 hours because you're seeing what I think about, right? So like you have no idea what I think about in my own space until I'm getting to talk about it. And it makes me so happy that someone cares about the history of this world and the health of humans as much as I do. And of course, a lot of people do, right? But the point is, if I was not passionate about what I'm passionate about, I wouldn't be communicating in a way that creates a circumstance where I can connect with other people who are also passionate. This is the whole universe. This is what life always has been and what it always will be. So I'm gonna go get some plants in my system. Even though that's like, bro, I'm like so geeked right now. So geeked. This is like, that was so much astral realm building. People just leveled up so hard. And like for us to like have this to stand on and like build upon, bro, we're leveling up for infinity and beyond. Buzz Lightyear shit. All right. Infinity and beyond. Level up. Gang, one to come. Gang. All right. 11-hour live stream. It's hilarious. See, my spirit just moves through me. All right. My spirit is like, hey, being alive is important, and I'm just like communicating. And that's where I have, again, these words. All right. Once you understand who I am, you know that my space literally built Mercury to connect with the universe. Everything I'm saying makes more sense. My perspective makes more sense. All right. That's why I want you to understand how I see these words and how I use these words. And thus you can see the energy these words carry. So that's why like I want to make sure we understand that ego, God, and imagination are all the same energy. That's all your fire. Your fire is your imagination. So you, as a spirit, are nothing, but you enter your fire element once you imagine what God would be. You're God. The fact that you just imagine God is an expression of your ego. That's you being God. Right? So you see, like, that's the ego. That's the fire element. Okay. So I'm taking you before words, but now that we have words, I can let you know the energy each word correlates at, so we can see how it's used to build reality. So it's funny because, yeah, these life path numbers is going to be based on the natural architecture of how these numbers build reality. So that's how we got into the whole thing with Jonathan. He was deep in numbers. Turns out he's deep in health. He's just a deep man. So we're here. All right. The conscious awakening is us. Shout out all the individuals who are out there right now making life, and they're creating life from a spiritual perspective. Okay. Like I don't care about the words that we're lost in. I don't give a fuck about the words you're lost in. It's about your energy. Right? Your energy is what you're creating to expand the universe. So if you're here expanding the universe, that's because you're creating a consciousness that allows you to create connections. That's the 7, right? That's where Jonathan's asking me about the number 7. It's because us as individual forms of consciousness, all of us as spirits have to create something to make the universe possible. That's why once we're in the universe, if we want to observe time or we want to observe how we're moving through something, we have to look at other things, because it's all about us having a relationship with these bodies. This is why astrology is the first major body that makes all religions possible. Any religion you can have is using some system of astrology to look at the stars. Right. So it's all about knowing that you're the spirit that created the star, so you can experience yourself as something inside of that star. So now you're going to look up at other stars, but that represents you, right? That's why we can talk about stars. Cannot wait to enroll for some schooling. Bro, our schools are going to link. I mean, he already said, like, bro, it's all already laid out. Like, whatever is happening with me and Jonathan, that shit that I'm not even fully aware of, his spirit and my spirit are in communication. And this is like the ultimate like superpower of life. Like this is like the idea of telepathy or like super subconscious world. When you know that your spirit is creating the circumstance to connect you to other people, once you get connected to someone in real life, it takes wisdom to know that your spirits were communicating first before you could actually communicate in physical reality. Otherwise, you guys would not have met in physical reality. So in spiritual reality, if you guys were not vibing in a certain way, literally the energy of your bodies would not play out to connect. So that literally, to bring it to super 3D example, think about all the people who aren't in this live stream because they don't resonate with where I'm at. Right? So that says a lot about Jonathan's spirit, that he vibed with my spirit to the point where he came up here and we're communicating the way that we were. So now both of our egos can be aware of each other, right? That took a lot of spiritual communication technically for this to manifest. And it looked like nothing to you guys, right? It just looked like someone hopping on a lot. I'm just letting you know how spirituality creates physical reality. Okay. So now you're never lost in physical reality. Like when we're experiencing physical reality, it's always the last thing that happened. The point is, you had to think and feel a lot of different things before you communicated your body a certain way. Right. So like it's taken a lot of me doing a lot of pain. As Jonathan said, he went through a lot of pain to create the circumstances where he could actually communicate in the way that has allowed him to enjoy the life of his dreams. Right. So now he's financially free because he dealt with the pain of being a slave, of being inauthentic to himself, of serving people that aren't in resonance with his soul. Right. He knows his soul is here to provide awesome shit. His soul is not here to serve someone else who doesn't respect him. Gross. Right? So shout out this. Shout out this. Let me go get some trees in here. I've been here for this live for 10 hours. Bro, I'm saying, if you think you broke a record, like how do you think I feel doing this live? Like literally I'm just here talking with like lights on me. Like, bro, what? Like I'm drinking water. But like honestly, what I'm going to start doing in the future, I should have been doing this a while ago, but I just now got into this space. I'm going to start making costumes on live. I could have been really productive this whole time. I need to be working on costumes and art next time I'm going live. Like I really shouldn't just be up here talking for 11 hours and I don't have any like real product or art or whatever. But again, that's my mind. That's me just thinking about how to use my time more effectively so I can produce things or whatever the fuck. But the fact is, this live goes really hard. I'm gonna save it. Hopefully, I can save it. It shouldn't be too big. Whatever the fuck. It's gonna be on YouTube. We're growing. Yeah, it's been grand. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate you for saying this live is grand because we definitely make it grand and we did this shit. May you join me on the live. Honestly, I'm about to hop off. Okay. Jonathan just took all of the guest time that I wasn't even willing to give. Like I didn't know I was going to have a guest. But again, that was spiritual shit. All right. That was spiritual communication. That was all spiritually lined up. So it played out in physical reality like that. And I'm along for the ride of my own spirit. So if my spirit brought me in this circumstance where I'm connecting, I'm not going to ignore the circumstance and be like, man, fuck you, I don't want to talk. Like, no, my soul is like, listen. Right? The ego says speak, the soul says listen, right? That's why he's a master 11. He just taught me I'm a master 11. I had no idea, but now I can make more sense of my emotions and shit. And that's again, a spiritual thing. So when I'm in my ego, I'm speaking with him, right? But then when I'm in my soul, I'm listening to him. I did a lot of listening to Jonathan because my soul is vibing with a lot of what his ego is speaking. And then that's how air plays out, right? So we literally see how ego and soul creates the mind. And this is what happens anytime men and women come together or in general communication happens, right? The point is the man is the fire. Okay. Gang, gang. Are we here? We are here. All right. Hilarious. Oh, snap. Things have changed. Who is in here right now? Is Jonathan still in here, bro? We have, wow, things have changed. I think people left and someone came. Okay. All right. Numbers. I'm about to hit this off screen. Just let me know. Okay, so Lady Magi is here. What's Gucci, Lady Magi? If everyone can just let me know. All right, Shea Butterme, heyo, gang, gang. So Shea, are you down to play guitar for me? Or for everybody, not for me? I know you're asking to play, but I'm specifically asking if you can do it at the end of this live stream. You're asking to do it way earlier. But can you do it at the end? Chantel, let's build a home, bro. We're literally building our mansions right now. We live in this atmosphere. We literally do. All right, bet. Would love to share. Definitely. Okay. Gang. Seriously, this feels like home here. Yes. That's because you're in your heart. All right. We're talking about your heart. All right. We're talking about what makes your vibration work. And what makes your vibration work is your spirit, right? You observing, you connecting with yourself and then others. This is home. This is lit. Hopefully I did not leave long enough for 7 circles to be gone. 7 circles, Jonathan. I know you said you wanted to stay for the number thing. It doesn't matter. I must build this anyway. But Jonathan, if you are here, let us know. Just like real quick. But also, you were on this live for a while, kicking your shit. So you very well are not here because there's life to live. The fuck? I get that. But whatever. Let me know. All right. If I don't see your comment by the time I hit this, then I know for a fact that you're gone. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's 100% bedtime. I'll talk to him in the future. Yeah, we're going to keep kicking the number shit. That's so funny. Like, this happened because he interrupted me in the middle, but whatever, in the middle of me talking about life path 2 and 3. And he was very passionate about how I'm not actually a 2. I'm actually an 11. He was very correct. And then we got in here and we just like got in here real hard. Hilarious. The classroom is cold. That's okay. We're still here. All right. He just said he wanted to hear about the number shit, but he's going to hear about the number shit because this is all mine. And I also already said it. I did already say it. But I said it in English. Right. So I said it with the English language and stuff. I didn't share it as life paths. OK, because that's his thing. So it would be really cool if I guess I was quick enough to just get into the life paths while he was here. But the point is that will be saved for the future, because he already said like early on in our conversation that I filled his cup up to the point where he was just like completely overflowing. So I understand information overload. I understand people needing a break. Absolutely. I'm just constantly outputting lights. Like, as he said, whatever. It's whatever. No better word. All right. Well, we will link up with him in the future. Life path. So if you're a life path number 1, that's fire. Is fire, life path number 1s are focused on asserting their individuality. Gang. As a life path number one, right? One is the energy of expression, of individual fire. So anyone whose life path is one is on the track of expressing their individuality, right? The whole point is they're here to show who they are. Now, that's where, as Jonathan said, if you are just a one, you're going to have trouble connecting, because the problem here is that you're too individual for anyone to relate with. So I, as a life path 11, right, I have 2 1s, but because that results in a 2, I can relate with people really well. Like, I thought I was a 2, but I don't feel like a 2. I can't function like a 2. That's perfectly how 11 becomes 2, where it's basically like you have your own flames. Jonathan is back, bro. Shout out, welcome back. Because I was just asking, like, where you were, whatever, just to make sure that we could get the life pass down, but also obviously we're going to link in the future. But the fact that you came back, I'm not even number 2 yet. So welcome back. Let me take a celebration hit. All right, gang. So a life path number 1. 1 is fire, right? So that's individuality. So if your life path is 1, then your spirit has sent you on a quest to learn how to express more of your ego. As Jonathan, again, already said earlier, life path number 1 is too individual. They're generally going to have a hard time connecting. So a life path number 2, because 2 is water, that's actually about connecting with others. So if you're a life path number 2, like I thought I was until whatever hours ago, however many hours ago that was, that my idea of my life path was forever changed by 7 circles. A life path number 2 would be you having the job of connecting with others. So you feel like basically your path would be learning how to be water. And water is the element that allows fire to exist. So this is why 1 is fire, 2 is water, and you got to have 2 to support 1. If 2 doesn't support 1, you're never going to have chi, you're never going to have 3, you're never going to have air, you're never going to have the mind communicating into existence. So as a life path 2, if anyone's a life path 2, the 2 is about you supporting the individuality of others. So that's where I'm really good at supporting the individuality of others. As a Taurus, that's my shit. I love it. But that's not my job. And Jonathan has exposed that my job is not to be Joe Biden. But it's way more Barack Obama energy. I'm communicating about the importance of supporting others because that's how we create the universe. So I, as a spirit, my role is making sure that the universe, which is a supporter of individuals, is actually supported by individuals as well. So I want you to just know that you're making the universe so you can connect with other individuals, but you're creating the universe to support the expression of your individuality. And so it's about this relationship with these elements of yourself. And your soul knew it was off. That's why you said you had reservations about being a 2. That is why I said that. This is all synchronistic. Shit's weird. You know, like, sometimes life can be too magical, you know, and you're just like, give me a little more normalcy, life. You feel me? But then that's where you get lost in physical reality. And then you forget the magic of life, and then you get back to spiritual reality. And now it's just, you got to find the equilibrium. That's what I did on Mercury eons ago. All right. I'm CymaTree because coincidentally, I'm coincidentally, I'm using symmetry to describe how trees grow. But trees grow through balance. Trees grow through air. Trees grow through an atmosphere. And then that's where we have all this conversation about consciousness. So many words I could go on and life paths. So your life path of 3, all right? If you're a life path of 3, 3 relates to the mind. So that's where the mind creates the environment that allows the spirit to exist, right? So a life path number of 3 really cares about the environment that they're in and communicating with others to facilitate fairness in that environment, or like balance in that way. Because the point of 3, the point of the mind, is to balance the ego and the soul. This manifests as a body, but of course our ego and soul are never balanced. That's the only reason I can do this, to describe what balance is, right? Because like literally my ego has an idea of what I want to express, and then my soul vibrates at a certain frequency to make that expression real. So it manifests as me using my mind to communicate through a body. And this body is the stability that is allowing me to transform. So now that's 4, 5, 6, whatever. That's number stuff. Life path. A life path of 3 correlates to the mind. So anyone who basically has a life path of 1, they're focused on their ego. They're focused on expressing individuality. Anyone with a life path of 2, they're focused on connecting. They're focused on using their soul to support the individuality of others and to feel connected. Anyone with a life path of 3, they are focused on communicating in a way that maintains an environment, that creates an environment, that can breathe life into a circumstance. Because when a spirit is observing its circumstance, this circumstance is nothing. This circumstance is pure space. So the spirit has to create a form of consciousness to breathe life into that space. So now it can breathe life into the circumstances that it's observing. And that's the point of 1, 2, 3. Right? So you think of the ego as the breath out, and the soul is the breath in. It's so easy. It's so easy. Let me just correlate it to light. I'm letting you know how we create life right now. The ego is your ability to breathe out. That's why, as Jonathan said, biologically, you are not going to find someone who speaks on the in-breath.
Let me speak on the in-breath. That's what speaking on the in-breath sounds like. When I speak on the in-breath, I can make this noise.
It's not very sustainable to speak on the in-breath. And you said like, that's not it. I wouldn't want to speak like that for very long, right? So my ego prefers to project, but the only reason I'm able to project out is because my soul is taking these invisible breaths in, right? So this is the mind. I'm so glad I can explain it like this. A lot of art is coming out of this, best believe. I do these lives, of course, not just for you, but like I'm literally playing with language right now. So it's like the whole point is me getting to see how spirit moves through the language. And then once I say something and build something, it makes way more sense than this world that has stolen shit from me, because they don't know how the spirit moves or whatever. And they just don't, boo this world. Boo colonialism, boo white supremacy. Anyway, the ego is light out and the soul is light in. That's why your body breathes in and out. That manifests as a body consciously. And when you speak, that's your ego. Your soul listens, as I said, right? I say that the ego is you speaking and the soul is you listening. So if you're speaking, you're in your ego, and that's you breathing outward. The soul breathes in, that's you listening, right? So every time I breathe in, I'm technically listening to my environment. If you like want to go deeper in terms of breathing or whatever, like if something is not healthy or good in my environment, the moment I breathe in, I'm listening to the universe around me. So me breathing in is listening. Is this air good for me? If there's something in the air that I'm not supposed to listen to, my breath in will immediately result in like now I'm going to be trying to get that shit out, right? So this is literally just the interplay of the ego and the soul. This is all symmetry science. This is why like no one can hold me down when I say this is symmetrism now, all right? I'm symmetry now, okay? Fuck Hermes. Fuck Mercury. I'm CymaTree. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. But then if you're going to ask me where this information is coming from, my fucking past lives. So if you want to go deeper, let's go. But if you don't want to go deeper, I'm CymaTree. This is symbolism. I'm still making life make way more sense than any religion in this reality. Because that's the point of why all these religions use Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism. So Now it's cymacism. All right. It's cymacism now. Cymacism is my new branch, whatever, just a way of communicating how you create life. And the whole point is your sine wave, or your ability to be cymatic, is your ability to vibrate something into existence, right? So like, that's the whole point of symmetry. That's the whole point of cymacism in general. The whole point of your vibration is you being able to connect with something that makes that something real. And that's always been you. Like, you've always been the spirit that made your idea real. It's just we're so deep in this quote unquote matrix, as people are saying, that it's really easy to forget or completely ignore that you are the one building your life right now. Like, you're the one taking actions to do what you have to do, and blah, 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 blah. So it's always you as an individual expressing yourself into the universe. And if you didn't express yourself into the universe, you're not going to exist in that universe, right? Again, like, the only way that you're able to be here on this live with me for so fucking long is because I had to make the choice to express myself into this atmosphere. So that has nothing to do with your religion. That has nothing to do with your belief about me or any awareness of who I am. I'm here expressing myself into this app in a way that you can make sense out of. And because you can make sense out of it, you've chosen to connect with me up to this point. And that's the whole universe. I'm just like letting you know how the universe expands. So we're seeing it micro, macro right here, boom, in your phone, in reality, in this English language. And it's only plays out in all levels of life. Like, this is how we move internally, right? The ego is you speaking something. So you as a spirit have to observe nothing, and then you speak something. But then if you're speaking something out, there has to be something to receive what you're speaking. That's why the ego as the man is the number one that comes first. And then the woman as the soul that absorbs the spoken light, she makes it real. Right? So now the man, he speaks a word, but the universe makes the word real. So God speaks a word, but the universe holds on to the word and turns it into a world, whatever. Turns it into a human, turns it into a simulation, turns it into something that God can use to experience itself. That simple. Why am I talking esoteric right now? I'm supposed to be talking about the numbers, but it's whatever. Oh, the point is, right, 1 and 2 and 3, and the mind being breath. So when you know that your mind is breathing in and out forever, you can see why we have to use consciousness to breathe life into these bodies. That was my whole point of going on that tangent. We're supposed to be talking about life path numbers. Silly. But I went to that amazing. It's lit. It's not silly, but it is silly. Just the way that I'll go off on something, but then I learned something new. It's just like a kid exploring the universe. It's literally just like exploring the universe, just like exploring my mind, whatever the fuck. In general, being in a space, right? You have one path. You're walking down a path. You see something, it catches your eye. You're like, let me check that out. And then you go check that out. Boom. That's a whole new branch of space. That's a whole new branch of the universe. That's what it's like. That's all of life. This is how consciousness moves through fractals, right? Like, think about how you can be focused on something, but something else catches your attention in your own mind, right? In your own mind, in your own space. And you start to talk about this other thing. And you're like, wait, oh shit, wait, no, I was on a path down this road. Now I'm lost in myself. And then your spirit, because your spirit can see everything, it literally has to recalibrate you. Like, you were focused on this point. Keep walking that way. And then you're like, oh, right. Thanks, me. So it's just like, it's us talking to ourselves. And I'm just giving you the language of how you as a spirit talk to yourself in a way that allows you to talk with others, right? That's why we can all talk about numbers, and we can all talk about the language that we're using. We can all talk about TV shows and movies and all these things that we connect to, because that's the language of the universe. Like, we're using light to relate, but this light has to move in a certain way that's sustainable. So that's every system. Every time I'm called away from Mercury, it's because I'm supposed to use my ability to communicate to build a more stable simulation. That's why I'm CymaTree is simulation. The whole point is people even thinking we're in a simulation, and simulation is just the best word to describe describe in this English language what the universe is. The universe is one big simulation. But this is about knowing that the fact that you can simulate anything internally should show you that you're creating the simulation that's allowing you to connect to the universe. It's just about knowing that you're not in control of other people. So if you're not in control of how other people want to connect with you and consume you, then that's where all you can do is be in control of your own space. So it's important not to get so lost or too far in connecting with the universe, because that's chaos. The universe is infinitely chaotic, right? This is why, literally, this, again, to bring it to 3D levels, this is why you don't leave your home without a phone. And this is why you don't walk too far away from home, right? It's a spiritual thing. If you go too far out of your space, you're going to get killed. It's just like chaos energy. It's in general the importance of being connected with yourself, right? So that's the importance of a home. So in general, 3, air. Right. So if your life path is 3, you're focused on breathing life into the environment that you're in. If your life path is 4, that's where you're focused on building a structure. You're focused on building a box, or you're focused on building something that basically allows bodies to become better bodies. That's what logic is about, right? When you think about anything logical, the whole point is that we're building a body that allows the body to be a better body. It's weird, trying to put it in words like this. I haven't really thought about this beforehand, and I'm high, so whatever. But the point is, think about a judicial system, or even in general, your body. We can think about your body. Your body itself is made up of a bunch of bodies that are making it possible for your body to become a better body, right? So now you can go work out, you can build up your muscles, you can build a better body because your body is already built by bodies connecting and building an environment that they can create inside of. So that's literally the 3 being the mind. Your body is a certain environment, it's air. And then now all this 4, this earth is stabilized out of your air. So your consciousness is creating a container, literally. So now this body is a container for my consciousness, right? That's why my consciousness can move through this body. My consciousness can experience life through this body, but my consciousness is contained to this body. So if you're a life path number 4, you're focused on building bodies that allow bodies to become better, all based on the environment that was already set up and how consciousness is communicating. But the whole point is logic. Right? The whole point is logic. Everything, this whole live stream, everything I'm saying and doing, super logical. Right? The whole point, I got the logic. We got the body. We can stand on all of this very well. The whole point is 4 being the box that allows a spirit to stabilize its structure. So it's the whole point of going from 1, 2, 3. The spirit wanted to experience the body, right? Everyone wants to be alive, and your idea of life is being in a body. So your body only matters, right? Your body, your 4, only matters because your mind is breathing life into it. And your life is your ego, but your life can only matter as well, or your life can only materialize if you're dying. So that's why your soul has to connect your ego to the body, and that takes place through the mind. So now your mind is speaking ego and breathing soul to make this body real. And now we have a structure, and then that's literally 4. So once you got your 4, your box, cool, you would transform that body, because obviously the moment you create a body to experience life inside of, because you were not always that body, is dying. Right? So the fact that you had to create a body means that the fact that you had to transform into that body means you're going to transform out of that body. And by transforming into that body, you're able to create the life that you want before you transform out of it. And then you can take everything that you want from transforming out of it based on where you're going to go transform into life next. But life path number 4, they're concerned with logic. They're concerned with laying down earth. All right. A life path number 5. So, what? Lady Magi. She says she's a life path 5. So, life path number 5s would want to focus on family and transformation. So, if you're a life path number 5, this is basically you knowing that you got your ego, your soul, your mind, and your body. But the whole point of creating a body was so you could connect with other bodies and find your family, your 5 milli, your family, your family. So your family as 5 is what you create by transforming through your body. So anyone who's a life path number 5, they are concerned with family. They're concerned with transformation, and they're concerned with facilitating family, basically facilitating transformation. Like someone who's a life path number 5, they're probably interested in death. Like overall, like as a concept. Like they're probably more interested in death than many other people would be interested in death. Just in general, because their life path is to be focused on transformation. And death is transformation. But then that's where people with a life path 5, if they're spiritual, they would get into knowing that transformation is always making the structure. Really, it's always making creation. There we go. The structure is always transforming, but the transformation always makes creation. So then this is where life path number 5s, they're concerned with transformation. They're concerned with death. They're concerned with the families that spirits make as they're dying, the families that spirits make as they're transforming, and then they're concerned with the magic of all of that in that reality. So like that can be like, that can look like many ways, but the point of 5 is building a relationship with death. But death and family are the same thing. Most people don't think about family and death as the same word. I'm letting you know, death and family, 5. You heard it from Hermes first, okay? The whole point, death and family, the whole point is that once you build a body, you're using that body to build a structure with other bodies. And the structure, when you build a structure with other bodies, those other bodies become your family, right? So think about if you work a job and you work this job for 30 years and you build this structure with them, like everyone that you look at after building that structure, you're going to consider family at that point because you guys transformed and you went through circumstances together through that building to where you're like, man, we're family now. There's no better word. So I'm just letting you know, this is a number energy. You love it. It makes so much sense. Bet. Good thing. Glad it makes sense. Creation is always creating, wanting to express itself. AKA the awareness us. Right. So the awareness always wants to be aware of something. So the moment you become aware of nothing, you're always creating something to be aware of. And that is the ego. That's what the ego is. Ideally, the ego is you always speaking life into death. And the death is your soul that makes life real. So now because you're not scared of death, you know that you're always speaking life into death. And that's what allows you to literally create your own mind, create your own consciousness, create your own circumstances where you can communicate with people that you actually vibe with. And then gang, gang, you're leveling up. You're getting connected in the universe. So yeah, absolutely. That's where, life path 5, you're thinking about death. So someone who's a life path of 6, if you're a life path of 6, you are focused not on family and transformation and like that energy of family and transformation and the magic behind it. You're focused more on literally creating a life. And creating a life isn't just creating life, whatever, not life, but it's you creating like a light. But all life is light. Like everything you see in life is light playing out. So why does this light matter? That's what we're talking about here. But as far as you knowing that your light is life, this is where the life path number of 6 is focused on creating light. And anyone who's a life path number of 6 is their mission is to basically create, you know, as much as possible. Like low key, like just like create. And then that's where we get the master number 33, because 33 comes into 6 too. So the idea of like a master creator in that 33 energy, they are also bringing life. They're making light, but they're doing it in a more complex way than someone who's just straight up a 6. But if you're just straight up a 6, then your whole point is that you're creating light from your sexual energy. So people who are number 6s will very well be more sexual than anyone else, like than other signs. And it's funny. I haven't even gotten super into people's life paths to like refer memories to this or anything. So I can't say like I knew 5 people who were life path 6s and they're all super sexual. Like I can't, like it's not that. It's literally just about the energy of knowing that if your spirit picked your life path to be this number, I know that this number carries this energy. So it's going to play out in many different ways. But the point is knowing what 6 is. So 6 is sex. 6 is creation. So if your life path is sex, you're generally going to be more sexual than someone whose life path is 4 or 5 or 8. Probably not 8. 8 is also very sexual. 9. You know, like these, whatever. But are you teaching non-duality? I don't know what that means, one to come. What does that mean? Non-duality? I don't know what that means. As in like you, what? I don't know what that means. That threw me off for no reason. It didn't need to throw me off. I'm back now. What is non-duality? Like literally, I don't know. Duality, bro, what? I'm talking about how the number 1 is the ego and the number 2 is your soul. And when you add 1 and 2, you get your mind. That's what 3 is. So boom. And then once you have a mind, you build a body that you can communicate your mind through. So that's what 4 is. So 3 is the mind and then 4 is the body. And once you have a body, you can communicate your mind through. All you're going to do with that body is transform through space. So that's you dying. But really, you're using your body to build a family before you die. And now, ideally, once you die, you know that you built a family that you're going to see again. So that's the whole point. That's the whole point of family. Like the whole point of you building a body is that you're dying and you're using your ability to die to connect with others inside that same body, because that's the only way you could interact with another spirit. So the only way that I as a spirit could get connected with Anubis is if we both created our own minds and then created bodies inside of the same atmosphere that allows us to connect. And now both of us as spirits can learn about each other. Because before, our spaces were completely separate. That's it. Before, our spaces were completely separate. But now we can actually learn about each other, and we can, once we die from that atmosphere, stay connected as spirits. And then this is how we build our own realities. And now we can build our own universes regardless of the world that we met in. But the point of experiencing life inside of a world is that you're using your body to build a family. And now once you build that family is forever, right? Family is forever, because the spirits that you connected with to make your family possible, you will connect with again. It may look different. It'll be a different form. It'll be a different time, right? But the point of this spiritual family is that you have used your ability to transform to create the connections that allow you to do what you want or whatever. Just in general, like, have your imagination supported. Like, the whole point of your family is that your family supports your individuality. Your family is supposed to support your imagination. So this is why your body is your family. Because literally, think about how hard my body as my family has to be supporting me for me to be up here doing what I'm doing. You know, so it's just like, it's that. Like, my family is supportive. And then I'm using my family to build a bigger family. And that's what I would call my soul group, as far as Anubis and Sashat and many other spirits, many other individuals that I'm connecting with. in order to bring my imagination into reality. So this is where 6, right? Once you have a family, you're transforming. That's creation. So I'm constantly creating with my family. I'm constantly creating new life with my family. And then this is where the life path number of 7 is your consciousness. This live may take a while to upload. Hilarious. Yeah. I'll very well cut it in half if it takes too long, right? Or if YouTube can't accept it. So it's fine. It'll get up there. If you're a life path 7, right? So after you create light, if you want to experience light, you're going to experience it as consciousness. Basically, like it's that simple. So for you to experience light, you have to experience your mind, because your mind created the light. So now your mind's communicating through the light, which is why the light's always transforming, because the way that your mind feels is always changing. The way that I feel always changes. So my body's going to change to reflect that. That's why I can change my hair. I can change my clothes. I can change my friends. It's always still going to be me as a space. It's always me as a spirit. But the point is, I have to change. The only constant is change. But when you know that as a spirit, you're always the same space. You just change the way you want to connect with your ideas, because you're never going to want to be seen the same way. This is an audiobook. This is the most interactive audiobook in the world right now. It's hilarious. Yeah, your mind is always going to change, because the point is, like, your mind is a combination of your ego and your soul. Your ego wants to stay the same, but your soul is always changing, because your individuality is the same, but the connection to your individuality is different, right? Because your individuality exists inside of individuals. Gang, yeah. So a life path number 7, that's consciousness. I got you, Chantel. All right. So Chantel, I like Chantel, I guess. Chantel sounds wrong to me. If it's Chantel, then my bad. I'm renaming you Chantel just for right now. Be whatever you want to be. So life path number 7, the whole point is you focusing on separating your consciousness from other forms of consciousness. So if you're a life path number 7, like Chantel, you are here not to have sex, right? You're not here to focus on family. You're not here to even build necessarily. Like, you're not here to facilitate the environment. You're not here to connect. You're not here to express your individuality. You're literally here to separate your consciousness from everyone else. That's a life path number 7. So, of course, separating your consciousness from everyone else looks like communicating more consciously, because as we've already covered, all you can do once you separate your consciousness is create new connections. And once you create new connections, now you can realize who you truly are. So that's the wisdom of 7. It's technically the second way you said it. Even I say it the first way because I like it better. I really had a feeling. It's because we're in America. I was like, watch it be Chantel, because we're in America. But yeah, so it's technically Chantel. But you even say Chantel because we agree that Chantel is how it should be said. Is that what you're telling me right now? Is your life path number what you resonate with? Your life path number is, like, we went through a whole thing about it with Jonathan and everything, because I had to pull up a calculator and shit. Your life path number is your birthday all coming together. My birthday coming together, I was always looking up shit like back then, and I was told I was a 2. So I've been believing, writing off of I'm a 2 this whole time. It took Jonathan with his expertise to be here at the right time, in the right moment, with the right idea, to have the passion to communicate in all caps hold up, you're not a 2, you're an 11. And then that's where we got that whole conversation that evolved into magnificent plant life. So your life path number is your whole birthday added up. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah, Chantel. So Chantel, your life path number being 7, you're on a mission here to separate your consciousness from everyone else. And what that really means or looks like is becoming more conscious. And overall, my wisdom lesson here, becoming more conscious. And in overall, my wisdom lesson here, whatever, just to share with you, it's important to levitate your 7 into heaven. So when you know that heaven is extra space to express your imagination, thus it's you completely being yourself as a spirit, then this is where you can levitate your 7 into heaven. And that's the idea of creating a consciousness that allows you to be in your own heaven. So technically your life path of 7 is supposed to lead you to heaven, because once you separate your consciousness from other forms of consciousness, you're actually in heaven. And now you can use your heaven to create a better world inside of the world that you just separated from. That's exactly what I've been focused on, is this. Hey, is it? Yes, absolutely. Never say Chantel. Oh my God, Shan. Like, what is it? For sure. Bro, Chantel is way more fire. Who is Shan? I don't know who Shan is, bro. I know Chantel, though, for sure. So that's what you're focused on. Gang, 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 gang. Bet. Beautiful. This is what it's about. You're creating heaven by becoming more conscious. So anyone with a life path number of 7, you're focused on becoming more conscious, separating your consciousness from others so you can create a heaven. And then once you do that, you can create more connections. This would be the life path number 8. So anyone with a life path number of 8, they're focused on creating connections. They're focused on using their ability to be separate to connect with other separation, right? So once you separate your consciousness from others, all that's left to do is communicate and connect with other forms of consciousness. So this is the number 8. So once you separate from the world, you connect with yourself. That's what the number 8 is about. That's why 8 is a soul and 8 is infinity. 8 is about the vibration that makes all of your ideas real. 8 makes your consciousness real. 8 makes everything real. 8 itself is the reality that makes ideas real, right? So the thing wouldn't exist without the 8. So the 8 is the ultimate vibration that keeps things psychedelic. So now you can throw anything into the 8 and it's going to connect, because the 8 is already connected to itself. So this is the point of the universe. Like, anyone can come into the universe and make up the idea that they are the God that owns you. That's only possible because they are expressing a separate idea into an 8. So the universe as the 8 is the cosmic weight that makes all ideas matter. Gang, gang. So if you have a life path of 8, then that means that you are connecting. You're focused on not like a life path 2, right? So a life path 2, they're focused on connecting in a way that supports the expression of other individuals. A life path number of 4 is focused on building a structure that supports the environment that they're in. A life path number of 8 is focused on creating connections between people, because that's the whole universe. So if you resonate with, or not resonate, but if you have a life path number of 8, that's you making connections. So you're choosing to use your consciousness to support the universe, and that looks like supporting everyone else's ability to connect. So people who have life path numbers of 8, they're overall going to resonate with being a networker, right? They're going to resonate with being like an agent right? You see like agents are out here, they want to connect all the actors or all the talent, like, oh, this artist should get with this artist. That's all 8 energy. So it's about making all these individuals real together. So that's life path number 8. All right. You're focused on basically being an agent of the universe. You know that people need to get connected, and you as an individual form of consciousness, you care about facilitating those connections. This is where we get the life path number of 9. A life path number of 9 is basically like, this is someone who's supposed to be, 9 is kind of mysterious. It's actually the most mysterious life path number, if we're just going to be real. It's because 9 is about realizing who you are. So anyone who has a life path number of 9, their life is honestly about realization. Like they have a whole, like their life is the most mysterious life. Like they have to go, like they have to use this life to realize who they are. They have to learn who they are, like literally. And then that's where, I mean, they can help other people realize who they are, but really 9 is, it's kind of selfish the way I'm describing it, but I guess because it is, you feel me? Like life is selfish. You got to do shit for yourself before you can do it for others. A tree grows for itself before you can call it an apple to eat. So that's why you eating this tree has nothing to do with the tree. It has everything to do with you consuming what the universe built. This is where, yeah, life path number of 9 is like focused on the mystery of realization. And they're focused on realizing lies. So a life path number of 9, let's not make it so selfish. They would be in the energy of being really good at helping other people realize lies or just realize who they are. Because anything we consider a lie is something disconnecting you from the true you, right? That's why Christians will say that the liar is Satan. And anyone who says that you're not an expression of their God is lying to you, because they want to make you believe so hard that you are an expression of their God, that if someone tells you you're an individual, they're going to call that person a deceiver. They're going to call them a liar because they're using a lie to separate you from yourself. But the only way they can sell this lie to you is with the truth. Of course, that's, again, the alchemy of how fire and water have to make air so you can breathe in something and then be inspired by what this other person's speaking at you. So 9 is about realize with your real eyes. So anyone who's a life path number 9, they're on a realization journey, right? They're realizing shit. That's their 9. Sorry to interrupt. What's mine? 11/12/1968. Tiger 907. You know what? Fuck it. Since you're here and I care, right? The fuck? We will calculate your life path number. I wasn't calculating people's life path numbers, but you're the first because you asked. Everyone here, I'm pretty sure, knows their life path number. Okay, so 1991. So basically what we're doing right now to get your life path number, Tiger, we are adding the month, the day, and the year. So 11 plus 12 plus the year, 1968, results in 1991. And 1 plus 9, I am sleep deprived at this point and high. So I don't feel like doing the mental math. You get 20. So your life path number comes out to 20, which is really 2. Because the point is, it's 2. If it was, yeah, there's no 20. The point is you have a life path number of 2. So I've already gone through 2 and we can go through 2 again. The life path number of 2 is you supporting the individuality of others. So 2 is about water. So your life path is you learning how to be more like water. So you learning how to be more like water looks like you learning how to support others more. Because the whole point of water is that it's supportive. And then that's you connecting. Because in general, anytime you connect with someone, you're supporting them, technically. Like anytime you're someone speaking to you and you're listening, that's literally you as a spirit supporting the expression of their ego, which is how we create an atmosphere, right? So if I'm here speaking, I'm playing out fire. You're there listening, you're playing out water. Us coming together creates an atmosphere that allows us to build a life. So now all this earth, all these structures, all this matter is materializing out of the atmosphere that we are creating from communicating, from me projecting and you receiving. And then you project and I receive. And then we get a balance of, again, us breathing life and breathing in the air and just caring about what we're doing and everything. Realize. Absolutely. So does that make sense, Tiger? Your life path number as a 2 would be, you have to learn how to be more like water. So being more like water means a lot of different things. But in general, water is what makes fire real. So water is the most supportive element. That's why all of life is water-based. Life is supported by water, objectively. If you're a life path number of 10, also, how many life path numbers are there? Does it only go up to 12? Oh. I just killed it. Okay. There are only 9 life path numbers, gang. And then there's the master numbers of 11, 22, and 33. So if you're a life path number of 22, that's you having 2 waters. And these 2 waters result in 1 earth. So just like me being an 11, I have 2 fires. And this fire results in 1 water. So that's literally my creation of symmetry. In terms of literally 1 fire is my ego, that's Hermes. The other fire is Anubis, my dog. We come together to make Hermanubis, and that's us vibing together and being water. And then I'm making that symmetry now. So it's a new thing. So now people's egos aren't triggered by me talking about the past. I can just move into the future and we'll keep it light, right? So gang, and then if you're a life path number 33, look, is there anything deeper 22? You have like 2 bodies of water and that creates a structure. So, I mean, the point of 22 is that you're focused on connection. Like if you're life path number 22, you're focused on building a structure that helps people connect. So it's different than 4, right? Because both life path 4, life path 4 is about building a structure that supports the environment. A life path number of 22, you're building a structure. The point of the structure is supporting water, the 22. And it's more complex than the environment because it's not about the mind. It's about spirit's ability to literally share water. So then that's where as a life path number 22, you care about like the vibration. Like it's all about literally cultivating. Yeah, I'm like thinking, are there better words? Or do we have better words here? Like you're cultivating. The whole point is you're making a simulation out of your vibe. So think of 2 as the vibe and 4 as the simulation, because the vibration makes the simulation real. But the simulation is allowing us to experience something, but all this something only matters because of the vibration, right? So like this body exists in a simulation. So my ego can experience the body, but my body only matters because I'm connected to the simulation. That's the 2. So that's my soul paying attention to a structure that allows me to build. So now I can build a body inside of this world because I'm using my soul to bring rain to it with my brain and bring water into something. And now I can transform through this structure. So life path number 22 would be focused on how the vibration creates the structure. That's why it would be a master number, because it's like complex in that way. It would be a spirit that has this understanding, or is supposed to focus on how souls come together to build structures. So it's also, see, like it's a lot of that 8 energy too, because 8 is 4 plus 4, or 4 times 2. So in general, 8 is about the universe, right? Facilitating connections. 22 and 8 are pretty related in that way. But 8 cares more about not building a structure to help people connect. 8, again, is like, just because you're facilitating the ability for other people to connect does not mean that you are stabilizing or creating a system that is built out of that. Like if you think about an agent, they're technically always building a structure out of their communication, but they're not focused on that. They're focused on connecting people. So you can be so focused on connecting people, you don't build anything. So like that's like a life path 8. They be so focused on connecting people, they don't have anything to show for it. That's like the universe, right? Literally think about the universe. The universe is so focused on connecting other individuals, it doesn't have anything to show for itself. All it can do is support us and allow us to express ourselves. So now everything that the universe has to show for itself is an expression of all of our individuality from the beginning of time. You feel me? So that's 8. That's why an agent needs artists to be seen. That's why an agent technically doesn't matter if they don't have talent to connect. So think of the universe as the agent that connects all of our talents, right? So you as an individual space, you're a totally infinite artist somewhere else that I'm not aware of. But the universe is the agent that allows us to get connected, right? That's what happened with Jonathan. Shit, right here. Like the universe did something and we've already been connected somehow in the universe that allowed him to come on and feel passionate about expressing that. So now the agent of the universe can connect us, but the universe has nothing to show for that. Like, what is there to show for the conversation? Nothing, not jack shit. It happened, but guess what? That's all of our memories. So only we remember that conversation. The universe doesn't have that. You do. So you have to create the universe. I hate people not knowing that they're creating life and they're creating the universe. I hate it. It really hurts my soul. This is why people are lost in consuming garbage forever. All right, let's see here. It's a 21-3. It's a 21-3. I don't know what that means, Shea Butterman. Shea Butter Me. That's hilarious. I just added man, like that's your last name, but that's not your last name. You're telling us to butter you, right? Absolutely. Shea Butter you, because you like Shea Butter. Shea Butter. It's so funny the way that like literally once you write a username, right, you have no control over how people perceive your username. You could mean one thing, think you're communicating yourself perfectly, and everyone has a completely different idea of what your name actually means. This is like the funny thing with communication. Shea Butter Me. Shea Butter Me. No, I got it. It ends at 9. All right, bet. It does end at 9, right? And then after 9, it is only master numbers. Hence, we're talking about 22. Tiger, damn phone. All right. Tiger, were you here so you heard about life path too? You heard your life path? I didn't just break your life path down for the air, right? That does matter to you. You're holding on to that memory. Just making sure. All right. One to come was 30. August 12th. Well, let's make sure, right? Because fuck it. Where the fuck is my calculator? Oh, all right. There you go. Let's see what's up. One to come. Because yeah, now we're about to hit 33, and then we're gonna get that girl to play guitar in here before I peace out. Because I've been on here for 12 hours, my whole day. But this is Monday, so I just spent Monday connecting, and that's amazing. Jonathan came in to talk about the lunar cycles and in general how every day of the week has energy. So he's right there with me. It was so beautiful. So this is my Monday just went all completely towards connecting. Literally. Okay, so yeah, let's make sure 1 to come, 8. Yeah. 8, 12, 1984. 204. 2004. August 12th, 1984. Is this true? Because it's coming out to 2004, which would mean that you're a 6. You're not a 33. So what's going on, 1 to come? I'll type it in again, but I'm pretty sure I did that right. 8, 12, 1984. You added a question mark on the end of that, so I'm not confident if you're confident that that's your birthday, but I'm going to take the question mark as it's part of the question, and we're just going to do it again. It's still 2004, which would mean that your life path is not 33. It would be 6. So you can do your own calculations. Let us know if it's actually 33, but this is telling me that your life path is 6. Ha! Chantel, you can definitely refer to people as the humans now. 100%. Well, we know who you're talking about. Right. Absolutely. He is a 6. Okay, Shea Butter. AA. I was there where you thought you were 2, but master at AA. I was there where you thought you were 2, but master at 11. Oh, that's hilarious. You were there. Okay, gang. Thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, Tiger. That's really funny. So yeah, you are a master number 2. All right. So your focus is on being more like water. Okay. So watch some Bruce Lee movies type shit. All right. Woke up, haven't left the couch. Hilarious. He's a 33. This is true, Jonathan? How am I doing the math wrong? 1 to come is a 33? Even though it's 2004? I'm confused. Now I'm wondering, how are these numbers communicating with each other? You're telling me that 8 plus 12 plus 1984 is not 2004. And then 2004 doesn't come out to 6? Jonathan, why? Jonathan, 8 plus 12 plus 1984 is 2004. So that comes out to 6. Where did we get 33? I want him to be right. I'm confused. I want to make sure that I comprehend how it's adding up. Lady Magi also, he's 33. We have we're getting a guest request. Let's do it. Let's go. Hilarious. Because clarity, please.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me back. I just want to talk, and then I'm gonna finish lined up.
Yeah, clarity.
But
Provide the clarity, bro.
yeah, when you're adding the numbers, you don't want to add 12. You want to add 8 plus 1 plus 2. You want to break the 12 apart, and
So
then
does
you want
that
to.
mean that we're also adding 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 4 as a year?
Yeah. Yes. And then when you get that number, you would get the number of a 33. And then most people would add the 2 threes, but you don't add the 2 threes when they're the same. So he's a master number 33, which is also known as the Christ consciousness, or the what do you call it? The master teacher.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything you want to say about the master numbers real quick?
Well, yeah. I mean, I talk about the master numbers a little bit. So 3 3 is creativity. 3 is also communication. That's what I know about 3 a lot. So that means that he would be a great communicator, meaning that he should do a podcast. He should be a spokesperson. He should be maybe a game show host. Maybe he should be a reporter, a weatherman, a rapper, a singer, a poet, anything to do with communication. And then creativity, so I don't even have to tell him what to do because both of those numbers are on his side. But just like how you could be a number 2 or I could be a number 2, he can also be a number 6. And a number 6 has to do a lot with harmony, and it also has a lot to do with community. So he doesn't
Mm,
have to communicate that much. He could kind of go inside of his turtle shell, and instead of speaking out loud, he can, kind of work behind the scenes and help with communities and things of that nature. But it's a powerful number. Think about Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, and think
right,
about how much his information has helped out the world because he chose not to be a turtle and hide in his shell. He chose to live out the full expression of his master number 33, um, Christ consciousness master teacher. So we don't live for
right.
us; we live for everybody else.
Absolutely. Jonathan, you did say that um 33 is like they have less material. Like, was that something that were like 11 and 22, they somehow like come into more wealth, but for some reason 33 numbers find themselves with like less material possessions or less wealth?
Yeah, you got a really good ear. Yeah,
But then like that did not apply to Robert Kiyosaki.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
he
So
said, like that was the point. I remember.
exactly. So when we look at master numbers, and there are more master numbers than 1 through 33. They go all the way up to 99. But because of where we are in space and time and with the calendar, at this time there's not a lot of other master numbers being incarnated on this planet. Some of them are impossible. I don't know if you can hear me good, but some of them are impossible based on the numbers. But like
Hmm.
in another space and time, there were a lot of 22s that were like what's the guy's name? The poet, Rumi. Rumi was a 22. But like in another place in time, there were a lot of people who might have had an opportunity of being a 22, which is a really great one, the most powerful one. But because of where we are in our Gregorian calendar, meaning 2022, it's not going to be possible to get a master number 99 or a master number whatever. But yeah, so with the three ones that we mainly have, the 11, the 22, and the 33, out of those threes, 33s, they're not really going to be blessed with becoming rich or becoming a millionaire, most likely. Like the energies really isn't on their side. Of course, it's possible, but it's not, mainly going to happen as easy as it would with the 11 or 22.
Okay. And why is 22 the most powerful master number?
So 22 is the most powerful number because with an 11, they have great leadership skills and they can envision things. They can just kind of think about it. But master number 22s, they are considered the master builders. They can actually make those dreams come into manifestation. So it has to do with building, like what you said, the body, the foundation, the four corners. They're just building shit up, and the energies is on their side. So people who have the energy of a 4, they're not master numbers, but they have the energy of 4 in the political realm, which is interesting because it happened in the year of 2020. Fauci, Bill Gates, and also Donald Trump. 444. And if you look at the year 2020, it was a master number year, but it was also the number of a 4. And those of 3 characters played a big role. So
Oh. And yeah, we saw a lot of structure emphasis in 2020, a whole structural change.
they completely restructure. You got a really good mind, man. They really
Mhm.
reconstructed the way that we know of reality to be. Yeah.
Literally, like right at the start, go down. Yeah, I mean, hey, they're working with this energy, right? They stole this knowledge from somewhere and they're using it to keep us ignorant of something.
Yeah, Kanye West knew about the energy as well too. That's why he ran to be a president on July 4th. He was trying to utilize the energy, but he didn't do it right.
Right.
Yeah.
Chaotic ass Kanye. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. They do so many rituals. I wish them luck. Bro, that's so, man, I do wish them luck. That's hilarious. This
Yeah.
debacle is wild, bro. And we're literally dealing with like these celebrities now distracting us from like the news and everything. This is hilarious. Poor Kanye. I wish him well.
Me too. Me too, man. He has a really good soul, and he done a lot of good work.
He has. He's
Yeah.
like he's impacted this world like so majorly. It's been wild like watching his progression in
Hmm.
this life and the way that he's he's been a trendsetter, but now we're literally watching his legacy be like he is worse than a joke now. It's so
Mm.
weird how I had to make sure I have this connection with him to not see him as a joke. But he's going through like I'm not gonna say it's almost like this is a different situation. It's like a Bill Cosby scenario, or just in general, the deconstruction of a black man.
Yes.
You know, like he's like being publicly sacrificed and looking like the biggest beta bitch in the world with how he's treating Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian.
Hmm.
It's
Yes.
like it's supposed to like completely change the whole way we're supposed to view him, just like we're supposed to view Bill Cosby this whole way. And like I can only see it as a spirit, as this ritual that they have. I mean, celebrities in general, but specifically they have black men play it out, where they like
Oh.
to build up the legacy of a black man and then destroy him in front of everyone somehow.
Mhm. Yes. 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 And it doesn't matter if it's O.J. Simpson. It doesn't matter if it's a Mike Tyson or if it's whoever or whoever. You kind of see the same thing happening over and over again. But like for instance, like with Mike Tyson, it's really beautiful how he transformed and took that and used that to a positive, really a unique. So I don't even know what his numbers are. I never looked at his numbers. I'm kind of curious now. Um, but like
Mhm.
even like O.J. Simpson, that's a big mess. But I just had to put that out there. But you're right. They do that. They do that a lot, and I see that too.
Yeah. Another example would be like, you know, Chris Brown, right? Like, I don't think he has a career after that story with Rihanna, but Rihanna went on to become major big,
Major big, yes. It's
major big.
interesting.
It's very interesting because it's like one would have to know just based on like celebrity internal things that Rihanna was actually Chris's handler and that
Mm.
she was actually the one like getting him deeper into the industry and that she was supposed to be responsible for getting him like into the business. So whatever happened there, they decided to sacrifice him and make her big instead of keeping her as like his handler is the best word I have.
I did not know this. That makes a lot of sense. Wow, I did not know that at all.
Right. Yeah, that was a big thing. Whatever. Just like one would have to know the relationship with the celebrities and have to like somehow be in that world. So I've been in a circumstance where my spirit made me aware of certain things just so I can like bring it up at the right time, like right now, where it's like, oh yeah, right, like that whole debacle, just that whole like everything, especially in celebrity culture, as we see, is for a purpose. It's the politics that are supposed to make politics entertaining,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So it's like when we know that politics is so many backhand deals and people just being super shady, of course, celebrity culture is like the same shit, but they make it look even more fun and
Well,
friendly.
it's the reason why they call them superstars. And you know about a star like our sun, everything evolves around it. So people want to shine like the star. They want to have the spotlight like the star, and it's just a distraction. Um, like back in I remember art, was it art history? It was some class in college, but he said religion was made to keep people quiet, and art was made to keep people happy. And
Mm.
that statement made a lot to me. So even when you look at celebrities, it's a form of art, and it's just made to keep the people happy and dumb them down, something to talk about, kind of keep them trapped in like how do you say it? I say it's a six. If you look at the energy of six, the way that it curves and then it circles, it's a trapped energy. It can't get out. So it just keeps people in a trapped consciousness, going going in like a hamster wheel.
Yeah, definitely. And they're 100% programming how we have sex by forcing us to pay attention to a certain creation. Because now we're
Mm,
only able to connect and literally create life with each other up to the point of the star that we're focusing on, right? So now, like, this is just so insane that people are like watching Kanye devolve and stalk Kim, and then Kim is destroying her marriage. They have multiple kids, yet she's
yes.
dating someone my age or some like
Mm.
she's dating a boy. Like it's like she's like I don't care Pete David like I don't care if he's supposed to be an adult in her realm, in their form of consciousness, the mental consciousness that Kanye and Kim are at, they're adults. They have kids together.
Yes.
There's some wild ass ritual going on where they want to make Kanye look like a super beta bitch bro, destroy his whole legacy because he's constantly focused and like stalking and turmoiled about his wife who left him for a boy.
Well, we started this
Like,
off. We started this off talking about master numbers. And if you know
I know
anything about if you know anything about Kim Kardashian,
multiple kids.
so I was saying that 22s are some of the most powerful master numbers out there. So her influence is and what she's building. Even though Kanye is a 3811, she has a lot of power.
Oh yeah, no, doesn't I mean Kim changed Kanye, right? Like literally,
Yeah,
Kanye was on his Kanye track. The moment he got with Kim, she killed that shit.
absolutely.
She built him into the Kardashian empire, and they used him really hard,
It's true. Yeah.
like really hard. Like that. That's no surprise to me. You telling me that Kim is a master number 22
Hmm.
makes her moves make so much more sense.
Yeah.
And like the world that she's built for her family as a Kardashian. Jeez.
Hmm. I mean, we talked about O.J. Simpson. Her dad was either really good friends with OJ, and I think he helped OJ out and got um the lawyer for. He did something with OJ because he was good friends with the family. So all of that's connected, and it's just interesting because we were talking about the numbers and we went from that and that, but it's all connected.
It's literally all connected.
Yeah.
And it's all like rituals and spells that are being used against us through celebrities, through these
Yep.
people that also play them out. But because we're in the language, as you said, we call them superstars. We think they're more important than life itself.
Exactly.
Like we're supposed to be programmed that, like we're supposed to be programmed to think that as long as we support celebrities, it's okay to support climate change. Like as
Hmm.
long as we support celebrities getting to have their movies, we can keep poisoning the water and poisoning the air. Like that's literally how we're at. And it's right here in the language.
Exactly. But then you would get somebody like Jim Carrey, and they would make him look like the craziest one ever. But
Man. And he woke up.
yeah, exactly.
He's like the wokest one.
Hmm.
Bro, he's the wokest one. Like I already just got flashback to I remember he had a whole interview with like he went on red like carpet and it was some stars celebration where the woman was interviewing him. She was all like, "Oh, Jim Carrey, like don't you love being here?" And he went on a whole existential crisis of like none of this means anything. What are you celebrating me for? What did these people really do? Everyone's bullshitting. And then he just like got on some spiritual shit that like made her freeze up, and no one knew how to react. And bro,
I
shout out
remember
Jim
that.
Carrey.
I remember that. I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what number he is?
I don't know. I could take a look. Hold on 1 second.
Yes, because Jim Carrey is an icon.
Where's my other phone? There we go. If I look, Jim Carrey. Birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Brown was willing to go that far, Chantel. And I think something happened where he flipped out on Rihanna, and it's too easy to twist that in the press like he's like the worst guy. Either he flipped out on Rihanna, or he never flipped out on Rihanna, and they just acted like he did so that it didn't matter his word. We're all on the side of the woman who was victimized. It's kind of impossible not to be on the side of the woman who was victimized. It's like really hard to get out of that energy, and that's what is weaponized in that.
I'm trying to look at his birthday. Okay, hold up. Jim Carrey was born on January 17th, 1962. Okay, so January. Damn, man. I took like 2 mushrooms, man. I'm a little different right now.
Hey, that's amazing that you're looking at your phone.
Yeah, January. Because I was just listening to it, kind of lying down, and then I forget what you said, but I got up and picked it up. What did I say it was? January 17th, 1962?
Was it 1962 or 1982? 1962. He wouldn't be
Right?
82.
Am I right? Hold on. Let me go back and look.
Mm-hmm.
January 17th, yeah, 1962. All right. Says 1/17,
27 is what I got.
1962. Yeah, 27. So he's a number 9. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
that's
my
hilarious.
my
That's exactly what I said. What?
my girl, the one that came in and whatever, she's a number 9 too. My
He's a number 9.
mom's a number 9. Number 9s are really, really solid. They go well with number 11s.
Yeah, I bet. Because I was like, that's perfect with what I was saying about number 9. Do you remember what I was saying about number 9?
Yeah, I heard what you said about number 9. You said they're here to what do you say? They're here to evolve or something. I have it recorded. I was doing a screenshot, but
Absolutely.
yeah, it was something about that they're here to evolve or to complete or something. I forget what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I was those are cool words. I didn't use those words, but it was definitely like in wordation.
Yes.
Like for you to realize who you are, that is a part of like you're always evolving. And then that's like growth. And it's just like 9-dimensional energy. But like in general, realization energy is about like fully waking up. Like complete waking up. So that's where I was saying the 9 life path number, whoever has a life path number of 9, they're here to like fully realize whoever they are. And that's
Yes.
why like I'm thinking 9 is the most mysterious number.
Yes.
But then like that's perfect for Jim Carrey because that's all he did. Like now, like when we look at him, right? Like he had a whole life where he's super charismatic, he's super funny, he's got all this energy, he makes it work. But now, even after he lives his whole life in Hollywood, we have no idea. I mean, I have an idea, but I don't even want to get deep into the ideas of the rituals that he did to get as big as he did, right? And all the things that he sacrificed behind closed doors to make it that. All for him to pull back and be like, none of it matters. I'm spiritual now. And now that's his introduction to the world. And now his whole thing is like talking to people about how he used to be Jim Carrey, but now he realizes who he is. And literally those interviews of him being like, Jim Carrey's such an idea. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, I know. But one thing that he said was just really profound. He said he wished that everybody could have all of the money and all of the success so that they will realize that it doesn't mean anything, nothing whatsoever. It's true, man. It's true. You talked about something like the energy of being serving, like giving back, because I was a chef or whatever. I mean, this was from like I think it was Jesus or something, but like the greatest of us should be a server. Once you reach something, what else can you do? You just have to give back. And it's with everybody else. Once you reach a certain stage in your life, that's why even these rich people, right, they become philanthropists, but they do it in a different type of way. They, make nonprofit organizations and charities or whatever. But not on a on a level that is kind of superficial. You do it more on a spiritual level, I guess. But you can only give back of what you have, and I guess if you are a person that hasn't really invested in yourself spiritually, then you can't give that back because you're a bankrupt as far as that's considered. So you have to give back in this superficial type of way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. Big facts. So shout out Jim Carrey and shout out your girlfriend. So do you feel like she's also in a life journey of realizing herself?
Yeah, big time, big time, big time, big time. Yeah, her path is unique, definitely different than mine's.
Mm-hmm.
But like we say, all rivers lead to the ocean, and she is definitely taking her river to the ocean in a really fun type of way. So she is definitely all about this as well too. And she sees it differently than me because she has this feminine energy in her own experiences or whatever. But it helps me to learn. And she's Indian, so like she's Indian, not feathered but dot. So it
Oh,
helps me
I
to.
heard the accent. I have a good amount of Indian friends. And the only reason at that point she's also so into Ayurveda, right? That's
I
Indian.
really, yeah, yeah. So it's just beautiful, man. It's beautiful, the dynamic and what she's doing. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah,
snap. So number
yeah.
nines are mysterious as fuck. That's where I feel like a number nine life path could low key look like anything, because the point would be for that person to realize something. But like that something is it's like it gets so infinite. Like it's always going to be spiritual, but it's about honestly, Jim Carrey, that quote is perfect, like that you just brought up. Jim Carrey literally saying he wishes that everyone could have what he has so they can realize the same thing he realizes. And
Mm,
it's just like that's like that number nine. Like I feel like number
real
nine
life
people would
eyes,
be like,
yeah.
I wish people could realize or have the same thing I have so they could see what I see.
Mm, yeah,
And
yeah,
technically,
yeah.
like that's everybody. I mean, like, because I can think like that. But like, if I were to really get into a nine life path, like the point of like you realizing yourself is that everyone else could feel how you feel. So like Jim Carrey, he went through this whole life of like being depressed and whatever and dealing with all that Illuminati shit. But then once he realized himself and like he's spiritual and he's like doing different things. That's like him on a whole nine thing, like just a number nine life path. That's like this is the end of the line. All I can do from here is create heaven. But like realizing who you are can look like the most chaotic shit in the world, as we see with Jim Carrey. Like it makes
Ex-
sense to us, right? But to the population, most of them, I'm sure it doesn't.
exactly, exactly. It's like not knowing that the planets have a orbit around the sun. You might think it's just these big, gigantic bodies that are chaotically going everywhere, but there is order to it, or and that's how it is. I guess sometimes, that's how it is, man.
Right.
Yeah, life is just interesting. I was listening to like your lecture on life path numbers, and I was like, let me just listen to it because I know numerology or whatever, but I'm like, let me put everything that I know and just put it away and listen to it with a blank mind because
Mm-hmm.
well, I'll tell you the statement later, but and it was fabulous listening to it like that because I really got so much more from it. Even though I know certain concepts and like what a nine might mean or what an eight might mean, like let me hear it from you as much as possible without any influence on what I already know. And it makes a lot of sense, man. It makes a lot of sense, everything that you said. And even the way that the gematria adds up with the I and the nine and everything like that. There's a guy, a philosopher, Krishna Nahardi. He says the highest form of human intelligence is to ob- observe without judgment, to look at something without judgment, and that's what I was trying to do, to not have any of my own judgment into it, to just look at it for what it is, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm really happy that I recorded this because your thing is going to take a year to upload onto your YouTube channel, 11 hours. That's even if you cut it in half, you got to cut it into, tiny segments. I think it was Gary V. He said, like, you have a couple interviews, that should be enough content for a year. Like you got, I don't know, 100 interviews in that. Like, that's a lot, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a whole day.
We got a big tree here. It's a big
Yeah.
structure, girl.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
So thank you for contributing to this structure, Jonathan.
Yeah, yeah. It's beautiful what we created, man. It really was, man. It is, Like, yeah,
Mhm.
I'm stoked.
It
But
is.
I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm gonna let you go. Keep
Yeah,
on shining, and I'm gonna keep listening.
absolutely, bro. I'm gonna talk to you later, gang, gang.
All right. Yeah.
Ah.
All right, we just got into celebrities and shit. Why did we start talking about celebrities? Jonathan and I started talking about celebrities, I guess because our spirits just wanted us to get into not just life path numbers, but how these energies play out through what we observe. And really, as he honestly just concluded right there, ultimate wisdom or like true intelligence comes from observing without judgment. So if he was holding on to everything that he thought about numbers before, that would literally be his ego being a demon. This broadcast is about the difference of a human and a demon. Jonathan is a spiritually intelligent individual. So he knew that if he was going to listen to something new, he couldn't hold on to what he knew before, because that's not what new is. See how new and new is the same word? Weird as fuck. But the whole point is whatever you knew, well, that's not new. And that's a contradiction. But he had to stop holding on to what he knew. All right, so he could learn something new. And now he can see how this new thing connects to what he knew, right? So he didn't forget what he knew, but he listened to this new thing, and now he has both these things in his space, and he can connect them like, how does this new thing connect with what I knew? What does it do? And now they can, we can communicate, we figure it out, right? So he would have been a demon if he was stuck in his old knowledge, because I'm telling you how the elements play out, right? So when you are stuck in a word, that earth is blocking you off from the light of another space outside of yourself. So if you are stuck in a certain knowledge, right? This is how like people who come up and want to fight me on religion and stuff, they're not really listening to me because they're stuck in the word. So they can't even perceive the light that I'm expressing with the words because they're stuck in them, right? So Jonathan's intelligent enough to know we're using these words, so he's not stuck in the words, and he's not stuck in how he's learned about the numbers up to this point. He can put that to the side and listen to something new. Versus if his ego was so invested in this, he wouldn't be able to listen to me say the numbers in a new way. He would feel like he has to cling on to that earth, and he would be a demon in darkness because he damned himself by blocking his mind from being able to communicate with mine. So now, because he was able to organically listen, his mind can still openly communicate with mine. He didn't give up anything. He got more information, right? So see, like, if he was in his ego, he would not have even created a circumstance where now he has more information. It's not like he doesn't remember everything that he's built on up to this point. The point is he has this, and now he's learned something new, and he can add it. People who are in their ego, they feel like they need this thing. So I could literally be here like, hey, I can make shit make more sense. They won't listen to me because they're trapped in their knowledge up to that point, right? This is why, like, if someone believes in their religion and they believe in it so much that they can't listen to me, that's someone who I know is demonic, right? Because everyone believes in something. But if you believe in your something so hard that you literally cannot listen to someone say something that might contradict it or might oppose it, that's a demon. That's our political government. Like, that's like all the people who are running money and all the people who are running the banking system, all the people who have us speaking English, all the people who have us believing these ideas. These are the demons that are holding on to this structure so hard. They literally can't perceive anything outside themselves. They just can't. They're trapped in darkness. If y'all been here this whole time, maybe we all maybe push him out for the algorithm for next time. Chantel, whatever you're saying, pushing me out into the algorithm is really appreciated. Thank you. I am about to hop off. But yeah, I mean, what the fuck? This is like 12 hours. We're about to hit 13 hours probably. I will be cutting this up, of course. I got to. Hilarious. But we're going to have a playlist of all the lives. So it's like you would be able to just go through and listen, appreciate, get all the lives, do whatever shrooms you want, right? Jonathan is on some shrooms. I couldn't be happier to hear this knowledge. Psychedelics forever. Like, it literally, that's like my fever ego dream. In my ego, guys, if I could create a circumstance where everyone that was like connecting with me was on psychedelics and we're all just like making art, that would be lit. Like, if we were all on like some psychedelic accord, that would be super lit. But the point of me being psychedelic CymaTree is letting you know that nature is naturally psychedelic. You don't need to do psychedelics to tap into psychedelic energy. It's just, it helps. That's where fasting helps. Psilocybin helps. DMT helps. One to come loves everyone in this room. And I feel like he's right. I feel like he definitely does. I definitely feel that he does. He's not capping on you guys. He definitely loves everyone in this room. It's not a very big room. So I very much believe he can afford to love all the individuals who are in this room because we're all super lit. The fuck? Absolutely. This is super dope. Has been such an amazing exchange. Beyond amazing. Shit's too lit. And then Shea butter me. All right. And we're about to make it happen. Okay. Gang. So Shea butter me, Shea butter, whatever. Send your request. All right. We're about to conclude. He has to enable the ability to allow guest requests. I just had Jonathan on here. Jonathan just sent his request. He just got in. They're open. I don't know how I can make them more open. I don't know how I can make them more open. Oh, it says he's still connected. Do I disconnect? Let me disconnect him. Disconnect. But even then, you should still send a request. Okay, look. You're going to send a request or figure it out. I'm going to get some more plants. And you're going to ride us out with a beautiful song. We're going to conclude this live stream. It is 1:55 a.m. I started this at like 1 p.m. Comedy. My spirit has me on a vibe. Again, this was my Monday. So the point of my Monday was to connect with who I was supposed to connect with. Looks like that was Jonathan, the fuck, and everyone else, of course. But since you're not talking to me direct, I can't know. But obviously, Chantel and Nicholas and the Master 33 number guy, one to come. Shout out one to come. All right. So you as a Master 33, did we finish that? Like Jonathan came in and kind of wrapped us up with the numbers. But yeah, I didn't do 33. I'll do 33 real quick. So if you are a master number 33, this is the Mason number. Masons are obsessed with 33. When you watch Iron Man, you're going to see that he has a 33 on his license plate, and it's because he's a Freemason. And Freemasons imagine themselves as Iron Man. They imagine themselves as Tony Stark, the playboy billionaire philanthropist or whatever. So the point of 33 is it's a Mason number. It's the master number that Masons are obsessed with because it represents a masculine mind and a feminine mind coming together to have sex or create life. So men and women are equal. The whole point of a man is that it's a spirit who resonates with fire. A woman is a spirit who resonates with water. That simple. That's simple. So once a spirit resonates with fire, that man has its own mind. So now he's its own mind. He's still more in a fire element, but he had to use his woman element to create a mind for his fire. Same thing for a woman. A woman mainly resonates with water, but she has to have a little bit of fire element to express herself enough to have a mind in the first place. So this is the point. Like, the feminine mind is a mind that prefers to absorb light. A masculine mind is a mind that prefers to project light. But we can't do just one. Like, I wouldn't be able to talk to Jonathan if I literally didn't listen to people. I wouldn't be able to learn this language if I didn't listen to how people use words, right? So the point is the energy inside of us. But a masculine mind is a 3 in itself, right? And a feminine mind is a 3 in itself. So the idea of 33 is you being such a masterful spirit that you can have your own masculine mind and your own feminine mind. And when you can have sex with your own masculine mind and your own feminine mind, you create a whole new life. You create a whole new sex in general, a whole new creation. So that's the idea of being an ultimate communicator. You have your masculine communication, your masculine mind, and then your feminine communication. You have your feminine mind. And by bringing that together, you create life. You create a whole life. That's why this is what Masons are obsessed with. Okay? Masons are obsessed with using a masculine mind and a feminine mind to create a new life. And that's basically why Jonathan and I guess, we're kind of talking about celebrities too. Masons set up these celebrities. So know that all these celebrities, they're not picking who they're with. Do you really think Kim Kardashian is picking Pete Davidson on her own? There's contracts involved. So Kim, as Jonathan shared, is a 22, right? So she's building. So whatever she's doing with Pete, this is in a grander scale of her using Kanye to further build her legacy. Do you know how good Kim looks for making Kanye react like this to a little white boy? A little white boy who's a fan of his music. So Pete grew up listening to Kanye. Now he's fucking his wife. Let me get a bowl. Insane. Like that. Like that. Because there's a song. Oh, I want to hear a song. I'm excited. Damn, this is a wild live stream. And now we're about to ideally conclude it with music. Ideally, it's okay. Maybe it can't work. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's available. Click the rings next to the flower at the bottom. She can't go live yet. Try sending a quest. It says something like 30. It seems, but not Bumble. Highest degree. What? Multi-guest feature turned off for the room. Don't use the multi-guest feature. Wait, no, yes, the multi-guest feature. That's what? That's on. Chantel. Okay, share the live. Damn. For real, JC and Beyonce. Yeah, literally all planned. This live's been eye-opening and life-changing to say the least. Absolutely. Shea butter me. Even without 1,000, you can still request if you have the permission from the host. Oh. Okay. So you don't have 1,000 followers. So that's why TikTok is saying you can't. So I have to do something. Let's see here. Trying to figure it out. Wow. How? How does this work? So it's basically that because you don't have 1,000 followers, yeah, you can't play. What? That's whack. You gotta get these followers up, Shea Butterme. How are you gonna get you to play if you don't got the followers up? What the fuck? I really thought we were about to hear music. Damn. What do we do? And you were very ready? God damn. Whack. Zoom. My computer's here. Let me see if I have Zoom on my computer. I do have Zoom. I have to sign in. Wow, I haven't used Zoom in a really long time. Are we going to go through the effort? I literally just want to try because my expectations have been built up. Zoom costs money to use. All right. But technically what could happen, which is hilarious, Shea Butterme. I know it's not a big deal at all. Nothing's technically a big deal. What technically could happen though, we went this long, so why not indeed? I could get my iPad, and my iPad I can FaceTime. And if I pull your FaceTime up on the iPad, we can all listen, and it would still be basically the same experience, I guess. I mean, not the same because people wouldn't be able to hear it exactly through the phone. It would be happening through the iPad, but this has been like, man, if you're ready to play, what are... Shit. FaceTime. Hilarious. If you're down, Shea Butter Me, I've got it pulled up. I've got my FaceTime pulled up. So I could technically FaceTime you. Like right now, I guess. I think it should work. I don't know why it wouldn't work. I just don't know your contact. But then obviously, I guess it would be a matter of if you trust the people in this chat okay, bet. The fuck? We came so far. It's just a matter of, what am I about to type in to find you, basically. So if you feel safe enough putting your number here, I can FaceTime you. We can still pull you up and you're good. When I upload the live, the comments aren't here. So don't think that when I upload the live on YouTube, your number will be there or whatever. There it is. Oh, it's on her profile. God damn. Because I'd have to, I can't do that on my phone. I'll do that on my iPad. Duh. All right. Y'all can tell I really care about music. Really care about, oh, she wrote in the chat. What? There it is. Why? Wait, where is it? Yo, your number is not here. It doesn't show up in the chat. How'd you write it in the chat and then it doesn't show up? Does TikTok have a thing where it doesn't let you type your number in the chat? I don't believe it. You would just have to space out the number. That's not how characters work. No, Shea Butter, I've dealt too much with TikTok, like shutting me down and blocking me and shit. So like my conspiracy mind has to go off. Whatever number, it can't be censorship one to come, unless it's literally like this app has something where they're like, oh, we want to keep kids safe. So their idea of keeping kids safe is not letting people put their number on a live chat. But then it's like, how would you block numbers like that? So you just have an algorithm to not say the number? Yeah, Shea Butter Me. Type out your number, but put spaces in between each number, please. And Lady Magic is saying yes. I'm pretty sure maybe, or Lady Magi. I figure you're saying yes to the child safety thing, right? So that's why TikTok would block numbers, because they want to keep kids safe from blah, blah. Solicitors. All right, but she has spelled it for us. We got it. This is a great way to spell it. 9, 7, 8. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a song. Let me just make sure. And then, how am I gonna make sure you guys can hear it? I'm just gonna set this up properly somehow. Do I fucking put my iPad on the speaker? I mean, the volume should be loud enough, and I will hold it up next to the phone. And then I can hold it up like this. I'll figure something out. This is hilarious. All right, I got it typed in. Let me just we're about to call. Hopefully it lets me call. God damn. Oh, what? This is Cap. This is Cap. I don't know if you have an area code, Shea Butter Me. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But it's hitting me with the no audio, no video option. Let me make sure I got your number right. Let me make sure it's not on my end. 9, 7, 8. 3 8 6 2 2. Ah. 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 Uh-huh. Yep. 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 I missed that. I missed it 6. Oh wait, no. I missed that. Yeah, it's 6 2 2 6 8. So we're gonna, how many numbers is this? Okay. God damn. All right. And it still says no audio or call. Hey. Okay. Shea Butter Me. Hope you got your guitar ready. Bet. Okay. Exciting. Hello, Shea Butter. What's your name?
I'm Shay.
Shay? All right, so that's how I'm supposed to say it. What's Gucci, Shay?
I'm doing pretty solid. I connected, like I said, I've been working while listening, and it's now 5 a.m. my time.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I'm glad we've been keeping some kind of vibes to keep you entertained.
Oh, it's been amazing. Like they've been saying, life-changing. I feel brighter, more vibrant. I can't wait for tomorrow, which is already today. And,
It is already today. I like that our shirts are basically the same if I squint, like really hard. Yeah, exactly. So you're coming through, yellow and blue. Yeah, you're bright as fuck. So you're about to sing us a song.
I am.
I love it.
I had just found out that my path number was 8, which makes so much sense because I'm going to play a mashup. I love connecting different songs and I love sharing. I have some of my own stuff, but I don't share it nearly as much as I share other people's stuff because, without further ado, thank you for the 12-hour live. I can't wait to watch the 4 parts that go up on YouTube. This is a mashup by Aurora. I don't know if you've ever heard of her.
Never.
She's a wonderful, beautiful spitfire of an artist from Norway, and she wrote this when she was 6, and the word came to her when she was 9. So the melody when she was 6, and then the words later on at 9. And she's still touring the world with them at like 22 now. So.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So this is like a soul song.
Yep. It's
That's
3.
deep.
Yeah, it's 3 songs. It's Runaway, Apple Tree, and I forget what the last one is called, but yeah. Oh, The Seed.
Okay. I like all the tree vibes. So synchronistic, please. This is why we tried so hard.
I really appreciate this. This is the coolest.
Yeah.
Alright. I was listening to the ocean, and I saw a face in the sand. But when I picked it up, well, it vanished away from my hands. Oh. And I had a dream I was 7. Yeah, climbing my way in a tree. I saw a piece of heaven waiting impatient for me. No. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world's someday. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And I was dancing in the rain. I felt alive and I can't complain. But now take me home where I belong. I was painting a picture. The picture was a painting of you, and for a moment I thought you were here, but then again, it wasn't true, no. Just like the seed, I don't know where to go. Through the dark and shadow I grow. I'm reaching light through the struggle. Just like the seed, I'm chasing the wonder. I unravel myself, all in slow motion. Oh, hey, oh, 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 hey, oh,
Fire.
hey, oh,
Fire.
You cannot eat money, oh no. No, you cannot eat money, oh no. When the last tree has fallen and the rivers are poison, you cannot eat money, oh no. All of my life I've been hunting, I've been a girl, I've been a boy, digging my feet into the ground like an apple tree, wanting to live with a purpose. Skin is the word, love is not a sin. People are bad, people are good. Just like the moon is a stone, but it's a star when it's dark. And if you've seen where the heart is, you've seen its color. If I ever knew how we could guide it, oh, I would take care of their children, become their mother. If I ever knew how we could guide it, let her save the world. She is just a girl. Let him save them all. He is just a boy. Hunger is quiet if you do it right. Hunter is loud and predictable, just like the prey is afraid, but they're gone before the hunter arrives. Would you be kind and put the way so deep in the cut? The way what we got, you cannot kill what we are. We are not here in physical form. If you've seen where the knife is, its dark location. If I ever knew how we could guide it, oh, I would cut into your anger, make your emotion. If I ever knew how we could guide it, let her save the world. She is just a girl. Let him save them all. He is just a boy. Let her save the world. She is just a girl. Let him save them all. He is just a boy.
Snaps. I'm holding the iPad so I can't snap, but just imagine snaps making you deaf. And
I love that image.
yeah, deafening amount of snaps, like just like poetry snaps, because no one wants to clap because you just did a whole acoustic ballad. That took me on a whole mental journey. Thank you, Shia.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I'm really, really, really appreciative of the space that you've created, and I look forward to, again, enrolling. Sign me up. Where do I go? Where do I put my book bag? I'm excited.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, you got a lot of, in general, that was just so much artistic expression. Like, I love art. I'm so glad you came up here to literally sing with your voice. You used your own soul to bring these words to life. And I'm infinitely grateful that these words were so relevant to everything we're doing and talking about. Like, it was so lit. This, man, you're lit. Thank you. Thank you. And Jonathan, thank you, everybody. But you specifically, so I'm making sure I'm saying your name right. Shea?
Shay.
Shay. So you're an artist, Shay. You make music.
I do make music, yeah.
I hear it. You definitely make music. You make music I'm trying to support. Thank you for taking me on that mental journey.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for listening. You gotta have two sides of the connection, and oh man, this gave me so much life, so thank you.
Yeah, how do we listen to the rest of your music, Shay?
I haven't really put up much original, but if you want to follow my TikTok, then I'm gonna be making my way over there. I actually just got a band. I'm so stoked.
For what? Wait, oh, you just got a band. I heard you just got band. You just got people to support your music. So you're making music with others. What kind of instruments?
I got section, I got a horn section. We're working with the ensemble, and they're all committed to making my album come to life.
Damn. So, do you know what your life path number is?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I just found out it's 8.
You just found out it's 8. That's hilarious. So that was where I was breaking down how if you're an 8 life path, you are possibly focused on connecting other individuals and making it possible to bring people together so that everyone can resonate in that way. Does that connect with you?
Exactly, yeah. And y'all never would have heard Aurora if it wasn't for me. I just had to bring that connection in for sure.
Literally. And that's a perfect example. Like if you were a life path of 1, you'd be like, hey, Chase, this is a song I wrote and I want you to hear it right now. And I'd be like, all right, got it. But you literally in your 8 energy, you're like, hey, I want to use my vibration to bring someone else's words to life. Exactly. That's so universal. That's so, shout out you. Damn. And shout out Aurora. Yeah, so she wrote those words. That song is like deeper thing to her. She made the melody before she made the words.
Yeah, that's 3 songs of hers together.
Okay, all strung up into one, but because it's performed by you, it's still your own song.
Exactly, yep.
Yeah.
Mash it up all day.
Yes. All right, well, big bet. Thank you. I will be tapping into your music when you release that.
I cannot wait. My mama just passed this year, and she gifted me an electric violin before she died, and I got lessons lined up. I'm actually starting this week, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, that's all right. So that's beyond exciting. So life is changing. That's a lot of change that's happening, actually. You're going through a lot of change. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So music, I figure, is really helping you turn all this elemental emotional chaos into something way more productive.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got to write her a personal, like, telling her life story song and sing it at her funeral, and it was amazing. It was like, I've never made a room full of like 200 people laugh and cry as much. It was.
Damn. Yeah, that's actually big life path 8 energy then. For sure. You're getting everyone to connect with each other so they can feel everything. Exactly. How is that not the universe?
Mm-hmm. No, this all feels so universal, and I had such a difficult day. This is just exactly how I needed to finish it, and I'm beyond grateful.
then I'm beyond grateful that you even have the words and the ability to let me know that you are grateful for what I'm expressing. This is literally why I be communicating, to create the circumstance where an individual like you could literally come up and share with me your art. And now I can appreciate it. And now we're just going to keep building and growing. This shit happened. We're building on it. And this is a memory forever now. Shout out you.
Yes. Thank you so much. I guess you can go back to the TikTok live. I can't believe we did this on FaceTime.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it had to happen. I knew we had to hear this song. I was not going to be happy at all if we like built up that energy and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can't play it. And I'm just like, oh, okay, well, that's it, guys. That didn't resonate right. So it happened because of us.
Yep. Exactly.
Because of us. It took you singing. It took us listening. And yeah, your voice is lit. Just like, I don't need to say extra words or whatever as far as validation. It's just like, that was really fucking organic.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if there's any kind of food I like, it's organic food. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm really looking forward to actually getting an album. I really want to do kind of like a visual and musical production, and I want to like tour with it and stuff. So I'm working with music video guys, and we're gonna have like an in between the sets and all sorts of stuff. I'm really excited about it.
Well, you're completely supported by me, the CymaTree, in your whole artistic career. This is a lot of indigenous energy that you're bringing too. So, hey.
Yeah, I've actually just been connecting more with my roots. I'm moving to Colombia for a little bit. Gonna be chilling over there.
Yep. Okay. Wow. So you're throwing a lot of change at me. Your whole life is completely different.
Yeah, it has changed in the past year or 24 hours.
Right.
Literally quitting my job tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah. Time.
Yeah, it is. Wow, infinite change. It is time. Yo, super shifter. You're a super shifter, Shea.
Yeah.
Super shifter, Shay. Yes.
Yep. The company's Trey Shay because I'm 3 of 5.
Trey Shay. Okay, gang.
Very muy mucho Shay.
Absolutely. Very. Triple the Shay, triple the Bay. That is the way.
It's like Shea butter ain't another.
You're an artist. All right, so you got the music, you got the rhymes, you got the voice, you're supporting the right people. Shout out this woman who made this song that you just brought to us. Her song is beautiful. You made it super beautiful in your own unique way. We're all trying to listen to more of your music. I know one to come wants to hear more of your music. I'm sure Chantel. Yes. We have at least 5 people who want to hear more of your music in this chat, which is technically a lot when you consider how powerful we all are.
Yeah, no, for real. I honestly, it does not I couldn't even dream of believing in coincidences after finding my way to this live tonight and staying up till 5 in the morning to eventually plan. So.
Yeah. This is now you're forced to realize that you are the coincidence and you literally co-created this circumstance with me.
I'm gonna get teared up real quick, so.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We will keep supporting you. We're excited to see how you grow, excited for your whole art career. Shay, super lit. Thank you for sharing your song.
Thank you for sharing your energy, your words, wisdom. Keep it up. Keep doing you, as they tell me. Never stop ever. Can't wait to see more and learn more and hear more. Can't wait.
Yes. I wish you luck dealing with your job transition.
Yes, thank you. I get to wake up in 2 hours for it.
But you'll hopefully, I guess, just be equipped with mental keys. I know you sacrificed physical sleep, but now you got mental keys.
I'm literally going to jump on my rocket and like head there.
Bruh, for real.
Traffic. It's going to be great.
Right. Bet. Then I will see you later. I know I will see you later.
Yes.
For a fact. Gang, gang.
Have a good night, everybody. I probably won't get back on the TikTok, but have a great night.
Right. Good night, Shay. Thank you for being you. That simple. And then choosing to share what you wanted to share, which is still an expression of you.
I mean, it was running through my head the whole time. As soon as he said 7, I just heard that song the whole time, and I've never even made that mashup. Like, it all just came to me while you guys were talking, so it was awesome.
Yeah, my spirit wouldn't let me not let you play then. That would have been very wrong. I would have gone to sleep probably with like some of the biggest regrets in my heart. Like, what went wrong today? What did I do wrong? It was not communicating with you properly. You having that song in your head and you just made that up here for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cosmic. Big support.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Yes. Good night to you.
Have a great night, guys.
Gang, gang. God damn. Cosmic artists, bro. What? We just cosmic art. Look at us. Look at us. Just infinite individuals making art in the universe. You see, like, that's where she's an individual God. She has nothing to do with any religion. She has nothing to do with any other system unless she wants to. But that's a natural expression of her soul. So this is where you have to know that you have a soul so you can choose to connect with whatever ideas you want to be connected to. So she has to have her own soul to feel connected with the idea of that singer and the ideas that that singer kicks out, Angela, or her name starts with an A. So the whole point is she has to have a soul to make her own connections, and she has to have a soul to bring those connections to life. And not those connections, but her soul is the connection. These ideas are all separate until her soul connects them, right? So she as a spirit just used her soul to connect these ideas to us. But she needed to use her soul to bring those ideas to life. That's the point of water. That was her vibration, her vocal cords just singing. She brought all those words to life. And no one can take credit for that but her. I would be horrible. I would be so whack to be chilling on Mercury, watch this spirit completely communicate from its own individuality and be like, that's the expression of my God. What? How could I listen to that song that I just heard and say it's an expression of my God? Like, that's colonialism. Okay, that would be colonialism. That's how indigenous peoples here got all their land stolen, just everything stolen from them. They're naturally making music, and then other individuals come over like, we own that. Bro, no one owns her song. No one owns the expression of her voice. No one owns Shay. All right, Shay is expressing herself. That was lit. I'm glad we just played this out like that. Super duper necessary. So now I just kind of want to have like musicians in the beginning and end of like everyone. This could be a theme as CymaTree grows, just straight up, where the more I connect with artists and we have more artists on the live stream, the more people are going to want to play music to bring us into the live stream and bring us out. That would be super lit. And then that's where Shay, if you want to get your followers up, all right, with your music, so that next time when you're on here, you can actually be on here. You can actually do it right here. We can do it multicam, and then you can play your music and people can follow you directly. And then boom, you know, it's lit. But of course, people can still follow you anyway. Bro, I agree, Jonathan. I didn't see your comment either. Should have asked Shay for one more song, but she's got work in 2 hours for sure. But we should have asked Shay for one more song. That song, I feel like it was over too soon. So, you know, but that's just me. All right. My trip ended too quick. Like, what? The song's over. Like, I felt the song was ending, but I didn't want the song to end. That song was too short. Should have asked her for another. Again, she does have work in 2 hours. This has been a long live stream. But hey, this is the universe at work. All right, universe working through me, working through y'all, so all of us as spirits can realize who we truly are. It's as simple as that. Now we're all observing our own spaces, but we know that we're all connected by the bodies that we're creating, right? So this is why your phone is connected by your human body, and your human body has to exist in the same atmosphere that my human body does if you want to use the same phone that I am to connect with me. And now here we are, just again, creating life in all these different aspects so we can create the circumstances to connect with individuals who resonate with us, that we actually vibe with. Gang, gang. I also get hyped seeing us express ourselves in this realm. It's honestly the most hyped thing. Again, me on Mercury as a spirit, when I like separate my mind from my body and I take a break from this world, all I'm looking at in the universe is spirits expressing themselves. That's all the universe has ever been, and that's all it ever will be. And it's important. Like the moment you know that, now you know what to express, because your life is going to be what you create. Your life is going to be what you bring out. So like her life is being created by her making art. Like you can't not create a life from expressing whatever you've got going on. Like that's what life is. You expressing yourself with others. But of course, we all do this in different ways, right? Again, like your body is the physical expression of yourself. But of course, if you don't use your body to express yourself, that's you not playing out the energy that you created the body to do. And then this is where we get programmed by the government because we were taught in school and in general, just in this colonial world, we're taught to shut up. And we're taught that art isn't viable, even though everything is art and everything is stolen from artists. But we're somehow taught to be consumers instead of creators. Basically, that's the whole point. An artist is a creator. A consumer is someone who, I don't know, shits on artists. You know, someone who doesn't think that art is cool because all they do is consume art, but they don't create it. So they don't believe in their own art. So they can't believe in your art. Either way, the point being, they're creators and consumers, and we are a channel of creators. So, gang. I know. One more song, please, indeed, Jonathan. He said it multiple times and I didn't see it. Literally, I could have asked. I really could have asked. Damn. But it's okay. It is okay. If she wanted to hop up here and play another song, I would honestly literally say yes. But I think because of work and literally her having this job later, that'll be saved for another live stream. Shit. Now, that can literally be another live stream. All right, that's my point. Okay? We can have more artists up here expressing their art, expressing their individuality. Like, that's the point, low key. You know, I mean, that's one of the points of CymaTree. Hey. Yes. All right. Shay says next time she will do it. And she's a water sign. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Water sign and resonates with the life path of 8 enough to actually pick the life path of 8. So big water. Big water energy. Shay says she's very awake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is that you saying you'll sing another song before we go? Because I need to go to sleep. It's 2:40. But is that you saying, if you're awake, that you might sing another song? Got a few positive affirmation songs. Oh, who's this? T from, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what's Gucci? Min over here making plans on arranging your lives. Toxic trait. Chantel, that's hilarious. Be aware of your toxic traits. How can you arrange our lives? You're hilarious. I don't know what your life path is. That sounds like some. What's your life path? I thought it was 6. I forget now. Gang. You have been requested back, Shay.
I really appreciate y'all. I actually I left and was traveling for about 6 months, and I haven't played in front of people in approximately that. And I didn't even have a guitar abroad, so I haven't played like in months.
Wow. Wow. So literally, you haven't played in months, And you listening to this live stream has given you the opportunity to not only play the guitar that you haven't played in months, but also it came from you playing a song that you've never made up as well. Like you just like had that floating in your mind. And you just like connected it on the spot. That's art. The fuck? I mean, that's you having a soul. That's a very complex soul you've got. That's a whole artistic soul that only you have.
Thanks, man. I'm going to take it to the bank. That's the plan.
That's the plan. We're going to make it make sense here, right? We got to play by these reality rules. So we're going to make it make sense. You're about to make a lot of money.
My phone, so we'll see. All right, that should be good.
All right.
Well, since we are showcasing, I will showcase another one of my favorite artists. Her name is Alice Phoebe Liu, and she is from South Africa, and she got pretty known busking in Berlin. So that's where they found her, and this is called Berlin Blues. My tree, when suddenly it seemed all the fingers were pointing on up at me, and the footsteps in the sand were all getting washed up by the sea. It left me in stitches, bursting at the seams, bursting at the seams. When the sun came out to greet me, I only saw the wolves from my dreams. This is my Berlin Blues song. Sometimes life can get a little wrong, and it won't be long, because it makes me strong. 2, 3, 4. 'Cause there is a place where we both will dwell, where there's no more walking on eggshells, where ideas are for free. Oh, it's the place to be. Your great mind's no longer the minority, and I will be there with my hands in the air when the canvas is bare and there's no more despair. In my third, I will stare. Nothing can compare, no. Not one thing can compare. This is my birth. there's no more walking on eggshells, where ideas are for free. Oh, it's the place to be, and not one thing can compare. It can't compare. Alice Boogaloo, everybody.
Damn. It's just like you're saying that these are other artists, but it's still you bringing them to life.
Yeah.
So it's still you singing, but like, so you're saying that this song was basically like the other song where it's written by this other artist with their whole own life, but you feel connected with it enough that you're seeing it in your own way. Like, is this exactly how the song's played, or is this your version?
Over time, just kind of, she's a little bit more soft and she sings a little faster sometimes. I more kind of just enjoy the story part of, and just work with it. I have one mashup of hers, which is the same thing. It's like the same 3 different songs kind of thing. She's amazing. She really is.
I love literally how, I mean, just the huge storytelling vibes of at least these 2 songs. And your ability to, I mean, again, like, take me on a journey is just like infinitely powerful. Like, for me to be able to listen and like anchor on your words, but your words are vibrating in a certain way that takes me to a different space is just lit.
Yeah, I try to lean in because, I mean, all these songs pretty much at one point or another gave me chills. And so I try to really just remember how it was when I heard the song for the first time, what parts made me just light up on the inside, and then I try to emulate that as best I can.
Yeah, it's powerful. It works.
Thank you.
Objectively.
Really, thank you guys and for being here. I don't remember if I was this happy. Deadass.
Well, perfect. Then that just means that we're going to build upon this happiness. So your life is transforming. This is just a big part of the change you're going through. I can let you know, we can let you know through the internet, you are supported by humans on this planet. Obviously, you have support in your life to have your band, but you can never have too much support in this world, especially.
And I can't wait to meet every single one of you because I really do feel like I am going to. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, your music literally just brought us together even more on this live stream. Like it had to happen. Like, this is just so lit. You did it. I did it. We all did it. But really, you did it. You took me on a journey. I love that shit. Your voice is great. It works for music very well. And your guitar playing, like, perfectly, like I didn't even like notice anything in your playing. And you're saying you haven't played in a long time. So it worked with your voice in a way that's just part organic. There's like no better word. Organic.
I grew up singing with my sisters, and then I was like, well, I can't just sing forever, so I really picked up the guitar to just like carry the voice. And that's the beautiful thing, is that like your voice can carry itself, but even if it has a tiny bit of help, or like, it makes it so much more full. And so I've been actually almost playing for 5 years now. So it's exciting.
That's super exciting. This is too lit. Damn. Thank you for coming back on here, Shay.
Thank you for having me.
You were requested. It's important. It was important. You gave the people what they wanted. Jonathan got what he wanted. I got what I wanted because I wanted to ask you to play again. But I just know, like, hey, if you're up here to play one song, I don't want to be like, well, play another one. So thank you for playing too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really do try and share. I started memorizing poetry before I began to sing. And again, other people's poems, same sort of evoking and the same sort of storytelling and the same way to reach somebody in a way that they are not normally reached in, because songs and poems nowadays, they're not usually like, not like exactly, or they're not presented like it or whatever. So it really just helped me to just whenever I can. That's how I started. I had crazy nerves when I started, and then I would just go to parties and be like, "You want to hear a poem? Here's that," So I literally do it to strangers on the bus now, just because I think these words are so powerful and they've changed my life, and I would love to share that with the world. So.
Yes. Wow. And that's all an expression of your individuality. So only you can see how powerful these words are. And now you're doing an amazing job at expanding the universe, because with great power comes great responsibility. Now you have the responsibility to carry your voice throughout the cosmos, bring it to people.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. You just changed all of our lives. We'll be connecting with you into the future.
Thank you so much. This is literally, I meant it when I say, like, my dimples are, like, hurting right now. I'm, like, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big bet. This is very lit. You've got the band going. You've got everything going. I'm very sorry about your mom. Hopefully you listening to me talk about my dog and communicating with the dead gives you hope for your ability to use your mind to talk with her in a way that perhaps is way better communication than what you had here.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I've had a lot of that from a lot of different areas recently. Just that feeling of just like being very, very connected in a that I didn't possible. So it's been really awesome. And yeah, stay tuned. The album's called Something Sweet, because I think we all need something to get by. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, we will be in touch, Shay. Thank you for coming back up here with the second song. We are all more than happy. We are all going to go to sleep so overfilled. We're all going to hang out in the same dream world type shit. We won't remember it, but we will. We already did.
And I think we're definitely onto something about starting and ending the lives with music. I think it's a really powerful way to start and close.
Okay, bet. So that's you kind of subconsciously hinting that you would be open in future lives to offer more music as you develop?
Anytime. I'm like a playlist. I really have a lot of stuff to share.
Bet. Then we will see you next time, Shay.
Absolutely. See you guys.
Yeah, gang. Good night.
Hey, have a great night.
And good luck on your, again, waking up for your job today, Shay, but you're quitting, all right? So you're making a huge shift. Life is just shifts and shifts and shifts. Goddamn, you got the creative force to do what you got to do, though, all right? So you have support from everybody in this room. I know that for a fact. We're all in here. Hilarious. Yeah, Seven Circles says, thank you times 1 million. He means that shit. People trip me out. Absolutely. People trip me out too, bro. Like shit. Her vocals just tripped me out really hard. I went on a trip, bro. What? This felt so indigenous too. I don't know. I mean, those words hit me as there's a lot of indigenous energy in that. So I'm very happy about this. Very happy. Goddamn. Yeah. Her guitar complements her style very, very well. Absolutely. Literally. Every day is an energy shift. The world turns over. Yeah. And you just said quitting her job. The time was 4:55. 55 chains and transformation. Absolutely, Chantel. And honestly, 4 is structure. So we're talking about chains, transformation to the structure that is the 4. So you think of the 4 as a job, and the 55 is the family she's about to build by quitting her fucking job. Now she's quitting this job. She's going to have time to build a family. And that family is going to be her fucking band, her music fam, all of the friends that allow her to keep doing her art and being Shay throughout the world. So, gang, we're transforming, we're leveling up. Yeah, damn. This is infinitely powerful live. Like what? And we're just gonna keep doing lives into the future? How do we top this one? This is like the weird thing with being in your ego. Like this is why you can't be attached to a world. So if I just built a whole world here with all of us, like I would be kind of stupid to be like, okay, I need to stay here. You know, like we're gonna take this world and expand. All right. So we're always going to grow. Okay. But we can look back at this world, look back at these memories. We can refer to this. We can build upon it. We can do whatever. But the whole point is this shit happened. It doesn't matter what religion you have. It doesn't matter what belief structure you have. Us as individuals came together. This shit happened. Oh, got fired from your plantation. Wow. Chantel got fired. And yes, major shout out Dolo. Like major shout out Dolo. The fuck? I'm Archangel Metatron. Dolo is literally Archangel Uriel. So we like spirits are here. Like we're here. We're aware of each other. We're just truly in this building process. Okay. So if you don't know who Dolo is, Archangel Uriel on YouTube, bro, come on. He if you're rolling with Metatron, you gotta roll with Uriel too. Okay. Like if you're rolling with Metatron, I'm CymaTree, I'm Metatron, you better know about Dolo. That's Flight Boss. All right. So I'm the boss of the Merkaba. Okay. So your mind's a Merkaba. He talks about the Merkaba as flights. Okay. So when you see Dolo, they're like flights, air. It's all what we're talking about. The Merkaba, the mind, how you can use your mind as a spaceship. So he talks about the spaceship flying through. That's what your mind is. Your mind is a spaceship that you use to experience your spirit. But this is you as a spirit know that you're none of these things. You're just creating these things to fly through space, to connect with each other. So that's where Dolo, all right, he's Flight Boss. All right, he's Flight Boss. He's the boss of the flights. All right, I'm CymaTree. Okay. And as Chase, I'm Space. So think of me more like Space Boss. All right. So he is Flight Boss. He's more like Light Boss. All right. I is Space Boss. I'm Space Boss. So that's where I built Mercury to represent my own space. And now I can facilitate communication and help all the other spirits in the universe. And we can all connect as the infinite individuals that we are. Okay. And then that's where Dolo, he's the only person on the internet who like kicks like real spirituality shit, honestly. Everyone else is they're regurgitating knowledge in this world. Dolo, the pilot man, he is the only person that I've seen in this world who is not limited by this world. He is the only person I've seen in this world who knows the history of English, and he's literally so connected to his past lives, he's not lost. Like that's basically it. Like he's so in his past lives that he knows that a lot of this shit was stolen from us, from our soul group, right? So he is Uriel. I mean, he has his own creations. I'm Hermes, I'm Metatron. So I have the Merkaba, the Caduceus, the Emerald Tablets, Mercury in general, right? So the whole point is we're all individuals. We're individuals that create the universe, and we have to be ourselves. We have to express ourselves to create life. And then in this reality, we were specifically called here because shit's going wrong and we got to help out. And that takes all of us working together, just like the government had to work together to take over indigenous land and steal everything. So it's always about teamwork, making the dream work, truly. La 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 la. Hey, yes, I felt his energy even through you. I mean, again, that's funny. We're the soul group. So anything like if you're feeling Dolo's energy through me, that's because you're aware of the soul group. Welcome to the subconscious community. This is what we created. I literally built Mercury to help facilitate communication throughout the universe. So now all these systems of astrology are using Mercury. Thus, I'm going to be the god that's helping communicate whatever religion wants to use astrology to get people lost. Right. So then that's where you can go watch Dolo on YouTube. He's a whole astrologer. So he's using his Uriel perspective to give you the right starting points about you. That's why he's an Aries, and Aries is associated with I am. Okay, so people who have that Aries sign in general, just the Aries energy is about I am. And you have to know as an Aries that you are a space, or else you're going to be lost. You're going to be super lost. So luckily for him, he's an Aries that knows that he is space. If he was someone who believed he was light, he'd be lost. He wouldn't be powerful. He wouldn't be anything. Like, the whole point is his whole power comes from knowing that he is creating light. So he's a naturally creative person, and he knows how he has to create light. So that's where he is light boss or flight boss. The whole point is him as Uriel. He's constantly just like, just flying, just moving on to another flight or whatever. Okay, so that's why he's also like triple fire. So you think about like the fire element. Fire is infinitely unrelatable. It doesn't even exist inside of nature. So it's like fire. It's like, it's weird how natural yet unnatural fire is. So, hey, whatever. Just saying that, yeah, everyone else that I've seen in the spiritual community on YouTube, they're just regurgitating garbage. Dolo, he's actually in the similar space that I am, in terms of he knows that he's a spirit, so he can be connected with his past lives, and then he can see how right now is connected to the past, and then all of us together, right? So he has his own perspective on life. I have my own perspective. You have your own perspective. Every single one person in here has their own perspective. But then obviously, depending on how you express yourself through the universe, you're going to create yourself from that. So he's been creating himself. I've been creating myself. You've been creating yourself. Everyone has been creating themselves. The tree that's growing outside of our watch, all these trees are creating themselves. So it is about individuality, our expression of individuality. So that's why I said, Chantel, honestly, that's why I was thrown off when you were first speaking, like we were all expressions of one consciousness, and then you're trying to tell me that I'm a reflection of you. But the moment I cut that up and I started talking about awareness, that's where you showed me through your vocabulary. I'm like, I've only heard this vocab from Dolo. I've only heard Dolo talk about starting points and awareness. So for you to come up here and be telling me that we're expressions of one God and we came from one source and I'm the reflection of you, but then I cut that up with my Mercury air starting point, man. That's been his role in the universe. When I built Mercury and I observed the universe, this has always been him. That's why he always gets my support. This is kind of why I'm going off on supporting him right now. Because when I build Mercury and I look into the universe and I see real spirits, he's always been real. He's going to keep being real. All right. So he's literally Archangel Uriel. All right. A lot of people don't know who Archangel Uriel is, just like they don't know who Archangel Metatron is. We're here. We're Soul Group. We're really big. Not really big, of course. We're a niche group of people, but at the same time, we build the universe. Soul Group is Anubis. Soul Group is Atlantis, right? Soul Group is all of my family of Mercury. They're not here, but they are facilitating the connection so that you guys could be here like this. So that's where I would even chalk up a lot of this stuff. The way that you guys got connected to me would be because of Atlantis and Anubis and invisible connections that are more so a vibration, right? That's like the vibration of the universe that's allowing all of us to be alive. And then that's where a lot of magic happens, right? So when Shay has a certain thought at a certain time, she says a certain thing, she wants to share a song. Now I care about the song. Now we get it on. And now, boom, that's the universe expanding. But it's all because of our vibrations. Yeah, what space you want to be flunked out in? You're always in your own space. All right. You're always in your own space, but it is about what environment you're in. For sure. For sure. The atmosphere. Yeah. So being flunked out is, we are in that time. People are flunked out. The word flunked, it's basically when you can't handle your own emotions. So it looks like you channeling chaos through your body, right? Dolo doesn't say it like that. I mean, I'm a whole individual spirit that's like, I speak and say shit in all my own ways, but to make it relatable and make it in the world, I connect individuals so we can all build languages. So that's like been our past lives. Like me, Dolo, the soul group in general, like everyone who's associated with me in that deep level, we've been building this world. We've been building worlds in general. And it's not even a super big deal to us, but it's naturally what we have to do if we want to connect with each other. So everyone is figuring out like what makes sense based on who's saying what and listening, blah, 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 blah. And then that's where we can get on one accord. And that's what the universe constantly is. That's all the universe is. You know, again, like it's just spirits consciously creating connections. But we're always creating connections, right? Like, oh, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. That makes sense. That doesn't make sense. I want to be with this person, not this person, not this person. And it's just constantly like your life is always changing, but you're the center of it. You're always the center of your own life. Hilarious, Chantel. Want to talk about a video I've watched on loop. We all live here now, right here on this live. Do y'all want anything from the corner store? Yeah, this is the atmosphere to be breathing right now. This is truly the atmosphere to be breathing right now. Get the moon in there before I peace out. But yeah. So that was just me doing a quick shout out of the soul group since Chantel is mentioning Dolo. And Dolo, I have to say, he is the only person on the internet kicking real spirituality besides me. Like, of course, I have Hermeticism, but I'm talking about the people who are on the internet before me. Like and by the way, him being on the internet before me shows us in this lifetime how in the universe, Archangel Uriel is older than Archangel Metatron. All right. So Uriel created his awareness before Metatron created his awareness. And that's how you can figure out what spirits in the universe are older versus younger, right? So the spirits who are younger, they're just less aware of shit, right? So you can think of yourself as a spirit who might be older than your parents, or you might be older than a lot of your friends, or of course, these politicians and these celebrities, because your awareness really is a representation of how mature you are. So if you can handle being mature of how your actions affect others, that objectively shows you that you are an older spirit than the spirits who don't care about how their actions affect others. See, like that's an example of you figuring out age, even though we're all no years old, right? But only you know your years that you're old. So like we're all timeless then. But then if we want to figure out our age, we'll create time, right? But then again, like Jonathan says, time only exists if one body can observe another body in relationship to itself, because time is the passage of bodies and us documenting that consistently. So yeah, hilarious. Banana. Definitely been soaking up knowledge from every angle, trying not to get flunked out. Absolutely. Dolo the Pilot Man on YouTube. Absolutely. Yeah, shout out Dolo. Okay, so he's an old spirit. He's old. He's old. He's an old spirit. He's an old spirit. And Uriel has been taken out of the book. They can't take me out of the books because I go too hard, right? So like it would be impossible. Like they took Uriel out. They could, because he's more like fire, right? So because it's literally his element. So because his element is more like fire, he's not building things that people are standing on. He's projecting out light. Like he projects out light. He's the flight. He's flight boss, but he's not like building shit that people are stealing and standing on. So it would be impossible for this government to take Metatron out of their religion like they took Uriel out, because they need my Merkaba. They need Hermeticism. They need my caduceus. They need my emerald tablets. They need my pyramids. So I'm more the air and earth. Like I communicate structures into existence. So they literally can't take me out the book. All these structures only matter because of my soul. Now, Dolo being more in fire, like if he's not building anything, then that's where it's really easy to just take a story out about somebody who didn't build anything, because you're not using their structure to manipulate the world. So now it's like, it's different, right? I'm just letting you know the elemental play out. He's literally triple fire and I'm air and earth. We here. Yeah, absolutely. What about Miguel? I'm eternal. Do you talk about Enoch? I am Enoch. All right. So as Enoch, I am Metatron. When you look at the Bible and you see the story of Enoch fasting so long he turns into Metatron, that's no different than Hermes or Tahuti or Quetzalcoatl or any of the other messengers of Mercury. CymaTree, fasting. So in this lifetime, I've been talking to my higher self, my spirit. His name is Irisel here. My name is Chase. So I've lived out a lot of my Enoch story, but just in the modern world with like all my fasting and spirituality shit. So I've been living out my Enoch journey of being led by my higher self and then using fasting to connect with that. And now my higher self, Irisel, is like, hey, by the way, I'm Metatron. Boom. You have to recognize yourself as Enoch. You've been living out this story already. Boom. Now it's about hyper communicating about these ancient things. So now because I can get in touch with that part of my soul, I can provide way more clarity on what Enoch was doing, right? So now because my spirit made me aware that this is my past life, I can choose to get tapped into that part of my soul. And now I can investigate those memories and then I can make the connections that have to be made to provide clarity for these religions and these systems that we're in right now. Right, but that takes time. Like it literally takes time to learn about yourself, and it takes time to learn life, and it takes time to integrate everything that you can experience into something. You know, whatever. Everything takes time. Like that's just life. So I'm Enoch. The point of Enoch is he's doing the same exact thing that Chase is doing right now. What Enoch is doing with all the fasting is what Chase is doing. And then this is where Enoch, as a messenger of Mercury, literally turns into Metatron because his journey was connecting with himself, just like my journey is connecting with myself. It's really easy for a religion to take that and turn it into their own thing. So just like I connect with myself in this life, a religion can take Chase turning into Irisel, aka CymaTree, and they can be like, this is one part of our religion where we're saying one God needs to worship us. You know, so it's just like I'm not in control of the stories that individuals write about me, but I am in control of how I communicate my memories and my experiences and my perspective into any situation. So if you have a specific question, one to come about Enoch, that's fine. But I'm letting you know that that's the messenger of Mercury. Facts, been trying to explain to my mother that her cat was basically just a portal for my spirit. That's hilarious. Her cat was a portal for your spirit. I love that. So she had a cat that you came through as a spirit to experience this reality, and age isn't real, at least not in the way we've been taught. Sometimes I'll read about my angels and I'll literally learn about myself. Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl. Know that Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl is literally Hermes and Thoth combined. Think of Hermes like the snake version of me, and Thoth is the bird version of me. And then Quetzalcoatl is literally the man that's like holding these two things together. And that's why Quetzalcoatl is a bird snake man, because it's about your snake being your body and your bird being your spirit, and then your man being your mind. So it's Quetzalcoatl. I'm literally expressing how I, as a spirit, use my mind to balance my higher and lower desires. So a higher desire is a bird, your desire to see everything as a bird, but your lower desire is a snake, because that's what we use to have sex. Basically, that's what we use to speak life into existence. So your desire to speak is that snake energy that makes you lower. Your desire to observe is the bird that allows you to fly. No, cat. Meaning her. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I should have translated. I don't know why I said cat, not pussy. That's really funny. But there we go. Her pussy is a portal. I don't know why she couldn't understand that, but you know, she will. Because she wants to. Because she, as your mom, wants to connect with you. So you could low-key say anything multiple times. And she, as a mom, is going to be like, I love you, yes. But of course, it's going to make sense. And her pussy was a portal for you. Your person. There we go. P word. Her pussy was a portal for your person. Gang, gang. Yeah, it's hilarious. So, shout out Soul Group. Shout out Subconscious Community. Okay, shout out all the spirits in the universe that are expressing their individuality all day, every day. All right, it's lit. The universe is super big. The universe is super beautiful. The universe is created by all of us. Gang, gang. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Chantel. So, talk to your mom about why you chose her, okay? That's what I talk to my mom about. She's actually making me very proud. I've noticed change in her digging deeper. Gang. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, shout out parents. I've definitely been making a change in my mom's life, just communicating on this level. Like there was a time where I literally was hanging out on Mercury and I was like sifting through hella information. And it was at a point where I was sifting through so much information, I was getting stressed out. And I was getting so stressed out, like so stressed out over just sifting through this information on Mercury. And my mom literally called me at that point, just like on a synchronistic thing of like bringing me back to earth. So I was forced to like listen to her call, and that brought my mind back to my body, because my mind was in this other atmosphere, sifting, doing information shit, but then it brought the mind back like, oh snap, okay, let me respond to her call. And then that's where she started talking to me about shit that brought me back to earth. But then I could talk to her about how I just had my mind separated from my body. So she's on the level of like, oh, okay, I want to understand that. And I've been talking to her so much about hanging out with Max. I mean, she raised my dog with me. So she's connected with Anubis in that way. So it's very beautiful, our parents. All right. So you, Chantel, Shan. Who's Shan? You, Chantel, as a spirit, resonated with your mom to nourish and nurture you. Like you literally, as you're letting her know, like you used her as a portal to experience life here. And that's a beautiful thing, because of course that means that you guys are now connected as family, right? Like now you're subconsciously connected. But think about this, of course, like guys, when I say I'm Hermes, I'm Odin, I'm Tahuti, I'm Quetzalcoatl, I'm Enoch, I'm Zoroaster, I'm Idris, I'm all these messengers from Mercury, right? When I'm communicating about this, all these past lives, I don't know the names of each parent from each life. You feel that? Like, I don't know. Like, the whole point is that my spirit has suppressed these memories. Can you imagine if I, in my current state of consciousness right now, was thinking about the parents that I had from all my past lives? And like, even though I can't build a relationship with them here, I'm thinking about them. Like that would take me out of this simulation. You see that? So my spirit has to limit my awareness of past lives, because otherwise I wouldn't care about my mom here. Like what do my other moms matter when I have my mom here? But obviously all those moms matter. It's just, again, it's a space thing. All right. So if you as a spirit, when you die, you're fully connected with yourself. Like it's all your space and your past lives. So you have all your information. You have all your connections, all the families that you were born into up to that point. You are connected to them. It's just that information is information overload. Like there's a such thing as, of course, information overload, right? Like you can have too much going on in your mind. It makes no sense to be born into this atmosphere and keep thinking about your past family. That's a past family. Guess what? If that family matters, they're going to be here now. All right. So then that's where we get, again, the concept of a soul group, or the concept of spirits transforming through simulations. You have one family in one simulation, but the family that really, really matters is going to be family that you continue to transform with through simulations. Again, a soul group. The whole idea of that. So yeah, it's 3:23 a.m. I am going to hop off. Chantel says, I want to know my past lives, but haven't been dwelling on it because I'm here in it now. And that's, yeah, absolutely. That's the balance, right? So I learned about my past lives, but at some point, like, I don't need to learn more and more because, like, that's indulgent. And at that point, I'm just stuck in the past, right? No one wants to be stuck in the past. No one wants to be stuck in the past. No one wants to be stuck in the past. That's what hanging out on Mercury feels like a lot. Just being stuck in the past, because I'm just holding on to all the information of the universe, like just straight up, like all the information in the universe just being documented in here. And the more I look at that shit, the more I'm disconnected from what spirits are doing right now. And then that's where, again, it's just about having the wisdom of knowing that we're always building the future based on the past right now. So get off, sir. Get off, sir, now. Absolutely. I'm about to get off. Eternal Angel of Death says, my sister calls me when I'm tripping. Hey. I hope you treat her nicely. All right. If someone calls you when they're tripping, that they view you as a real connection. All right. So your sister really loves you if she feels vulnerable enough to call you in that kind of state, right? Like there have been times where I'm tripping and I felt like almost calling people, but then I get in my Mercury mind of like, I need to handle this alone. I'll never call someone when I'm tripping, or I'll never reach out to someone when I'm tripping. I'm like, no, I'm alone in my space. In fact, the point of this trip was to be alone. And that's where I enjoy my trip really hard. That's been every time I have a super awesome trip is because I'm choosing to connect with myself. And now that's where I can be as free as possible. Again, that's your Merkaba. That's your mind. When Flight Boss talks about taking flight, that's Metatron talking about you using your Merkaba, which is your chariot of God, to convene with other gods. Okay, so we have our individual ways to talk about energy. But the point is, by the way, he and I are both Catawba indigenous men born in Ohio, or at the very least, we both live in Ohio. So our spirits specifically chose to be Catawba Native men, and our spirits chose to both materialize into the state of the United States that we call Ohio. So again, right there, just soul group shit. The whole point is spirits creating the circumstance to connect and communicate with each other. And now physical reality makes sense. So Dolo resonates with being indigenous, just as I resonate with being indigenous. That has nothing to do with our relationship. We literally are just naturally both in that energy to where we somehow both are Catawba. So it's like, that's a coincidence, right? That would be a coincidence. But then it's like, you would have to build a relationship with that to be like, but is that a coincidence or is it intentional? I said earlier, your throat chakra is on green light, go. Yeah, for some reason today, this whole Monday was just like throat chakra. All right. So this is all the Taurus right here. Okay. So this is me working out my soul so that we can all connect. Built a whole 13-hour live out of this. Yeah, that is a whole nother live stream about us both being in the same place. It's really weird. All right. So our spirits literally materialized our bodies in the same state. and we're both the same native tribe. So it's like I can't run from these facts. Like I would be stupid to look at that and be like, well, that's a coincidence. He doesn't mean shit. Like what? No, like bro, that's Uriel. like that's my family. I'm not gonna be retarded and ignore my family. All right. So shout out Uriel. All right. Shout out the Soul Group. I'm hopping off. Shout out Shay. Shout out Jonathan. Shout out Chantel. Shout out One to Come. Shout out shit. There's there's a Lady Magi. Shout out Lady Magi. Shout out some other girl. Shout out everybody. All right. Shout out everybody. But of course, really shout out the people that I connected with and interacted with to make this live stream even more possible. Hey, gang, absolutely 7 circles. Yeah, so we're out of here. Wow, this was lit. I don't know if there's any more questions. God damn. If you have any questions, I'm about to take another hit. If you have a quick question you want to throw out, I'm going to take another hit before I go relax at 3:30 a.m. This was my Monday. What a great Monday. Hilarious. Okay. All right. So yeah, life paths. All right. We're going to just do a quick recap since this live stream started out talking about humans and demons, but then I got into the life path. It's always question, but chat, please find the urge to hold it in. That's hilarious. Chantel, are you telling people not to ask questions? You're hilarious. And I appreciate that. That's fair. All right. You're a real supporter. You're literally up here saying that I do probably have videos on what people are wondering. Again, I got my whole YouTube. All right. I got the whole website. Okay. We got a lot of information. All right. Gang. Jonathan will wait for the podcast. Thank you, Chantel. Shan is so American, and we see like that's a problem, right? So I get it. It's Chantel because we're in America, but we're alchemizing it. It's totally Sean. Chantel. Proudly. So we got a lot. All right. We got a lot going on. This is the CymaTree. It's lit. I'm definitely loopy at this point, but hey, you know, this is the point of being alive, to communicate and build a structure that supports your imagination. So why just be in my imagination if I'm not building a structure that supports that ability for my imagination to be real, right? Now I'm not alone in my imagination. We just made shit make way more sense. And now we can see how everything in reality is imagination. And everything in reality had to be imagined before it was created. That's the point, right? So we can see how us as spirits are infinitely creative in our own space before we bring that into an external space that allows all of us to relate, right? So your space is real. Your ability, Shay's ability to sing these songs comes from her own space. She's not singing those songs because someone else outside of her space is controlling her. So this is like the space, it comes from within. Remind yourself that you create your own enemies. You are the greatest of your enemies. Absolutely. It's, let's think about that for a second. You create your own energies, or your own, enemies are your energies, but I'm about to take that deeper. An enemy is your inner me. So absolutely. All right. Ethereal angel of death. You create your own enemies, because your enemy is your inner me. Now, this is why if someone else, like I've dealt with this before, where someone else wanted to tell me that they were my enemy. And it's funny because I made them my enemy by literally saying this line. And I saw them become more of an enemy that day. Like they were saying it as a funny thing, but my Virgo ass was so negative, I made them more of an enemy by saying this. So this person was like, oh, we're arch nemesis. Like, I'm your arch enemy. Like, like this girl really wanted to keep hamming up how she's my arch enemy. And it was funny because we had tripped together and everything too. So like we built up a psychedelic rapport. So this is like me cutting that shit off or whatever. Cause she said like, oh, we're like arch enemies. And I was like, it's really funny though. Cause I feel like that's just a term that people are using to relate with other people. And I said this because I organically felt like that. Like when she's telling me, oh, I'm your arch nemesis, we're arch enemies. This was at a comic convention where I was already connecting with other people where I saw them having that interaction. Like I was seeing how friends in their friend groups would be like, oh, you're my enemy. And then you'd be like, oh yeah, we're enemies. And then their rapport is supposed to come from acting like they hate each other, but like they really like they have some underlying thing going on. And I was just like cutting that shit off. And it was funny because I organically wanted to based on how I saw that play out in the universe. So when she tried to play that energy out with me, I cut it. All right. Like I was literally like, nah, I feel like that's just something that spirits are using to relate with each other. But I didn't say spirits because I wasn't spiritual back then. I said that's just a term that people are using to relate with one another. Like people are just trying to find reasons to relate. And she was like, oh, I don't feel like that. I promise you, I can't get into it. But she proceeded to be one of the most negative people in my life. And if I didn't say that and I kept up a light energy with her, it may not have gone down that road. So whatever, just letting you know, communication and enemies. All right. This girl wanted to be my enemy, but me not letting her relate with me as my enemy made her go harder in wanting to be seen as my enemy, which resulted in actions and things happening later in life where it's like, okay, but I know she's not my enemy. The whole point is I don't have any enemies. I don't have any enemy. No one's an enemy. Like not one person to me is an enemy. I don't have any. That's why like I couldn't even take it as a joke, basically. Like for her to be like, oh, I'm your enemy. I'm your arch nemesis. I'm like, I don't have any enemies. What? Like I have no enemies. I don't have any enemies. I have people who want to be my enemies, but that's where I know, oh, you're a spirit that just wants to relate with me. But I don't consider you an enemy, right? So people in the world, they can consider me their enemy. Just know I don't have any enemies. I have none. And it's because of the wisdom that Eternal Angel of Death is getting at. I'm too anchored in my inner me to see enemy energy in anyone. If someone is telling me I'm the enemy, I'm forced to acknowledge they're the enemy because I would never call myself the enemy. Now you see the flip. So now I, as CymaTree, I do have enemies. My enemies are people telling me I'm the enemy. All right. So that's the whole religion I was forced to grow up in. The whole religion that I was forced to grow up in, this whole English language is telling me I'm the enemy. As a Native American, as an indigenous Catawba man, I'm constantly taught from English, from white people, from the New World Order, that I'm the enemy, which lets me know that I'm actually their enemy. And really, whatever they are projecting and whatever they hate in me is something they're running from inside of themselves. So anyone who calls me an enemy, they're literally just projecting at me something they don't want to see in themselves. And I have nothing to do with that shit. You see? So like, that's the point. Absolutely. You're hitting it. All right. Enemy is your inner me. For sure. For sure. Greatest of your enemies. And that's why you will always be the greatest of your own inner me's. Like you're always going to be bigger than anything inside of you because you as the observer are above whatever's inside of you. So whatever your greatest inner me's are, guess what? They're fighting inside of your space that you can observe. So always bigger than that shit. Ha 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 ha. Get off this live. By the time you end, Shay would have quit and started doing music traveling. Absolutely. I feel it. I almost want that to happen at this point. In fact, let's see if we can make this a 36-hour live where she hops back on and she's like, wow, I see you started a new live stream. I'd love to play. And I'll be like, actually, Shay, welcome back. This is all one fucking channel. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. It takes time for people to realize who their true enemy is, right? Themselves. Amen. I bet it was so surreal, like, no, ma'am, you're heavily wrong. Exactly. That was even before you found the real you. Amazing. Yes, literally. This is like, because I was always subconsciously me, right? So even when I was faking my life only matters because of my heartbeat. So I can't fake who I am. Like I can fake the life but I can't fake who I am. Like I am who I am. So when this girl is literally trying to relate with me and she's trying to like, cause it was of course a flirty thing, right? But I didn't even want it to be a flirty thing. Cause I'm just like, it really put me in a space of being forced to realize I don't have enemies. I don't have any enemies. No, not one person to me is an enemy. Like, it's that simple. So it's like the moment someone else tries to tell me that they're my enemy, that's because they want me to be their enemy. And all I see that is, oh, you want to relate with me, which is why I objectively had to tell her, oh, that's just what spirits say when they want to relate with each other and people, whatever. I really might have said spirits because I was tripping when she said this to me. So I do know that I was on the end of a really strong trip where I could have been in more of a psychedelic mode before I was like awakened normally, like before I'm like psychedelic all the time. This is back when I was chasing my spirit. I was chasing my space, and I was doing that at conventions, right? So I'm doing psychedelics while talking to lots of people, but I'm trying to connect with myself in that environment. It didn't really make sense. So like my time going to comic conventions and shit, so chaotic. So chaotic. I had to learn how to separate from the universe and connect with myself so that I could create better circumstances and a better conscious atmosphere to sustain my body. Because if I kept connecting at conventions the way that I would have gotten abused, gotten into some weird situation. I got into many weird situations. So you got to protect yourself. Hilarious. We got angels and aliens and space beings and prophets. I know, right? We got all the words. Make up another word. We got it, right? We got all the energies in this realm. We got everything's here on earth. We can relate on all of it. All right. Whatever you want to make up, make it up, make it real, make it happen. Shit. That's life. So I'm off of here. I think we can leave it at that. I almost forget what I just said. Fuck. It hit, make it real, make it happen. Imagine it. There we go. Because what are you making real? Your imagination, right? So now you can make it real. And then once it's real, guess what? It happens, right? Because guess what happens? Reality. So we have the three right there. Your imagination's your fire. Your reality or your ability to make your fire real is your water. And then what happens? The consciousness, your mind. Your mind is always happening. Where our consciousness is things are always happening based on conscious communication, right? Think of, oh, something's happening. Yeah, communication, consciousness. You do create your own story, gang, gang. So I'm out of here. All right. Life path numbers 1. Individuality. You said good night. That's it. That's all. Stop going now. Hilarious. Look. Life path number 1. All right. You are resonating. Your life path is focused on being seen as an individual. Life path number 2. Your life path number is focused on supporting the individuality of others, which really means connecting with other people. Life path number 3. You are focused on using your communication to, maintain fairness and balance inside of an environment. Life path number 4, you are using your ability to structure and be logical to create systems that stabilize the environment or stabilize communication inside of an environment in general. That's what logic does, right? So like the mind's communicating, but we use logic to stabilize how we do that. And then life path number 5, that's you resonating more with transformation death energy. So either you could care about death in a negative way, or you could care about death in a positive way, which looks more like magic. So you're either scared of magic or you're tapped into magic, because death is magic, because magic is transformation, right? Think about your ability to transform anything is magical. And then having a family is magical. So then this is where if you can transform your spirit to build a family, that's the ultimate magic. That's what 5 is about. 6 is about the sex that gets created from you transforming your structure. So sex is constantly transforming structures, right? So anytime you're having sex, you have to have a body, but then you have to transform that body with another body to create something. That's sex. Boom. So anyone with a life path of 6 or sex, they're focused more on creating something, like creating a life, like creating something that others are going to pay attention to, basically. And that's what a simulation is, right? This whole life is something that you're paying attention to so that you can really bring it into fruition, make it happen, whatever. So 6 is about creating something that allows people to really, you just want to create something. All right. If you're a life path of 6, you're just trying to create, right? So a lot of other life paths may not be focusing on creating. They're focusing on other things. They have to naturally create. But if your life path is 6, you're focused on creating. But it's like that creation is going to deal with sexual energy. And that's why I say life path number 6s will be more sexual than other life paths. Like who's going to be the most sexual life paths? I'm pretty sure it would be 6 and 8. Maybe 2, actually. Like 2 would be a very sexual life path as well. 6, 8, and 2. Right, not even all of them. Like the whole, like it's whatever. They're all sexual in their own way. But well, I don't even want to keep getting. I'm supposed to be getting off. So, so 6 in general. If your life path is 6, you're focused on creating life. You're focused on creating something that other people want to pay attention to. It's as simple as that. That's all. You're creating something that other people will pay attention to. That's the point of all life. And then 7 is consciousness. So once you have your life path of 6, then like you would move on to 7. And now I'm explaining it linearly with numbers and stuff, but just letting you know how the numbers move through space, right? So once you create life, that life is consciousness. And then that's where you get from 6 to 7. So someone with a life path of 7, they're focused on separating their consciousness from others. That's Chantel. Focused on creating, in general, not creating consciousness, but it is creating consciousness. That's why 6 becomes 7. So when you create through your sexual energy, you experience your creation as consciousness. So that's 7. So if your life path is 7, you want to separate your consciousness from other forms of consciousness. And then that's what you would be focused on. So a life path of 7 would be focused on being as conscious as possible. A life path of 8 would be like Shay, where you would be focused on using your consciousness to connect other forms of consciousness. So that's why Shay came in here using her consciousness. She used her soul and her ego to sing the songs of other artists that she believes in. And she wanted to do that here to connect us with them. So she's literally playing as the universe in that way. She's like a conduit for these individuals who have their own creations to be given a voice through her. And now she can channel these other individuals to us. And this is like, this basically the number 8. So it's the idea of being an agent, right? The idea of connecting talent, the idea of like being someone who's like, I resonate with you. I resonate with you. I want to connect everything I resonate with. And then boom, you have the 8. And then a life path number of 9 would be the mysterious life path. That's the life path of realization. That would be the life path of you literally just going through life like Jim Carrey, right? And go through a whole situation where you're living a fake existence and then you transform and now you realize who you truly are. And this realization allows you to actually, boom, create heaven. All all you can do once you realize who you are is create heaven. It's that simple. You know, it's like, actually, that's it. Like, once you realize who you are, boom, 9 into 10. So yeah, that's the life path. All right, life path numbers, that's numbers in general. Gang, I'm hopping off now. All right, it's 3:48 a.m. Hilarious Monday. I will see y'all later. Much love to everybody in here. The biggest love. Like, geez. And it's hilarious. If you're still in here, go join the website. Like, go join the website. It's free. Like, if you literally have been here this whole time, or even a fraction of this time, like if you've been here for over 2 hours, then you're going to want to join the website. And also, I made a new website. So everyone who's already joined, you have to join again because it's a new website. So I couldn't carry your member contacts over and everything. So since it's a whole new site, you got to join again. All right. So much love to everybody who's in here. Gang, gang, rest easy. Genuine gratitude. Out of here. Peace. We're about to always ascending. All right. That's the Merkaba. Metatron's Merkaba mind. Always Ascending Academy. Triple M. Triple A. Chase Clarence Calloway with the triple C. We love the alliterations here. Life is a